Okay.
And she's there too.
Well, I don't count her till she sits. Okay, the July 18th, 2018 meeting of the City Council is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being video recorded as well as presented live on KCLV Cable Channel 2 or closed caption for our hearing impaired viewers. Please note Customer CenturyLink and Cox Communication may view this program in high definition on Channel 1002. You may also watch this meeting live on Apple TV and Roku on the Go Vegas app. This council meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, may be viewed on the internet at www.kclv.tv/live. The proceedings will be rebroadcast KCLV Channel 2 and the web the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m., Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 5 p.m. This building is protected by state-of-the-art fire detection and suppression sprinkler systems. If alarms should activate during today's meeting, please evacuate using the exits at the back of the chambers going out to the mezzanine, proceed out the double doors to the terrace, and get down the back staircase. For anyone who has difficulty with stairs, please check with one of our marshals or fire official for assistance. Once outside, assemble on the northeast corner across the street from City Hall at Lewis and First Street. Employees wearing safety vests or city marshals will inform you when it's safe to re-enter the building. For public comment related items on the agenda, citizen participation and public hearing items, we have available a speaker card which you may complete and submit to our city clerk up front. Cards are available online at the clerk's office at the rear of these chambers. If you do not submit a card, it does not prevent you from speaking under public comment, citizen participation, or specified public hearing items. If anyone's present today who has need for hearing impaired equipment, please see our city clerk staff up front. And if you parked in the parking garage across the street, please be sure to have your ticket validated by security officers when exiting. Before we proceed with the agenda, would everyone please rise for the invocation given this morning by Reverend Carol Simpson, Shekinah Glory Ministries, and then remain standing for our Pledge of Allegiance. Good morning and thank you.
Good morning. I want to say thank you to the Mayor Goodman and the council for this opportunity. Thank you. Will you please bow your heads with me as I thank you on behalf of all who are gathered here today. Thank you for your many and abundant blessings. Thank you for your life, for life itself, health. We need to fulfill our callings, for sustenance, and for our friendship. Thank you for the ability to be involved in useful work and for the honor of bearing appropriate responsibilities. Thank you for the freedom to embrace you, and thank you for loving us. In the scriptures, you have said that citizens ought to obey the governing authorities, since you have established those very authorities to promote peace and order and justice. Therefore, I pray for our mayor, for the various levels of city officials, and in particular for this assembled council here today. I'm asking that you would graciously grant them wisdom to govern amid the conflicting interests and issues of our times, a sense of the welfare, the true needs of our people, a keen thirst for justice and rightness, confidence in what is good and fitting, the ability to work together in harmony even when there is even when there is honest disagreement, personal peace in their lives and joy in their tasks. I pray for the agenda set before them today. Please give an assurance of what would please you and what would benefit those who live and work in and around our beloved city of Las Vegas. In your most blessed name, amen.
So we will now proceed with our ceremonials. And where's our birthday boy? Did we give you permission to be celebrating already? Councilman Creers, what birthday, dearest, you say?
49.
Oh, the magic 49.
The big one before the big
While we're coming down, how about a happy birthday? Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday, dear Councilman Creer. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's a good day. Blessings abound.
Councilwoman, do you want it right to the right of the mayor or right over here? Perfect.
No. Okay. I'm Miss Williams. Brenda Williams, hello, hello. How are you? Planning Commissioner Brenda Williams sitting here, and she and I have known each other since '69. Whoa. 68? That's a long time. She's a very good lady, very honest. Huh? Okay, here we are. Are we all here? Okay. For our first ceremonial, actually, you were our first ceremonial, but now we'll move on. I want to invite our Director of Youth Development and Social Innovation, Dr. Lisa Morris Hibbler, wherever you are. Here she comes, our wonderful Lisa Morris Hibbler, to join us at the podium. 2 years ago, this wonderful lady for the city got a whole pack of us, about 70 of us, I think, to go to Denver to participate in the National Civic League's All-American City Award. And this is an award that was established in 1949. It's been awarded to over 500 cities, but we failed a year ago. We came in second, but we're a resilient and ever-purposeful city here. And so our wonderful Lisa Morris Hibbler, undeterred, decided to give the team another push. And this award, which is really quite prestigious, is about civic inclusiveness and engagement to create stronger communities among residents, businesses, faith community, nonprofit, and government leadership. So a new plan of action that was going to ensure us to get the win of recognition, and I'm proud to report that the team returned from Denver and that competition with trophy in hand. And we are so proud. And you can see how much a leader Councilman Creer is. But we did I see our city manager standing up and cheering too behind me? Yes. He went along too, city manager. Were you cheering? Were you cheering too? Of course. We're going to have a repeat in a second. I want you all to watch. We know Councilman Creer can do this. We know everybody, the Wen can do it. But I want you all to keep your eyes on our city manager. So, boasting this, obviously, we want to turn this microphone over to Lisa Hibbler, Morris Hibbler. And I know she has special guests, and she has something in her hand. And go for it, lady.
Thank you, Mayor Goodman, members of the City Council. On June 21st, the City of Las Vegas was announced an All-America City. This is the first time, I said this is the first time that a Nevada city received this delegation, and today we are here to celebrate this momentous occasion. Thank you. Woo! Right, huh? Oh, I'll introduce them, yeah. All right. All right. Thank you. Thank you. No. Oh, okay. Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you to the Las Vegas High Steppers. Again, thank you to the Las Vegas High Steppers. Now that the world knows what we've all known all the time, we are a community that comes together to meet the needs of its residents, and we are Vegas Strong. Let's take a short look at the video that took us all the way to a win.
Hi, in Vegas.
We are Vegas. I am Vegas.
I am Vegas.
We are Vegas.
We are Vegas.
The city of Las Vegas embodies the principles to be an all-America city. We have what it takes. We are Vegas.
Woo! All right. Projects such as the Harbor, Reinvent Schools Las Vegas, the West Side School and Our Stories book, the Las Vegas My Brother's Keeper, it's just a mere snapshot of our city's greatness. I'd like to recognize our community review panel that helped with the All-America City Award, our delegation members that are here with us this morning, City Councilman Creer, Commissioner Weekly, City Manager Scott Adams, Associate Superintendent Dr. Malich, Planning Commissioner Brenda Williams, and our indigenous tribes, which represented 3 nations and are a part of our history, very, very valuable part of our history, for traveling to Denver and sharing their personal stories on the national stage. Special thanks to Jordan Moore, our delegation captain, and Lee Quick, who authored the proposal. And very much a thank you to our city departments, because this was truly a project that was a community effort. Lastly, Mayor Gitman and members of the City Council, in the words of the National Civic League, who described us as a community that values resident input, a community that collaborated to address the education of its youth, and a community that used storytelling to promote racial healing, I proudly present the 2018 All-America City Award to you. Thank you for your leadership and continued support.
Beautiful. We'll put this down in the front lobby. Okay.
Thank you.
We're so grateful to you for everything that you continue to do for this city, Dr. Hibbler. Unbelievable. Yes, give her that due. And we are going to hang this proudly in our front hall, City Hall, because we know what it is to be an all-American city. Are we proud of us? Yes, we are. God bless. Yes, have the delegation come down.
Picture with the delegation.
And can we have another cheer while you're coming, please? Could we do that, Councilman Career? So I want to watch. Please, go. We got that. All right, let's go. Congratulations. Thank you for this. Here we go. All right, all small people, can you come forward? Where's our mayor pro tem?
Where's Jason when you need him?
I'm right here between the two blondes. If you just spread yourself just a little bit more.
Okay, do you see the gentleman in the turquoise tie?
Blonde number one and blonde number two.
Great, thank you all.
Thank you. Where are the ladies, the Native American dancers?
The dancers are here.
Well, the Saul Martinez is here.
Fawn Douglas.
Thank you for being
Fawn
here.
Douglas.
Fawn.
Hiya.
Hi, yeah,
And
I know.
artist.
Well, most importantly, you have a Latino last name, and if you scratch every Latino, you're going to find Native American in them.
Yeah, my daughter is mixed as well, so. Yeah, thank you.
I've known her since she was a
Good
baby,
dancing.
too. Right.
I'm with the Native American Student Association.
Nice to meet you. What's your name?
Paloma Marco. We want to be the first to invite you to the Vegas Strong Powwow that's happening Indigenous Peoples Day, the first weekend in October.
Okay,
And thank you for your part in supporting that. I can't tell you
No.
one for each
Yes,
of
we
you
have
guys.
correspondence.
Please. Now, then, there's a cell number on there and an email.
Oh,
All right.
lovely lady.
What up, man? Good to see you too. How's everything? Good, man. Good to
Oh,
see you.
you're going to help me put it back?
You know, you're gonna, if you keep doing this, you're not, Jason's not gonna have a job.
It'll be done by Indigenous Peoples Day.
I will. I will be calling. Thank you, Michelle.
I've got a special project I haven't told anybody about yet.
Oh,
It involves,
yeah, she was a former student, Meadows. at
was she
Meadows.
Saul Martinez?
No, Okay, I mean, how do you top that? We have another item or two with very important. Where is, I'm looking. All right, for our next ceremonial item, I want to invite Regional Flood Control District General Managers. Oh, there you were. I'm looking up here. Steve Parrish. And Steve, please join us at the podium. We're once again in monsoon season. If any of you were awake in the middle of last night, I heard it. And that means we face increased possibilities of flash flooding. We have a proclamation that I want to present to Steve. Flash flood, here we are. And today we are declaring, actually the whole month of July 2018 as Flash Flood Awareness Month. And I know we're going to be hearing from you, but really for everybody in our community, if you aren't aware of how dangerous the regional flooding is, you best hear from it all. And hopefully we have a video, but no video, so you'll do it all just. But Steve Parrish, how many years have you been working with flood control? 18. So this is a man who loves what he does and obviously cares deeply about what we're up to. And so, yay, Coffin. There we go. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, for this proclamation. Thanks for helping us get our message out to be flood safe. We are in the middle of monsoon season. I think we saw the last couple weeks we've had some rainfall already. July, August, and September are the months we worry about the most in terms of rainfall and runoff. So we always try to ramp up our outreach at this time of the year to make people aware of the dangers of flash flooding. 6 inches of water can sweep you off your feet. A foot of water is enough to float most cars and trucks, so just don't drive through flooded areas, avoid them at all costs. We have had 32 fatalities since 1960 in Clark County, and a few of those just within the last few years. And I think, to my knowledge, every one of those was someone who was either walking or driving or in a channel or somewhere that they shouldn't have been. If you stay at home and you shelter in place, no one has ever lost their life in their house or their place of business. So if you can wait a storm out, that's the best advice. These storms in the summer are generally pretty quick. They usually are over with in an hour or two. So if you can wait out a storm, that's a good thing to do. You can check our website, regionalflood.org. We have our rain gauges right on that website. They're very easy to, user-friendly. You can go in there and see where it's raining and how much it's raining so you know what areas to avoid. Also, we're very active on Twitter and social media, Facebook. We send out messages and let people know where it's raining, how much it's raining, to try to give you the information you need to make good decisions out there. So we just want to remind everyone to be flood safe out there. Let's have a nice, safe flash flood season. I want to also just quickly thank your Public Works Department. Mike Jansen and his staff have been very proactive at getting projects designed and built. These projects don't do us any good as lines on paper. They need to be built and in the ground and functioning. So kudos to them. Also to the maintenance people, Jerry Walker and his staff, keeping these channels and storm drains clean during the year. So thank you very much. Let's be flood safe out there.
Yes, and don't go away yet for a moment. Councilman Coffin?
Thank you. Thank you for letting me interrupt. I just wanted to say that I always take this opportunity every year to remind people that this flood control district was started with a really big fight in the legislature to get taxes. And it is amazing how close it was when it finally passed. 33 years later, we've raised about $1.5 billion, including some federal funds. But you're paying for it, ladies and gentlemen. Your quarter-cent sales tax is in there. And that's the only reason we're not washing away every year completely. Thank you.
Well, and to Mayor Pro Tem Tarkanian sits on flood control and has been for quite some time and has been here a long time. You know, I think what amazes me more than anything else, and I too am on flood control, the work that has been done these many years that Councilman Coffin just mentioned. But, you know, I see youngsters all the time playing on it. And I know we all remember what it was like to be between 12 and 25, 30. It's a game. Can I challenge this? Can I get across it? Can I beat you across it? And you're not immortal. And these flash floods are killers when you get caught in that strong tide. So the 6 inches that Mr. Parrish mentioned, when you get the power of water coming down off the mountains and going east, that's the flow channel. And when we do see all the work that's been done throughout southern Nevada, I mean, I think of the lives you've saved. But really, young people, it's not, don't challenge it. Don't challenge it. You don't want to be one of those numbers. And if you see somebody else, just walk away. Tell them, don't do it. Don't do it. Because you'll see something happen, and you won't be able to walk away from your friend. So don't do it. So water always wins. So, right. So water always wins is our slogan this year. I love it. So you'll see a lot of it on TV, and you'll hear on radio there are radios still in this world. You will hear when you're in a car or in a vehicle the warnings that will come across. So we thank you and thanks everybody who's been involved, Public Works, everyone that's been working in this effort. It's really been tremendous, and thank you. Thanks. Thank you, historian. No, it's wonderful to hear all those years in the legislature really paid off, because you need to be here for a long, long, long time so you can remind us of the fights that went on up there, as well as with a younger partner, Councilwoman Fiore, who was up there too. So thank you for telling us and bringing us up to speed. All right, Councilman Anthony, you're up. What have you got exciting today? I know something additionally.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, good morning, everyone. How are you? Good. That's really exciting. All right, we are going to recognize some collector car enthusiasts. So good morning, everyone. Good. It's my honor to celebrate the collector car hobby as an industry in the United States of America. Las Vegas is home to many car enthusiasts and businesses that support them and the industry. As you can see from the variety of cars out in front of City Hall, the interest and types of cars vary greatly, but the passion is constant. So hopefully you had a chance to see, I think we had 17 cars out in front that were absolutely mint condition. Very proud. The owners are very proud to bring them out and have all of you take a look at them. The industry has a sales of over $40 billion. SEMA, the Specialty Equipment Market Association convention, comes to Las Vegas every fall with their annual industry trade show. It is the second largest trade show in Las Vegas and brings over 140,000 visitors to our city and has an economic impact of $207 million in non-gaming revenue. And there are probably guys that like to gamble, so you could probably double that. The SEMA returns this year from October 30th to November 3rd. The United States Senate recently passed Senate Resolution 574, recognizing July 13th, 2018 as Collector Car Appreciation Day in the United States. The collection and restoration of historic and classic cars is an important part of preserving the technology, achievements, and cultural heritage of the United States. At this point, I'd like to invite Skeeter Rader to the podium. Skeeter, why don't you come on down here? Give him a nice round of applause. Skeeter is a new resident to the city of Las Vegas. He started the Collector Car Show, which became what we now know as a National Collector Car Appreciation Day. He helped SEMA to organize it and is active in the SEMA Action Network to raise awareness in state legislatures about the collector car hobby. Skeeter, you want to say a few words?
Just a couple.
Go right ahead.
First of all, I want to thank you, Mayor and council people, for allowing me the few minutes here to tell you about Collector Car Appreciation Day. As you said, there are several out in front. This is a multi-billion-dollar industry throughout the United States, and SEMA Action Network is lobbying so that it protects the owners of those cars so that we don't have to smog them in some states, and we don't have to do various alterations to them, and we don't have to pay taxes. There was actually a bill presented in Senate that proposed that they put a 30% tax annually on the appraised value of these collector cars, which they felt that collector car people had an expendable income. I only have one, and I don't have that much expendable income. So we're out there to make sure that we protect this. This is our heritage. It says in the resolution that it protects us historically and technological. And that means that it protects the economy of this country. And as you look at those cars out there, if you figure out what they cost, how much is invested, and multiply that by several million in this country, you'll see that this is a hobby we have a passion for, but we want to continue to have it, and we want to pass it on to the youth of this country.
Thank you. Yeah, very good. Yeah, I mean, that's actually our history. These cars that you preserve and collect are the history of the United States, and I appreciate you doing that. We have some of your members here. Would you please stand and be recognized? There you go. There's a couple over there. Okay, they're spread out. Thank you very much for sharing your car with us. John Baer, would you raise your hand? John Baer, former assistant to Councilman Beers. Thank you very much for continuing this effort. And Skeeter, for everything you do and for your club, I'd like to present you a proclamation signed by the mayor and the entire city council proclaiming today Collector Car Appreciation Day in the city of Las Vegas. Congratulations.
So now that I have that opportunity, I'd like to do Turnabout is Fair Play and present you with the resolution from the United States Assembly on Collector Car Appreciation Day.
Thank you. All right. Okay, thank you very much. Yes, it's a House resolution. All right, congratulations. Yep. All right, let's get one picture. Okay. Thank you, Skeeter. Thank you. Thanks all of you sharing your cars with us. Thank you very much.
Yeah, they are beautiful, as long as it doesn't rain later on, because who wants to wash them again and again and again? Okay, for our next item, Councilwoman Fiore recognizes some students who are accomplished in the classroom and in athletics. Lucky lady.
Thank you. I am so, so, so proud of our students and our athletes that are going to be coming up here. You know, once upon a time, when I was a kid, about 16, I was in the battle of the bands, right? Because I used to sing. But today we're going to talk about the Battle of the Books, which I have to tell you, I just love. And I want to congratulate the Somerset Academy Sky Point Campus middle school students for winning the Battle of the Books National Championship. These middle school students were given 6 book titles in September and spent the next several months reading and rereading these books. They created questions from the books. As they moved into December and January, the students began to quiz each other. They finally made it into the battle where they can be asked anything from those titles. Although the questions are basic, they are not related at all. They're not related at all. In February, the Somerset Academy held a campus battle where they can be asked, again, anything from those titles. And again, although those questions are basic, they're not related to the original questions. And the 7 students with the top scores advanced to the Las Vegas battle, where they competed against other Las Vegas Somerset Academy campuses. The Sky Point campus won that event, which gave them the opportunity to travel to Florida and battle against other Somerset schools throughout the country. They went on to win the national title by 6 points. So these kids have worked extremely hard and studied these books inside and out to the point that they knew them so well. Their efforts really paid off, and it is an honor to be able to recognize these outstanding students on their achievement. I would like to call up the winners first. The National Battle of the Books winners are Colin Norda, Kyra Pickens, Carson Arnold, John Nordstrom, Madeline Shimko, Andrew Pickens, Emma Hardy. So where's our certificates?
All right, there's the big one.
Yeah, the certificates are under here.
Okay, hold on.
Okay. No, but that
there
would.
they are, right
Yep.
there. Okay.
Thank you. Hello. So each one of you are going to get these certificates, and great. I'm going to pass them down, right? And they are almost in order. If you open them, you'll see. You want to hold on to Kira's? Yeah. Yep, they sure can. Okay. So the teacher advisor was Amy Chaplin, and the principal of Somerset is Lee Esplin. I would like to also call up our Lee. Perfect. Perfect. Okay, thank you guys. So right now, this is their plaque. Would you guys like to say a couple of words?
Well, I have to say, in fact, I just leaned over to my friend and said, oh my gosh, these are such great kids. We have had so much fun working together, studying together, but honestly, these kids, it was really them. They put in the work, they put in the effort. Their parents worked with them like crazy. It was really a group effort between a little bit of me and all of them, and a lot of help from their parents. And so I'm so proud of them, and I love that we have a program that celebrates reading, especially with the digital age that we're in, seeing these kids just buckle down and just read their hearts out and study and then, compete. And it was amazing. And so I'm just grateful that we had this opportunity, and I'm just so proud of these guys. So you want to give them another round of applause.
I too want to just quickly share a couple of things. It was an honor to be able to go and be with these young individuals, and to tell you to fly back to Florida with them. It wasn't the students you ever worried about, it was the adults. They were amazing. They were so respectful. Everybody complimented about what great kids they were. And when we watched them compete and when we watched them prepare before they competed, they were in a hotel room buckled down or in the lobby. They were all studying their books. They were challenging each other. The adults were helping them. And the day of the competition, they worked as a team. And they helped each other, supported each other, and worked together to come up with the answers. And in the competition for the elementary, I think it came out to be 1 point difference with two of them tying. And to win by 6 points tells you how well they knew these books and what great students they are. So congratulations. I'm glad to be a part of it.
Let's have a little word about Sky Point Academy. I did not know there was so many in the country. How many Sky Point Academies are there? And are they in every state? And how do people find out about enrolling?
So it all started in Florida. Several years ago, they started Somerset, which falls under the Academica umbrella, which there's multiple charters under the Academica. And several years later, they brought it to Vegas, where we have it here in Nevada. We have 7 schools. 2 will be opening up this year that are Somerset schools. There's also schools that have started just now in Texas. There's some schools in Colorado. And they just opened some that aren't Somerset but in Hawaii. And so it's starting to spread across. But here in Vegas, it's the best, absolutely. And Sky Point is a great campus. It's a K-12 campus. LOSI is a K-12, and the others are all K-8. But, you know, what a great opportunity. I worked with Clark County for 23 years, went over to this school, and I will tell you it's like having a rural school in an urban environment. And the teachers, the staff, and the families, the students are just amazing. Our website, if you go to our website, just do Somerset Academy Sky Point, you will find all the amazing things that are going on there.
Could I just ask, what were the books that you read?
I'm going to let the students explain all the books because I didn't read them in depth like they did, so I'll let them share really quick.
Okay. There was Ghost by Jason Reynolds about a track star and how he fought through his own personal challenges to become a star.
One was called Moving Target, and it was about a girl who was trying to escape from this group called the Hastati.
There was this book called See You in the Cosmos, which is basically about a 11-year-old boy who went to a rocket festival and basically had a lot of adventures trying to find his dad.
There's Sputnik's Guide to Life on Earth, and it's about this boy who meets this dog and then turns out to be from outer space, and a lot of crazy stuff happens. There's The Dreamer, and it's about this boy, and he's always like the worst at everything, the weakest, and he goes through a lot of hard trials and manages to find happiness.
There was Enchanted Air by Margarita L'Engle, and it was about a girl whose family lived in Cuba, and she couldn't visit them because there were strained relations between the USA and Cuba, and it was about how she had to deal with not being able to be with her family.
Okay, so now let's take a picture.
Okay, so how about we slide over to them since they're there?
Squeeze in and say read. Big smile.
Congratulations to all of us. You know, I lived on a farm, and that's all I had was books. Took me all over the world, right?
I'm going to give them to you. 4, 7, and 1 for you, and the principal, I think, maybe gave you 1 extra. Thank you. Good luck, good health, congratulations. All right, Councilwoman, you're on.
Isn't that exciting? Now we have the Somerset Academy Women's Lacrosse and Men's Volleyball. We also have 2 more teams from the Somerset Sky Point campus to recognize: the Division 3A Women's Lacrosse team, state champions, and the Division 3A Men's Volleyball team, state champions. So I'm going to call up the Somerset Academy, Sky Point campus, and the lacrosse team, Our Lady Eagles. Lauren Showrow, Katie Tylen, Sanat Soto, Viveka Liskas, Morgan Markowitz, sorry, Warren, Morgan Markowitz, Ellie Barras, London Brimhall, Brianna Davidite, Robin Trumbull, Bailey D'Souza, Emma Bailey, Hannah Price, Dominic Davis, Ari Murrah, Sarah Sproul, Riley Hazen, Danae Rangel, Lindsay Tylen. Okay, thank you, girls. And now we're going to, yes. Okay, perfect. I'm going to recognize the coaches and present the plaque for the team. The assistant coaches is Garth Bailey, Gu Shura, Alex Covington, Nate Cable, and our head coach, Blake Miles. Can you? Perfect. Okay. Perfect. So Blake, yeah, we're going to give you this, and we're going to take this off, and then we're going to hand you these.
Okay.
And then would you like to say a few words?
Oh, sure, I guess. This is super cool, being here, and it was a goal that we had from the beginning of the season, and I know we, on our team we always talked about sacrifice and all like the time spent like that you could use doing homework, playing with friends, going on social media, anything like that, and they were sacrificing for it, and so they worked hard, so they got what they were after, so it was really cool.
Thank you so much. Can we take a quick picture with everybody?
Picture?
Yep.
Get back down over here.
Yep.
Right?
You don't want to stand by me.
Squeeze in, everybody.
Get a picture of her.
Squeeze in. Don't you just block the person behind you. There we go. There you go. All right.
Do I take a knee?
Yeah, you squat down.
Eyes right here. Eyes right here. Big smile. Oh, yeah.
Take a knee.
You're already.
Here we go.
Okay.
All right, here we go. Eyes up here. Big smile.
So we had 18 on the team. We had 9 seniors that graduated, and all of them are going to college. And 4 of them are playing in college. 5? 18 on the team, 9 seniors, and all my seniors go to college. And then there's 4 coaches.
Give you 22 good luck there, Chip. Hold on. Good luck with health. Keep with you. All right.
No gambling? Yeah, I played back in Chicago. Yeah.
All right, but I want to, fine. Well, better you do now. Whoops, I just did that. That's 10. All right, just give it me. Oh, here. Let me do another 10. Okay. Whoops, I did it again. And now
Okay. Aren't they awesome? Is this on? Yep. Okay, we are going to recognize our Somerset Academy, Sky Point campus, our men's volleyball team, our Eagles. If I can have Nestor Quevedo come up, Ice Coles come up, Danny Cox, Hunter Bullock, Carson Driscoll, Luke Mackham, Brandon Dorsey, Ryan Headland, Travis Stratton, Jago Dristle, Jaden McFarland, Marcus Bonino, Brian Hewlett, and our coaches, I have to apologize if I butchered your names, Christy Dreskel and Eric Dreskel, our coaches. Men's volleyball. So where's our coaches? You guys want to say a few words? I want to give you this plaque, and then I want to give you all of our volleyball members' certificates.
I want to say a couple words, then I'll let Christy. So I just want to, we only have a few of our young men here today because most of them have jobs and they're all working and doing other things or graduating and moving on. We had one senior who's getting ready to go on an LDS mission, so he'll be leaving for 2 years. But I have to say that this is the first men's volleyball team that we have had at Sky Point. This is their first year to compete in NIAA sports. And to be a first team, to be the first one to compete at our school, and to be able to take a state championship is pretty amazing. And they are also, I believe, well, they are in the state of Nevada. They are the first charter school to win a state championship in an athletic event in the state of Nevada. And you can tell they're great athletes, but I watched them grow throughout the season and come together as a team. And you know, you're only as effective as you play together as a team. And by the end, they were well oiled and they worked very well together. But that's because of their coaches and the hard work that the coaches put in. And Christy was actually named the 3A State Coach of the Year for men's volleyball this year. So we want to make sure she gets recognized as well.
I just want to give serious props to these boys because not only did we have to produce and generate just using our student body, which is relatively small compared to the competition of the Clark County schools that we were going against, only 4 of the boys of the 13 that were on the team had prior volleyball experience. I'm a PE teacher, so I recruited somebody who had a fast mile time. I recruited lacrosse players. I recruited basketball players, and they are just athletes. And so but to add on to the charter school, we're the 5th in history for a charter school to take a state title. So that's pretty significant. But it's the boys. They're true athletes. They're very, very gracious. They're very, very kind, understanding, and they're very, very coachable. So props to their parents and props to them.
Thank you. Okay, I was taking a picture of the back of your shirt. Can you turn around and show everyone your shirt? This shirt is a keeper for the rest of his life. It has all of his teammates' names on it. It is really, really cool. So now let's take a picture all together.
We're really great with this young man. He's our leader here.
There you go, squeeze in. There you go. Headland, you better smile.
Oh.
He's a basketball kid, they don't smile.
Okay. Congratulations.
Wonderful. We're so proud of you guys. Wonderful. Congratulations. And Coach, it's wonderful.
Thank you.
Proud. Okay, for our final item, we have a real celebration here, 25 years. And so if Councilman Coffin will come forward, please. What are we celebrating today? Tell us.
Today we are celebrating the 25th anniversary of the founding of the Center, which I suppose you could say in the early days was called the LGB Center. Then it became the LGBT Center, and now it's the LGBTQ Center. And if anybody adds another letter to that, they're banned. I mean, they're going to have to move to Clark County because we don't have enough room in the city for that. I think that most of you who live in the city know that the Center has been a vital contributor to the life of downtown, right on Maryland Parkway, just north of Charleston, between Charleston and Fremont, is a store that I knew as a carpet store, a paint store, and the gay, lesbian, bisexual community converted it into a wonderful place to be, not only to convene for meetings, but to really have a good time and to also welcome people. Not only members of that community, of which you know many, all of us know many people in that community, but also anybody else who needs some help or some services downtown. The Center hosts a clinic. A lot of times people come in from the community and they are given advice, medical advice, and food if they need it. There are a lot of things that this center does, a real shining light on Maryland Parkway. And so, Andre Wade, you're the executive director. Would you please come on down here? I know you're here, Andre. Good, man. Good. Oh, and you brought somebody with you, so you get to introduce everybody you brought with you, Andre. Okay, Andre, what is your name, ma'am?
Dr. Tamara Griffin.
Hello, doctor. Thank you. Dr. Tamara Griffin is with Andre. So you see, the best of our city is represented there. I cannot tell you how many. I drive by nearly every day, and always the lights are on. Something important is happening. The city has partnered with the center for the last 5 years to help support it, to help get it off the ground. And I remember the ribbon cutting. Mayor and I were there. 5 years seems like yesterday. But the thing is that the organization has grown. They are always on the lookout for raising money, and so they're going to have a fundraiser, a big gala in October, and we can let Andre talk about that right now. But let me just say, you can overtalk about what you do, but I'm not really a part of the community. You know, it's like, but my brother was, my little brother was, and so he brought me to the community. And so many friends of mine who or I did know at one time or did not know were part of this community. And that's what I see in the last 25 years, frankly, the last 35 years of public service, how things have changed from the terrible, terrible, bloody arguments in the Nevada legislature just 25 years ago to today's arguments about human rights and about equal rights, all things that count for all citizens. We're settling down. It's still taking time. Nothing ever really gets settled in the consciousness of this country very quickly, but it's slowly becoming part of our culture. Andre, please say a few words for us.
First, I want to thank Mayor Goodman for all your support, and the City Council, in particular Bob Coffin. It has taken a village to get us to this 25 years of existence. As Councilman Bob Coffin referenced, you know, the LGBTQ community is a community that's been unsupported primarily throughout history and facing discrimination and harassment. And so for us to be here and standing strong with great state laws in place compared to other places in the nation is really remarkable. The city of Las Vegas has been a tremendous support for the center. As mentioned, we've moved into our building on 401 South Maryland Parkway 5 years ago. We could not have done it without the support of the council and Mayor Goodman and the support of our community, including volunteers. So to commemorate 25 years, we're asking for folks to not only to donate $25, you can go to our website, thecenterlv.org/donate, but also you can find out about our annual gala, the honorarium that we have every year. On that website /honorarium, you'll find out who we're honoring. In part is Senator Cortez Masto and the rock band Imagine Dragons. So we're really excited for them to be our Allies of the Year this year. I also want to have a special mention to some of the staff, like Dr. Lisa Morris-Hibbler, Kathy Thomas-Gibson, Lori Lopez, who have continued to help provide support to the programs and services that we provide around the grants and community engagement. We have a cyber center, a lending library, event hall space. We provide programs and services for youth ages 13 to 24, transgender, people living with HIV, seniors, as well as the free testing that Bob mentioned. And we serve people regardless of sexual orientation and gender identity. And you can go down there anytime during the day, check out our new cafe, the Little Rainbow Cafe, and find a host of people having meetings, eating, and gathering in a space that's in downtown Las Vegas. So again, thank you all for your support. And we'll see you all at the honorarium, and we'll be looking for your $25 donations. Thank you.
Mayor, do you want to say anything? Well, okay, I'll tell you what. I know that what we have to give you today is a proclamation, and there's more. But the proclamation is just a symbol of what we really feel in our hearts. And in Ward 3, the old downtown Las Vegas, where I grew up, it's a real honor to have been selected as the area where you would move in. And Andre, I know you're not an old-timer in this community, but you've been accepted as one. This proclamation essentially says what we've said already. So I want to present you with a copy of this proclamation so you can turn it around for the fans to see. And I think you better introduce, did you introduce everybody? Oh, I think so, sir.
So first I'd like to introduce Dr. Tamara Griffin. She's our manager of HIV services. And Donna Edwards, she is a board member from 2005-2006. So she can testify to our 25 years. Board member Brian Hosier, staff member Blue Montana, and board member Garrett Patiani.
Thank you, Andre. Here are 2 more copies of the proclamation. We will get more for everyone who came up here. And if you need more, please just ask us. That 5, that will give you more. Felipe's ready. Felipe Ortiz. Something really nice happened 5 years ago when we cut the ribbon, so to speak. Christy Garness, who is in charge of all our functions outside the building and some of them inside, has a creative mind, and she did a ribbon, a multicolored ribbon for that opening. I hope it is still around, or pieces of it are still there, because I suggested that those pieces become very important memories of an occasion, and they can be, something that lasts forever. Christy, continuing to work for us, all of us, has now come up with something new that will be very, I think, appreciated, and I think you're going to like it. Mayor, we have for you what in essence could be a flag from us. Made by Christy Garness for all of you. So we are honored by your presence. Thank you very much for coming in, and I'll see you down there and have a cup of coffee with you real soon. Okay? Everybody. Thank you. Mayor, do you want to add?
Thank you. Yes, and I can't wait. You've just reopened the Rainbow Cafe. It was different before. We ate there. Great food. So is there a particular item that we should look forward to eating at the Rainbow Cafe? Any special?
I love the peanut butter and jelly smoothie.
Oh, can I do that? Your favorite, Doctor?
All the salads and the wraps are really delicious.
So we stay trim like you, right? All right. Have you been there?
I have. Salads.
Salads.
Definitely.
Okay. Smoothies. Go peanut butter, right?
The unicorn toast is delicious.
Now, what is a unicorn toast?
Unicorn toast has colors on it, some avocado, bacon, all sorts of good stuff.
Oh. How much does that cost?
I think it's about $5, but it tastes like it's $10 worth. So.
Beautiful. Boy, are you a good salesperson.
You have to catch the unicorn first. I like the coffee there. I'm a coffee.
Coffee, so go for it. Go to the Rainbow Cafe, and the address is, I know it's where the V is.
401 South Maryland Parkway.
And if you want to help, we're not allowed to ask for donations, but I don't care.
I'm allowed to ask. So you can go to our website, thecenterlv.org/donate, and you can donate any amount, and reoccurring donations are always helpful. So thank you all for your support. Without you, we couldn't be here for 25 years.
Way to go, Andre. So thank you. Thank you. Congratulations. Oh, picture. So we'll come. This one can go back again. Well, no, we're good. We're going to squish Councilman. Right. Come on back. All right, there we go. Great. Okay, so let's come this way so we get the beautiful city seal. And let's have Mayor Pro Tem find a small way through.
Okay.
Great. Thank you all. Have a great week. That looks beautiful. That's really nice. Christy Garnis, are you in here somewhere? There she is in back. Thanks to Christy Garnis right there, our creative one. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, real quick, Councilwoman Fiore reminded me before we end our ceremonies that it's National Car Day, as we heard earlier, and I want to recognize Paul Casey, who's here. Hey, Paul, back there. And Councilwoman Fiore and I represented the city and half of downtown Fremont Street Experiences in Ward 5 for the Las Vegas Car Stars, which was on June the 14th and 15th and 16th, and we were there. And so thanks, Paul, for all you do. And we had the car that was there that was featured was in the movie Christine, and it was a great day. I rode in on the Ghostbusters ambulance car that was there. Yeah, and Councilwoman Fiore was in the Back to the Future DeLorean, so it was great. So, you know, congratulations to you. Oh, is that right? Oh, look at that.
By the cast of Christine.
Oh, look at that. And I didn't even know you was going to do this. You brought gifts. Ghostbusters. Yeah, that's fantastic. Thank you. All right, thank you.
Yeah, Paul's been around for quite some time. Has been so supportive of so many positives for our city. And his beautiful family, they are usually down on Fremont Street, which everybody in the city appreciates the events that he sponsors that are held to help us in our downtown area. So we are going to now, it's 7 minutes after, if this watch is correct. So we'll take a 12-minute recess so we can switch over our technology. Thank you. You don't want this.
How are you, sir?
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, Councilman, you're there, right?
Okay, we are ready to resume. Thank you. Councilman Soroka, you're on the phone?
Reading from what?
Okay, thank you. All right. Okay, we're on to agenda item 11. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters on the agenda for action. The amount of time any single speaker is allowed may be limited. All comments made will be cross-referenced to those specific items. If anyone presented a speaker card or who wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda, please come to the podium and state your name for the record. This is your opportunity to address the council, but council is not able to respond or engage in dialogue. We'll set the time at 2 minutes this morning, so Madam Clerk, if you would do that. And for those of you who are on items that are being read only into the agenda today, they will proceed on, I believe, to the July 30th recommending, which will be held in the building at 10 a.m. So any items that are just being read into the record in your agenda, July 30th at 10 a.m. So, pardon? 82 through 96 in specifics. There may be others, but that one for sure. Okay. Please. Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. John Lelu here on behalf of NAIOP. 300 South 4th Street is my address. I'm here to speak about item 86, which Your Honor just addressed, will be read into the record, so my comments are going to be very brief. This particular item relates to an item that the council heard back in May. NAIOP was opposed to that item, but was not permitted to speak on that item at that particular council meeting. In addition, NAIOP requested twice on the record and once in writing to be part of the stakeholder meetings that ultimately gave rise to the final language in that ordinance. Those requests were never responded to. We have the same objections to item 86 that we had to the May ordinance. And again, the same request. We want to be part of any stakeholder meetings. We're going to be part of the recommending committee on July 30th. But that being said, we did want to make an appearance today to let you know that we are interested, we are opposed, and we want to make a record for ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lelu, would you make sure that the clerk has a copy of those? I just want to double check.
I just have the agenda, but I will give the clerk the copy and I will send it to you.
And you might even attach it to every council person.
Yes. Thank you.
If you would. Thank you. Next, please state your name for the record. Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Members of the council, Stephanie Allen, 1980 Festival Plaza, here on behalf of the property owners for 180 land, 70 acres, and 4 stars. We echo NAIOP's comment. Similarly, at the May hearing on the first phase of this ordinance, we weren't allowed the opportunity to express our concerns with that ordinance at the public hearing. We're here today to just reserve that right to do so and to participate in the recommending committee. We did speak on this at the Planning Commission back in April several months ago, and the Planning Commission recommended denial of this ordinance. We have some real concerns with it being anti-development, and I'll reserve those for the time that we have at recommending, hopefully, and hopefully we'll have a chance at that time to participate in the public process.
And I know you have it on your calendar,
yes.
July 30th. No, this is non-comment. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Good morning, Mayor Goodman and members of the Las Vegas City Council. I'm speaking in regards to item number 125.
Name?
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Kanita Mote, and I'm here on behalf of the Culinary Workers Union. We're speaking in regards to number 125. Item number 125, my apologies. We represent approximately 57,000 hotel and casino workers in Las Vegas on the Strip and downtown. I'm here to give you an update on our contract negotiations with downtown Las Vegas employers. We are thrilled that the Plaza, the Fremont Hotel and Casino, Main Street Station, and the Golden Nugget have tentatively agreed to contracts that ensure quality jobs and labor peace for Las Vegas and Clark County residents for the next 5 years. Unfortunately, the D and Golden Gate Casino, whose 18 Fremont Street development is slated for approval later today, has not agreed. Quality jobs and labor peace are not only good for our members, but they are good for our city. As you no doubt know, Las Vegas is experiencing near-record visitation numbers. In 2017, major resorts in downtown Las Vegas saw net income rise 111.3% compared to 2016. Just as exciting is LVCVA's 2017 visitor profile, which reports that 58% of all visitors to Las Vegas said they visited downtown, with an even more impressive 68% of millennial visitors making the trip down to Fremont Street. I made that trip, it's really cool. Our members look enthusiastically towards the future and the new development rapidly taking place in downtown Vegas. In the contracts we have settled on the Strip and the downtown so far, we have secured stronger and much-needed language to address sexual harassment and safety issues in the workplace. We also secured an economic package that reflects the health of the industry. However, we are concerned about the progress of negotiations with the D and Golden Gate casinos. Members of the Culinary Union have authorized labor actions up to and including a strike if a fair agreement is not reached. We have reached a fair agreement with the majority of the Strip and downtown employers. These responsible employers have ensured labor peace. We urge you to call on the remaining employers to reach a fair agreement soon.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We
Absolutely.
appreciate it. That's it.
Absolutely.
That's it. Thank you very
no
much.
worries. Thank you so
Appreciate
much.
it. Good luck.
Oh, and we've already given copies. Mr. Regalado, another member, and I have already given copies to the clerk.
Wonderful.
Thank you so much, Your Honor.
We appreciate that. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Miguel Regalado. I'm a member of the Culinary Union for 5 years. I've been a porter at the D downtown Las Vegas. I'm really concerned about the lack of progress in our negotiations with our employer. Other downtown casinos have quickly reached agreements, and we have not. My co-workers and I see growth occurring downtown. This growth has allowed my employer to make big investments downtown, including the Old Las Vegas Club. The D is not successful without us. We believe investing in downtown doesn't just mean investing in buildings. It means investing in workers and providing good jobs and benefits. Our contract proposals include language to protect us from sexual harassment, and when we work alone or in isolated areas. Unfortunately, these are dangers we face as hospitality and service workers in Las Vegas. We also want a fair economic package. The casinos are doing well. The other companies have agreed. Why not the D? Workers like me rely on employers for livelihood, but our employers rely on us to operate the hotel. Our casino needs good workers, and we need good contracts. If negotiations do not move forward, my union brothers and sisters are prepared to do what it takes to get a fair contract. The workers at the Plaza, Fremont Hotel and Casino, Main Street Station, and Golden Nugget have tentative agreements for a fair contract. We should do too. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you. You did that perfectly. 2 minutes. You've got it right down there.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm watching. Anybody else?
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Ghanem-Ham on behalf of 180 Land, 70 acres, and 4 stars. And I'm here in the public comment section because the last time, I'm here on agenda item number 86. The last time we were prevented from speaking before you passed the first part of the ordinance. So I want to just make a few points. This proposed bill, if you haven't had a chance to review it, I think you should take the opportunity, because as it stands, the new guidelines for certain property owners, regardless of whether they apply to develop the property or not, include criminal penalties for noncompliance. And each day a property owner is in noncompliance, it constitutes a separate violation under this proposed bill, and it is punishable by a fine of $1,000 or 6 months in jail. So it's quite shocking to see that in this ordinance. Simply put, if a property owner is not in compliance for a single week, the city may fine him or her $7,000 to subject him or her to 3.5 years of imprisonment. The property, formerly known as the Badlands Golf Course, is neither a golf course nor open space. It has been zoned RPD 7 for many years. We have paid millions of dollars of taxes to the state Nevada taxing authorities in Clark County, who have classified this property as residential property. But we understand, nevertheless, that the point of this ordinance is to apply it to this particular property. So I just want to be clear, we did send a letter through our outside counsel, which is both Mr. Hutchison and Mr. Chesnoff, to all of you yesterday. We asked that it be provided to you for this matter. If you haven't seen it, I'd like to submit it into the record today. Yes, thank you. So I just want to be clear, this particular ordinance as it stands is a clear violation of our constitutional rights and will be met with legal action. Application of the proposed bill to us would violate the ex post facto clause of the U.S. and Nevada constitutions, which prohibits government from passing laws that impose punishment for acts that were not punishable at the time they were committed.
And you did hear me speak to the issue that this will be in front of recommending July 30th. It's being read into the record today.
I just want to make one last comment, and I want you all to think about what message this sends to the business community.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Jeff Belcher. I live at 150 Las Vegas Boulevard North, Unit 1713. Proud member of the Ogden is Home, and represent over 90 owners, residents, and voters. I'd like to speak briefly about agenda item number 77, which is going to be a city council discussion about the short-term rental code enforcement compliance efforts. I would like to highlight the almost impossible task that they have when dealing with a high-rise building. To find an owner operating an illegal, unlicensed short-term rental, they have to be essentially caught in the act, which means that they have to find an illegal operator in a high-rise. Multiple events have to align perfectly. First, they have to have a tip that the unit is rented. This has to be on a day that they're working and able to come out and inspect. Next, after coming to the building, the renter has to be physically in the unit. Third, the renter has to be there and willing to answer the door. 4, the renter has to agree to talk to code enforcement. 5, the illegal renter has to admit they rented the unit as a short-term rental. If they say they're just a guest of the owner, they're off the hook. We have personal knowledge that short-term rental owners repeatedly remind and coach illegal renters not to answer the door, refuse to talk to code enforcement, and to not admit that they rented the unit short-term. We also have personal knowledge that there are illegal units with a big sign hanging in the unit reminding illegal renters not to talk to code enforcement. How can code enforcement possibly do its job given these limitations and realities? As a result, there are, to this day, dozens of illegal rentals in my building that continue to operate with impunity. This past weekend, I personally reported 13, did you guys hear me? 13 illegal short-term rentals I personally reported this weekend, 4 of which are on this afternoon's agenda seeking waivers. I'm eager to hear the discussion for agenda item 77. I'm anticipating that the report will indicate that code enforcement is faced with significant challenges in trying to enforce the ordinance in a high-rise location. Separately, on behalf of the 90 owners, residents, and voters of the Ogden, please do not obey agenda items 109 through 114 today.
They've
been obeyed 5 times. I hear they're asking for a request. Please put our safety and security concerns over big business.
Thank you. And I'm asking our attorney, if you would, Ms. Ponticello.
Please don't deny.
These items are being obeyed?
As of right now, they're not scheduled for abeyance.
But I've been told there is a request.
But
this would be the 6th time they'd be obeyed.
There's a request.
There is a request here on agenda item 86 that was submitted by Hutchinson and Steffen, so will be voted on, or does it just go right on the list?
I think that letter is regarding agenda item 86. The items that this
109
gentleman is
through
discussing
114.
is on the afternoon agenda,
no.
on the planning session, on 109 to 1.
Okay.
And if there is an actual request that has come in to
I'm going to
abate-
ask Councilman Coffin to walk down to you. He has a comment, and he has asked me, can he make comment? And I've asked him not to, please, but let him come down and speak to you, and
That's
then you
fine.
make a determination. Will you go tell her what you want to say?
Thank you.
Don't
Please
go
don't
away.
obey.
Hold on one second. It's not into him.
Mayor,
Thank you.
the city clerk's office did receive via email a request from Mr. Siebert of Moreland Law Firm, it looks like, to obey those items until August 15th.
Okay. Now I have to wait for them to hear. I'm sure he's a registered attorney. Is he here or California? Where is he from?
Does he have the authority to be able to request the abeyance?
Luann Holmes, city clerk for the record. In the email, it states that he represents Bruce Tiffany, Marler, the Marshall Family Trust, William and Sandy Gleason, Pam Joyner, Daniel Dugan, and Jack and Hildy Lancaster.
All of who are out-of-state investors.
Okay, if I might, Ms. Panicello, the city clerk has just repeated that. When did you get an email yesterday?
We received it this morning at 8:30.
Would you repeat it again, because she was talking with Councilman Coffin at my request?
It's an email requesting the abeyance of items 109 through 114 to the August 15th meeting, and the request came from Mr. Matthew Siebert, Esquire. He states that he's representing Bruce and Tiffany Marler, the Marshall Family Trust, William and Sandy Gleason, Pamela Joyner, Daniel Dugan, and Jack and Hildy Lancaster.
So based on the official request that we have received from the attorney, you have the discretion to consider it in item number 12 to obey, just like with the other items that are going to be obeyed, or you can wait till the afternoon, at
To
the
obey
afternoon
it.
session to
Okay.
obey.
We can consider it this morning because there are people that are here that want to speak to it, for them to have to wait till the afternoon to find that we're going to obey it. We can address obeying it this morning?
You could address obey at item number 12.
At item 12, okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor.
Okay, anyone else wishing to be heard? Okay, let's move on to agenda item 12. For possible action, any items that the council staff and/or applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, withdrawn, held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward, acted upon at this time. Then, are you with us, Councilman Soroka? I am. Okay, we'll get to you too when I ask for council input. Okay, if you would, please, Councilwoman, Mayor Pro Tem.
These items have been requested to be held in abeyance. Consent item 27, approve award of contract number 170117PH, co-location facilities agreement, including indemnity provision, Department of Information Technology, award recommended to switch. The action requested is to strike, and it was requested by staff. In addition, item number 73, a discussion item, time certain 11 a.m., hearing and discussion for possible action regarding a complaint for disciplinary action against Asian Flower Massage and Diana Darlison at 3201 West Sahara Avenue, Suite B. There is an abeyance to August 1st, 2018, requested by the applicant. And lastly, item number 74, a discussion item, which was time certain at 11 a.m., hearing and discussion for possible action regarding a complaint for disciplinary action against Lotus Flower Massage and Diana Darlison at 4507 West Sahara Avenue, number 2. Again, that's an abeyance to August 1st. It was requested by the applicant because the lawyer for the applicant is in court. He cannot be here. So those are the three, Mayor. And I move...
if I might ask, are those last two, 73 and 74, also at a time certain at 11?
Yes, we will put them on the agenda for time certain.
No, I need to ask that.
Okay.
That's what we're doing.
But
So
if-
that's your motion.
The motion is pertaining to those 3 items to be struck, and the first one to be struck, and the last 2 to be obeyed, and I move to approve.
But here's what I need
And
to
Madam
add.
Mayor,
We need more.
with respect
we
to
need
item,
more.
the
Hold on a
items,
second, we can't hear,
Okay.
can I hear the lawyer first?
Yeah.
with respect to the items 109 to 114, item 97 will cover any items to be stricken or obeyed on the planning agenda. And that's the most appropriate time, especially since notices have gone out to all the people that need to be present at time 1 o'clock agenda. Okay?
All right.
So my recommendation is to consider it under item number 97.
Well, I have a question, Your Honor, a point of order, I suppose.
Okay.
It might be this, I guess, legal clarification, because I was just told 5 minutes ago by our counsel that item 12 would also be a good place to move to obey those very same items. It's certainly allowed in our rules, as I understand. The only reason is we have people from there here, and so for their convenience, I want it to be noticed that, and I'm going to add to the motion, to obey all of those. And the reason is there is legal work going on now. The residents, like Jeff, are represented by Attorney Kevin Christensen. The HOA, the homeowners, the big one, the HOA thing, that's which really represents owners' interests. They are now involved. And thirdly, the people who are STRs, they are involved. So we got 3-way now, finally, representation. That we forced it on them so that they can begin to discuss this in an orderly fashion. So that's why I think given 4 or 5 hours advance notice, or 2 hours advance notice, to say people shouldn't have to come, provided my amendment to the motion is or accepted, or if the councilwoman would prefer to just add those in.
Well, my motion only dealt with the 3 items that had been given to me that already were determined yesterday. So anything that happened in the last 2 or 3 hours, I do not have that here.
And I'm going to add some to it.
Okay.
If with your permission, because you're the
Well,
person
can
who
we
made
just
the motion.
okay? Can we just do these 3? Because I think these 3 are easy. I don't know if we'll have questions on it.
Okay, well, I
There's
know
not
our
gonna be any argument about this one.
city clerk wants to make comment, and I see our attorney wants to speak, and Councilman Anthony. So I think that's a good idea. Let's get these 3 out of the way. There's a motion to strike on...
We have to add
keep it
something
open. We're
else.
going to keep
Yeah.
this open.
So, yeah.
So we're going to, what is the...
You're going to stay on the same order?
We're staying on the same order, which is we're still staying on 12, but we are going to, there's a motion to strike 27 and obey to a time certain of 11 o'clock items 73, 74, and obey them to August 1st. So let's take this and get those done. So let's go ahead and vote on those, and then please post. And then what we're doing, just taking those first 3 that Mayor Pro Tem had mentioned and cited, we're striking agenda item 27, which is an abeyance item from the co-location facilities agreement. That has been asked by staff to strike that. And then we are voting to obey to August 1st, time certain, 11 o'clock, for agenda items 73 and 74 as requested by the applicant. That's all we're doing at this point. Then we're going to stay on 12 and continue the dialogue with our city clerk and attorney as to what we as a body can vote on at this point of something in the afternoon or not. So how say you, how say you on those 3 items? Thank you very much, and please post. Okay, those passed. Now, let's go back first to our attorney, then we'll come to Councilman Anthony, please, and then back this way.
So I do want to clarify that item 12 does allow for abeyance or strike items from the council agenda. However, item number 97, which is very similar, refers to the afternoon agenda. And my concern is making sure that all the applicants and the general public understand that at that point in time, the afternoon agenda will be considered, and that's perhaps a more appropriate time to consider abeyance of items 109 to 114.
Okay.
That's my comment.
And I'm seeing our clerk, did you want to add something? Because I think of having asked those questions, I'd been told in the past 7 years, many times you can't obey in the morning something on the afternoon agenda.
Correct, Mayor. Luann Holmes, City Clerk. In addition to what legal counsel advised you, you have to take into account that we notice the afternoon items, that there will be no action taken on them until after 1. And since we put that notice out in compliance with the open meeting law, we really shouldn't be taking action in the morning.
Okay. So just for those of you who are there, unless the ceiling falls in, which we never know in this day and age, and especially with the monsoon weather, we will take this up 97 in the afternoon session. But I think you've heard the discussion, and it looks as if, and especially with the announcement from the city clerk about the notification from the attorney for those, how many units? 7? Were they 7 units?
7 or 8, I don't know, it doesn't matter.
Okay. It's all right, somewhere around 7. Okay. So we will then move on to agenda item 13.
No. I've been
wait,
asking.
wait, I have to go first of all to Councilman Anthony.
Hold one sec.
Let me get to Councilman
Go
Anthony.
ahead.
Please,
Yep.
Councilman, you're fine?
That's what I was going to
Okay, go ahead then, please.
Thank
Anthony.
you. Sorry to interrupt, Madam Mayor. However, I consider my staff very diligent, and I would like to be able to ask staff on our consent new bills read in on item number 86, not address it with the public, but ask staff a few questions on that. It's a very important bill that contains to Silverstone in my ward. So how do you want to do that? Do you want to pull it and ask staff later, or how do you want to do that?
That is where we're reading, to my knowledge.
It's not
they're
just an
they're being read. So it is morning agenda. So if Councilwoman has some comments at the time the bill is being read in this morning's session on 86, should she make the commentary now on her request for that, or wait till it is read into the agenda?
Councilwoman, I believe it would be more appropriate to do it at the time of the new bills. Typically, we do not take discussion, and it just goes to the recommending committee.
Yeah. So I don't want to discuss it. I just have a few questions on it, and because it's being read into, and discussion with questions for our staff specifically, and because it's being read into the record today, I would like you to read the bill in full.
Okay. So that's been a request. Councilwoman's asking for the full N86, that entire bill be read in its totality at the time of the reading of the bill. Correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Because then I have specific questions on it. For staff only,
And I believe that the more appropriate time would be when we get to new bills.
Okay, so we'll get there. You make
Not at the time when we're holding, striking, tabling, whatever.
So if you're here at that time, can we get a copy of the bill so you can read the whole thing, please? Thank you. No, with a notification to have the whole bill. Okay, so we are... Please go ahead, Councilman.
Wondering if that would be more appropriate as recommending committee members ask councilwoman that level of discussion is what recommending committee is actually for.
Thank you, Councilman Soroka. Absolutely not. We're reading it into the record today, and I am requesting that we read it because this bill affects my ward greatly. They gave you their opinion, Mr. Soroka.
Okay. So we'll continue on, and it's just a request, Councilman, that the bill be read in totality, which I think is in order, and any other bill could always be read in its comprehensive nature. So there will be no discussion or anything, and from what I understand from Councilwoman, what she has said, she wants it read fully into the record at that time so she can then speak with staff about it. Okay? Thank you. Thank you. Well, It will be there for the public. That meeting, July 30th at 10 a.m. at recommending, will be also comprehensive, and I'm sure it will be asked to happen again. So that's a time certain. Correct. Right, you're correct. She's not asking for discussion, which is inappropriate. She's just asking for it to be read in full. And that will happen again at recommending, I'm sure. Okay, let's move on to 13. For possible action to approve the final minutes by reference in May 21st, 2018 Special Joint City Council Redevelopment Agency Budget Meeting, and the June 6, 2018 Regular City Council Meeting. Mayor Pro Tem, is there a motion to approve the minutes, please?
I move to approve the minutes.
Thank you very much. Is a motion? Please vote. Thank you very much, Councilwoman. And that motion carries. Thank you very much. Okay, agenda items 14 through 71, with the exception of 27, on the consent agenda are considered to be routine, recommended for approval by the departments, and may be enacted in one motion. Note that the record should reflect my abstention on items 15, 35, and 36 as they pertain to medical marijuana-related business, and one of my sons is involved in that industry. I will be voting on all other items. Are there any items council wishes to bring forward? Anybody? Other items? Okay, Mayor Pro Tem, may I have a motion? Please.
You weren't including item number 27 in that.
Right, it says with the exception of 27.
Okay, thank you. Move to approve.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve. Please vote and please post. Thank you, and Councilman Soroka says affirmative. And Councilwoman, yours.
Oh my gosh.
Motion's carry. Thank you very much. We will now move on to agenda item 72, which is administrative, and discussion for possible action regarding the ratification of Tim Hacker as Chief of Public Safety Services, salary $195,000 and benefits from the general fund. And good morning.
Good morning. Scott Adams, City Manager. It is my distinct pleasure to present to you this morning for ratification Tim Hacker as our new Chief of Public Safety Services. Let me give you a little bit of Tim's background. Just as an aside, I served on Tim's selection committee back in 2014, early 14, when we hired him as our Parks and Recreation Director, when we had restructured that department when it previously was in Neighborhood Services as part of Neighborhood Services. He has whipped that department into shape. One of the things we wanted to do is put a team in place that would administratively really get things done in that department, and under his leadership they've done that. So he's been with the city since that time. But prior to that, Tim has an extensive career in city management. He's actually been the city manager in 4 different cities, spanning a career of almost 20 years, and his longest tenure was in Kewanee, Illinois, where he was city manager there for almost 10 years. Tim has an undergraduate degree in community and regional planning from Iowa State, and he has a Master of Public Administration from Southern Illinois University. And Tim also holds the Distinguished Certified City Manager designation under the International City Managers Association. He's one of 3 of us on your team, that included Orlando and myself, that hold that distinction. And he also enjoys fishing. If you try to get a hold of him on a Friday or a Saturday, he may be in the middle of a lake somewhere in the middle of Nevada and outside of cell coverage. If that happens, call me. And I'll send a drone in to get Tim. So it's my great pleasure to present Tim to you for ratification.
Thank you. Mr. Hacker, did you want to say anything?
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. I'm just really humbled to join an incredible team that Scott has assembled when he took the helm, and I'm honored to have served as your Parks and Rec Director for the last 4 years with a great team that will continue to do really great things for the community, and of course, just very enthusiastic to take on new roles and responsibilities to serve this community in new ways. So I appreciate it.
Thank you. Any comments? I'll make a motion to go ahead and accept the recommendation of the city manager to appoint Tim Hacker as Chief of Public Safety Services with the salary and benefits as indicated. So there's a motion I have made, and Councilman Soroka? And I know Councilwoman, she'll probably come in and give you an oral something when she comes back, so hold her slot. And I have to say, it was so wonderful. For those of you who don't know, there's a show on 1002 called Hello Mayor, and I had Mr. Hacker and Jonna from his Parks and Rec, and I asked for his title, knowing what might be in the offing here, so that was the last time you said Director of Parks and Rec. And so this is exciting, and would you please post? And that motion carries. Congratulations. Very proud. So I don't know how late, when Councilwoman comes back in, I know she'll want to, I can't vote for her, but can you just, can she do it even if it's in a few minutes? Perfect. So very exciting. We look forward to it, and I know Councilman Coffin made a whole big to-do yesterday about Director Hacker's new haircut. So maybe one of those volleyball players that we saw this morning from the men's team is next. Were you shaving in public, Your Honor? Okay, so now we are on to, we're going to pull forward agenda item 76. That's been a request. If you will, turn to 76, because 73 and 74, as you know, have been obeyed time certain August 1st, and there's a plane to catch. So agenda item 76 is discussion of possible action regarding a First Amendment to sublease agreement between the City of Las Vegas City and the Nevada Preservation Foundation, NPF, a 501c3 nonprofit corporation, for the purpose of economic development totaling approximately 917 square feet of office space located at 330 West Washington Avenue. This is in Ward 5 with Councilman Creer. And yes, Mr. Arndt.
Thank you, Mayor Goodman, members of the City Council. For the record, Bill Arndt, Director, Economic and Urban Development. With me today is a board member of Nevada Preservation Foundation, Russell Rowe. Susan Fisher from the board is also seated in the audience, and we also have Susie Van Ness, who is the Director of Heritage Programming. Executive Director Heidi Swank was with us, but she actually had to catch a noon flight out of McCarran to attend a preservation event, which was actually in support of our preservation activities in the community and supporting all the events that take place at the historic West Side School. So we appreciate Heidi for being here earlier. I would like to read a change into the record. There was a minor Scribner error in the agenda item itself. The item read that the space is, quote, totaling approximately 917 square feet of office space. That number should be 753 square feet. We don't believe it material changes the subject matter, and check with the clerk's office and the attorney's office, and would just like to read that change into the record. The item itself I'd like to cover and then turn it over to Russell and Susie, pardon me. Nevada Preservation Foundation is a 501c3 nonprofit organization, and its primary goal is to preserve, revitalize, educate, and advocate for the preservation of historic buildings and places. And we have a wonderful asset, which is not only a Las Vegas asset, but also an asset for our historic West Side community called the Historic West Side School. And the City of Las Vegas went to great lengths to preserve the architectural history and the history that that important asset plays and has played in our community. And having the Nevada Preservation Foundation in the building helps to continue the legacy of the school. We approved a lease, and you did, back in February of 2017, which was a one-year lease with 2 one-year options, which enabled the foundation to stay in the space through February of 2020. This amendment proposes to extend the term through February of 2022. It does not change the rent that the foundation is paying, so that stays in place. There are some clarifications to how a rent credit process takes place. We're offering a rent credit in exchange for all the in-kind services that the foundation provides in the school and for the community at no cost to the community. And so there's some clarification in the lease, and that process has been working really well, and the foundation has held another number of community events for the community and the West Side community. With that, we'd like to recommend approval of the lease, and I'd like to turn it over to Russell Rowe, who can introduce Susie, and then talk about what they're doing at the school and answer any questions you might have.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Russell Rowe here on behalf of the Nevada Preservation Foundation. As Bill said, I'm a board member. With me is Susie. She works on our staff. And I just wanted to say on behalf of the board and on behalf of Heidi, our executive director who couldn't be here, we thank you for the opportunity to partner with the city at the historic West Side School. And we very much look forward to the future with you and the city. The things that are going on at the Preservation Foundation impact this city, but also our community in the Valley and statewide. There's a tremendous amount of work and preservation going on in Nevada, and the city of Las Vegas is leading it as usual. So we really feel fortunate to be a part of the city and our partnership with you. And Susie's here to answer any questions you may have about what we're doing specifically.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Goodman, Councilman Greer, and Council. We are very happy to be at the school and excited to be able to provide the programming. And if you have any questions, I have a whole list of information of programs that we provide if you'd like me to discuss them with you.
Thank you very much. And I think it would be nice if the list could be sent to all the council
Absolutely.
members of all the services that you do provide, because we're very proud of
We will
what
most
you've been
certainly.
doing. And knowing it started, it is something very small. With Assemblywoman Swank, it's just great to see this flourish. Preservation of history is what we are about. So thank you. Any comments, questions here? Okay, Councilman Greer.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to move for approval, but I just want to reiterate on the record that I've met with the organization and I'm in support. I just want you to always be cognizant of what the return of the investment to the community that is providing you the credits for you to be there is a Ward 5. And so as your programming continues to grow, then I urge you to always consider how you are providing an investment back into that community.
And we look forward to working with your office in doing that.
Great.
Thank you.
So I move for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve. Please vote. Thank you. And please post. Thank you.
Thank you.
And please give Assemblywoman a phone call that it passed. Thank you, before she gets on board. Thanks. Agenda item 75. Discussion for possible action regarding the Neighborhood Partners Fund. NPF board recommendations to allocate $76,711 for 19 neighborhood projects, general fund, all wards.
Good morning, Mayor Goodman and Council. Kathy Thomas Gibson, Acting Director for the Office of Community Services. Very pleased to be with you this morning and with the representatives of your appointed Neighborhood Partnership Fund. We have the chair, oh, there they are, Jordan Sandecki and Larry Schultz, and they worked extensively with all the wards to pull together a number of, I think, really exciting projects in the different communities, and very pleased, I think, with the way this body is evolving to really address quality of life issues in the neighborhood. So I'm going to turn it over, and they will do a short presentation and then go through the awards for your approval this morning.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor and City Council. It's a pleasure to be able to stand in front of you this morning. So the neighborhood
your
partners.
name is?
So I apologize. Thank you. My name is Jordan Sandecki. I am a management analyst in the Office of Administrative Services, the Ward 2 staff designee, and chair of the 2018-2019 Neighborhood Partners Fund Board, commonly referred to as the NPF.
Beautiful. Please go ahead.
The Neighborhood Partners Fund program encourages neighborhoods to take an active role in their neighborhoods by addressing some of the following: physical improvements, public safety, cultural aspects, recreational, educational program and tutoring. We've seen a large number of these projects over the years, and we have a list of what we've recommended for approval from similar programs this year. This program is dedicated for neighborhoods or HOAs to come forward and request up to $5,000 for programs in their neighborhoods. The funds must be matched by those neighborhoods, either via cash, volunteer labor, donated supplies and equipment, or by professional services, so pro bono work that's being donated to the neighborhoods. Over the past 20 years, more than $4 million has been invested into our city neighborhoods. That's over a $1.1 million in just city investment and over $2.9 million in community investment through that volunteer labor, through the business sponsorships, and through those in-kind donations. This year, our board is recommending that 19 neighborhood projects be with a total allocation of $76,711 with a total match from our neighborhoods of $160,000 or $962. As you know, the board does consist of 13 members appointed by mayor and council. The NPF members sit together through multiple meetings with applicants to hear presentations made by those neighbors and then make deliberations about the projects themselves and how they will continue to better address the community needs and the neighborhood needs at a very local level. So we are now going to provide the funding recommendations to you. As Kathy mentioned, I was chair along with Larry Schultz, who is the neighborhood representative from Ward 6, during our deliberations and all of the meetings that were held. It's been my great pleasure to serve on the NPF board this year. It's my second year, and there are some very exciting projects that the city neighborhoods have come forward with, some very creative community volunteers and neighborhood leaders. I'd like to take a moment to introduce my fellow NPF board members and to thank them for their service. The NPF board, again, is comprised of 6 city staff members and 7 neighborhood volunteers. The members reviewed and evaluated the projects and made incredibly difficult decisions pertaining to the funding recommendations for your approval today. First, a very large thank you to my co-chair, Larry Schultz, and to the remaining NPF board members for their analyses and suggestions during this process. If all of the board members who are here today behind me could please stand as I call their names. From the mayor's office, Neighborhood Representative Greg Toussaint. From Ward 1, Mayor Pro Tem's office, staff designee Ann Kilponen, and Neighborhood Representative Shelley Walters. From Ward 4, Councilman Anthony's office, staff designee Sally Christensen, and Neighborhood Representative Gail Qualey. From Ward 3, staff designee Maria Jose Narrero, and Neighborhood Representative Lance Kirk. From Ward 2, with myself, Neighborhood Representative Sharice Holmes. From Ward 6, staff designee Chance Bonaventura, along with co-chair Larry Schultz. And from Ward 5, staff designee Harry Williams and neighborhood representative AJ Powell. Further, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Councilman Soroka, who's on the phone with us today, for the opportunity to be reappointed. As I mentioned, it's been my second year on the board, and both years have been incredibly rewarding. A welcome challenge, and the ability to serve my community in this way has been incredibly fulfilling for me as a city staff member and also as a city resident. The success of the NPF program requires strong outreach to the hundreds of neighborhoods within the city of Las Vegas limits. That outreach requires a well-coordinated effort among the 2 neighborhood outreach specialists, council staff, and our own Alma Estrada from the Office of Community Services, who helps with the overall management of this program and this board. The board would like to thank all of them for their promotions made via regular mail, emails, extensive social media outreach, articles written for the ward newsletters, and visits to the potential applicants. Our board members would also like to take a moment to thank Alma for all of her program coordination, her patience and assistance with each of our applicants as they've navigated our process, her leadership and support in coordinating our meetings, scheduling applicant presentations, and because of her efforts, it honestly makes it a lot easier for our board to do our job. Finally, I'd like to thank all the groups that applied. It is not an easy process or an easy thing to fill out all of the application pages, to be creative, to find solutions to the problems facing your neighborhoods. We are a citizen participation board. If it were not for citizen participation, we wouldn't exist. So thank you to each of the applicants who took the time to come forward and ask for something that would benefit their community. It truly is building community to make life better in action. So finally, the NPF board members would like to recommend 19 NPF projects for the fiscal year of 2018-2019 in the following categories. 2 landscaping project and street improvement projects, 3 security safety projects, 1 community garden project, 1 parade float, 1 mini community library, 1 entryway signage, 3 beautification projects, 5 community social gatherings, and 2 Neighborhood Watch crime prevention projects. With that, I'd like to turn it over to my co-chair, Larry Schultz, to read in the actual recommendations for funding.
Okay. Good morning, Mayor. Thank you, Jordan. Thank you, Kathy. And I also want to add a thank you to Terry Ponticello, our staff attorney. She provides great help, guidance, and she does it in a very professional, business-like manner that coaches and guides us well. So with that, good morning, Mayor and Council. I'm Larry Schultz. I'm the Ward 6 Neighborhood Representative. This is my 4th year on the Neighborhood Partners Fund Board, and I enjoy each year because I get to know more about our city and the projects we have and the needs we have and what the communities are doing to help themselves with a little bit of help from the city, and that's very positive. So with that, we'll move on to the specific projects. So if any of the neighborhood leaders who have proposed the projects are present today with us, as I mention your names, please stand so you can be recognized. So if any of you are here, please stand and we'll recognize you as we mention your project. Okay, with that, let's move on. We have 19 projects, and I'll start with Ward 1. So this year was a good year for Ward 1. We had a number of projects, and good job for the staff and team there to help the different community groups. So the first one is the Arville Oakley Neighborhood Watch Association, and they came up with a project for neighborhood signs. We are recommending to council that we give them a grant of $1,170. The next project is the El Camino Community Association, and they're working on the Provident Community Garden. I think some of you may be familiar with that. That's also Ward 1, and they've requested $5,000, and we can recommend that grant. Moving on is Glen Heather Estates Neighborhood Association, and they have a block community gathering, social event that helps bond the team, create a greater sense of neighborhood, and Ward 1, and we are recommending to council $4,500 for that project. The next one is Las Vegas Meadows, also in Ward 1, and that is a security project with cameras, lights, monitoring, and a community gathering, and we're recommending a grant of $3,500. The next project is McNeil Estates, and McNeil Estates has done this in the past, and again, similar to other associations and communities. This is their 10th annual neighborhood social event, and we're recommending a grant of $5,000. Also in Ward 1, Palomino Gardens Homeowners Associations. This is a association that has common streets that are in a state of disrepair. They are wanting to do a street resurfacing project in Ward 1, and we recommend $5,000 to assist them with that project. The next one, also in Ward 1, is the Rainbow Family Park Neighborhood Association, and they have a community picnic to foster community spirit and knowing each other, and that's Ward 1, and we recommend $2,500 for that program. The Rancho Bel Air Property Owners Association has a landscape enhancement project to help make the community look good, and again, Ward 1, and recommend $5,000. The next project is the Spanish Oaks Homeowners Association, and they've done other projects in the past, and this is their current fiscal year safety project. We recommend $3,800 for Spanish Oaks. Moving on to the one project we have in Ward 2, La Mancha of Summerlin. They are going to refurbish and beautify their garage doors to make the community look good. However, because of the personal property nature of those doors and our guidelines, we cannot fund that, but they are asking for assistance with a potluck social gathering, and we are proposing and recommending to council $500 for that. Moving on now to Ward 3, and we have several projects in Ward 3, the first of which is the 18B Las Vegas Arts District Parade Float Project, and they've come to us in the past for projects and assistance, and are doing good work in the community, and we're recommending $5,000 for that. The next one for Ward 3 is the Beverly Green Neighborhood Association Neighborhood Awareness Sign Topper Project. So this is a disparate neighborhood in different pieces, and with the sign toppers, it gives the community a more unified feel of who they are and what they are, to bring them together and have greater cohesiveness, and we're recommending $5,000. That's also in Ward 3. Next Ward 3 project is the Cedar Neighborhood Association, and again, this is another safety security initiative with cameras and the like, and we're recommending $5,000 for that project. Okay, moving on, the next one in Ward 4, the one and only project we have for Ward 4, is the Desert Shores Community Association, and they've come in the past for different projects where they've needed assistance in their annual celebrations and community gatherings, and this is their 30th year celebration and anniversary, and we're recommending $5,000 for that project. The next one in Ward 5, and we have several projects in Ward 5, is the Bonanza Village Neighborhood Association, and that's a community beautification project, and we're recommending $5,000 for that one. The next Ward 5 project is the First Twin Lakes Neighborhood Association, and that's a little library in Lorenzi Park for the children, and help them with reading and the like, and we're recommending $2,046 for that project. Next in Ward 5 is the Rancho Manor Neighborhood Association Community Entry Beautification Project, and we're recommending $5,000. The next is the Smoke Ranch Pines Homeowners Association in Ward 5 Community Entry Beautification Project, and we're recommending $3,695. And last but certainly not least in Ward 5 is the West Woodland Hills Twin Lakes Community Group Neighborhood Watch Crime Prevention Project, and we're recommending $5,000 for that project. So in sum, the total amount of recommended grants for the city would be $76,711. So in summary, the people who have proposed these projects, the neighborhood leaders, their representatives, as well as the other people behind them that are helping these things come together. These are dedicated, enthusiastic people. They just want to have a better place to live and have a better quality of life. And thank God the city of Las Vegas has a program to help them do that. We are very fortunate that we have that program. So they just want to creatively move forward, and this program allows that to do that. So accordingly, my fellow board members and I recommend these projects in the grant amounts noted for council approval. Thank you for your patience and hearing us out.
Well, thank you for your 4 years of service, and Jordan, too. You've just done a great job and articulately conveyed to us. Your choices are great. I know every council person and myself think it's just, I know it's a tedious job and there's so many applications and everybody really has a great project. So for the team, your board, everybody that spent the time and the multitude of meetings, thank you very much. I'm going to turn it back to Kathy Thomas Gibson.
Thank you, Mayor. We appreciate it. I'd also like to thank both Jordan and Larry for their leadership, and as we have modified and updated the program and really engaged on the ground in each of your wards so that we could really have some resident-led efforts. I appreciate their leadership in that area. So at this time, the board has presented their recommendations, and if you have other questions, we'll entertain it or wait for your approval or your decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Comments, questions? Mayor Pro Tem?
I just wanted to say thank you for all of us, to everybody who serves on this. Our two boards that give grants take up a lot of time, and sometimes you don't get to see the results of it and know what a good job you did. So I just wanted to tell you that I know you're very much appreciated, and I particularly appreciated the help that was given to us this year for getting the grants in. Thank you.
Okay, let's have a motion then to approve. Might you do that, Mayor Pro Tem, or Councilman Anthony?
You want to do it? I'd feel honored to say, please approve this item. I move to approve this item.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote and please post. Councilman Soroka?
Approved.
Thank you. What a great group overall. Beautiful. It's unanimous. We thank you and good luck. Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you, team. Great job. Great job. Okay, we did that was 75. We did 76. So we are now on to agenda item 77. And this is a report by the planning department staff, discussion for possible action regarding short-term rentals within Las Vegas and compliance efforts. So this is a report.
Good morning, Mayor and City Council members. Mary McElhone, Deputy Planning Director. And with me here today is Vicki Azuna. She has recently been promoted to Code Enforcement Section Manager from Supervisor.
Wonderful. Did you give her a vacation too?
Yes, we did. We're here today to present a report to you. As you recall, June 21st, 2017, we had a major amendment change to our short-term rental ordinance. At that point in time, we were asked to come back in a year to give some information in a report on our compliance and enforcement efforts. So that's really why we're here today, is to tell you what those efforts have been and some of our successes and achievements. So fiscal year 2018 has finished. We have some good statistics to share with you and some numbers and our achievements as well. So the first big achievement we'd like to share with you is our 24-hour short-term rental hotline. That phone number is 702-229-3500. It's been operational now since September 1st of 2017, and the average cost on a monthly basis is only about $180 a month. The average number of calls that we get is about 80 calls a month, and only about 25% of those are for licensed or unlicensed short-term rentals. Sometimes it's just a report that their neighbors, they think their neighbors are operating a short-term rental. Sometimes it is to report a disturbance or a violation that's taken place. About 10% of the calls are non-related short-term rental complaints. But interestingly enough, the most phone calls that we actually get are short-term rental complaints for short-term rentals that are actually located in Clark County. So some of the issues that we've had some hiccups with this hotline. In February, our service abruptly ended. The business went under, and they didn't notify us, and it took us several days to kind of figure that out. And unfortunately, we decided that we still needed to man this hotline. It was very important. And so Ms. Azuna here has been the person answering the short-term rental line. The number has been forwarded to her cell phone, so she does answer those calls for us, which has been a bit of a burden. vacation.
Increase her vacation.
Yes.
My Lord.
But we are happy to report that we have a new service which is going to start August 1st. Took us a little while to find a company. We now have a national company that has a local branch here. They've not done short-term rentals before, so there's an educational process that we're undertaking with them to let them know what the process is and how to answer those calls and how to respond. So again, that should start on August 1st. But some of the biggest challenges we've had with the short-term rental hotline has, again, been getting the neighbors to call the hotline when the problem is happening and not the next day. It's been really important for us to go out there, to verify the violations, and to be able to cite those civil penalties based on solid facts rather than hearsay. Another problem that we've been having is that people have been calling the wrong number. We do have a code enforcement phone number, and sometimes that number gets called on the weekends, but that number is not manned like the hotline is manned 24 hours a day. So those are the two biggest problems.
What's the other line for? If this one's for reporting whatever you've just mentioned, what's the other line for?
The other line is our regular code enforcement call-in line for us to take complaints. It does have a recording on it, so if people call in over the weekend, they can leave their information and we get back to them on Monday.
Thank you.
You know, this hotline is not always busy, and I'll give you an example. From June 28th to July 9th, we had licensed and code enforcement officers on standby because we thought it would be a busy time for short-term rental activity. So for that time period, for more than a week, we had people that we were paying for standby, and we didn't receive a single phone call for City of Las Vegas short-term rental. So things were pretty quiet that week. So sometimes things are not always that busy. So our other big accomplishment that we want to talk about is for unlicensed enforcement activity is
Excuse me, Ms. McElhone, Councilman Anthony wanted a question.
Thank you. So how many calls do you get? I mean, the reason for the hotline is for people to contact you during a disturbance at a short-term rental, right? So how many of those calls have you received? A month or total, or whatever you wanted to tell me.
So since I took over the short-term rental hotline, we average about 80 calls a month. Half of those, or a little over half, are for Clark County calls. They're calling about short-term rentals in Clark County, and about 25% are for short-term rentals within the city of Las Vegas and for licensed and unlicensed activity. I also get about 10% of the calls for other noise issues with other parties and stuff like that, that code enforcement will respond on. So, you know, some weekends are really busy and I'll get 5 or 6 calls in one day, and then it can go weeks without any other additional phone calls.
So you'll get 5 or 6 calls for short-term rental disturbances in the city of Las Vegas?
Yeah.
In one weekend?
Yeah, I could in one weekend.
And then you'll go weekends with nothing?
Correct.
And some of those calls are not necessarily just for parties. Sometimes people are complaining about trash. Sometimes people are complaining about parking. Those are probably the 2 biggest complaints that we hear.
Occupancy. The number of people staying in a house, they'll want a business license to go out and check it out. So we'll call somebody out from either business license or code enforcement to go out and check out what the issues are with the short-term rentals.
So we've been doing this since September 1st. So what would that, I mean, what is your analysis of the issue with short-term rentals in the city of Las Vegas based on phone calls from the public? They're a problem? They're not a problem? It's a little problem? I mean, what can you tell us as an analysis of that?
The hotline used to receive a lot more calls up until about a month and a half ago when Mary revoked some licenses on some problem ones, and the calls have gone down a lot since those 2 properties were revoked. We would get calls every single weekend on those people, but right now we don't have the problem properties that we did about a month and a half ago, so it's been a little bit quieter.
Okay, I guess what I'm getting at, though, is if we have 1,000 short-term rentals, licensed or unlicensed, in the city of Las Vegas, which I think is a number that's been used, And based on the calls that we're getting on these hotlines, are short-term rentals a big problem in the city of Las Vegas?
I think it
Based on the phone, just based on these phone calls?
Based on the
here.
phone calls right now, it's not that big of an issue, but next month it could be. It fluctuates. I think part of it is as people become aware that there's a hotline, they'll call it. And like I said, I get a lot of calls for the county and have to direct them back to the county. So, because a lot of people don't know where they live, but it just fluctuates with whatever's going on and what's in the news. When we first started this up, the company was receiving about 200 calls a month. So, and again, the really bad players in the short-term rentals that were licensed they've been revoked, so now we're just watching them for unlicensed activity.
And Councilman Anthony, we're not getting that many phone calls for the party houses. That doesn't happen, probably not even on a monthly basis, to answer your,
We're not
maybe to
getting
answer.
that.
We are not. We are not. We've had a few places that we've had some problems with them having parties at the location. And we'll go through the statistics. Those are the next few slides and some of the enforcement actions that we've taken place. We had 5 very troublesome properties last year at this time. All 5 of those have either had their licenses revoked or they have surrendered their licenses. We have 5 more right now that we're watching and we're keeping an eye on. But since we've been a lot more proactive, since we have the hotline, I would say the short-term rental owners are really taking extra measures to make sure they're screening their applicants, their renters, and making sure that they understand the rules and the rules of the cities and expectations.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. And Councilwoman Fiore has a question or comment too, please.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. I'm hoping in your analysis, and I might be jumping the gun here, but I'm hoping in your analysis that, when you say we get a lot of calls, we're talking about 2 houses, right? And then we have 80 that are great. So I just want to make sure that we as the council up here get the real numbers. Like, let's say there's 1,000, as Councilman Anthony has said. Let's say there's 1,000 short-term rentals out there, and I don't know. And let's say we've licensed 200, and 200 of them, 195 of them are great, and then you got 5 bad apples. I just really want to make sure that our council up here is crystal clear that 195 good apples outweigh 5 bad apples. So if you can give us those real numbers, that would be quite helpful.
We sure will do that. We've got some slides with some statistics that'll show you what's been going on with the licensed short-term rentals, as well as the unlicensed ones.
Okay, please continue.
So the other major accomplishment that we think was a big help to us, especially in our unlicensed enforcement activity, is the contract that we signed with Host Compliance. This is a third-party vendor, also known as UHost. And earlier this year, they identified 576 addresses that were listed on websites that were unlicensed short-term rentals in the city of Las Vegas. We have tried to do this work ourselves. It is very difficult to do. The addresses are not listed on the website. Most of the photos do not show the front of the dwellings, so it's very difficult to match up. I'm not quite sure what this company does and how they do it with the data mining, but they're able to identify the addresses, and they've been pretty accurate. We've been pretty successful with the information that they've shared with us. So 576 identified addresses. We found out that 84 of those were in short-term rentals areas that had special area plans where the short-term rentals were simply not allowed. So we sent out 84 cease and desist letters and gave them notice and orders to stop the activity. 492 were sent voluntary compliance letters explaining to them the process to get licensed, what the city expected, and we set up several workshops to help them in the system and that process. We have 318 owners that ceased the rental activity, 59 owners who applied for the planning process, and we've got about 115 cases right now that are still being worked throughout the process. So here's our licensing information. This is where we're at right now. So in 2017, at the end of the year, we had 161 licensed short-term rentals, and we only had 1 owner occupied. Right now, we're up to 168 and we have 18 owner-occupied rentals. I should mention that we have 16 special use permits that have been approved that have not yet come forward to get licensed. We just had 2 that were approved on the last Planning Commission. So we probably will have a few in the next couple of months to add to this. Licenses issued. In 2017, we had 117. We had a big surge of people coming forward with applications. A big part of that is the fact that they knew that ordinance was going to change. We've only had 30 this year that have actually been able to come forward and get licensed. A big part of that is that special use permit process that we have instituted. Here's that number, 5. We revoked 5 licenses this year, and we've had 18 licenses that have been surrendered. So the worst players we had this time last year, all 5 of them are now gone. We do have some more. We have 5 more that we're now monitoring. But they seem to be, some of them are coming back into compliance. So they're not as bad as some of the ones we had last year.
Excuse me, Mayor, you mind if I ask you a quick question with that? I apologize for interrupting you, but my question is that if you revoked 5, do you have any system in place to follow back up and that they are not operating illegally now? They were operating legally. Do you guys just do like a little check?
So once they are revoked, it becomes code enforcement's job to monitor them. So now they're on our list to monitor. So we are monitoring them.
Thank you.
So last year, we really only had 1 dedicated staff member who was working on this. This year, we have 4. And one of them we just recently added in the last 2 months. And that's had a big impact on our proactive measures that we take for short-term rentals. For special use permits, we had, up to date, we've had 32 special use permits that have now been approved. So here's our map here of the total approved business licenses. There's 168 of them. You'll see in some of these outlining areas we don't have any at all, and I'll show you another map that's going to show you that in certain areas of the city they just simply are not allowed. So this is the different colors represent the different wards.
And this is only short-term rentals?
Right, only short-term rentals, and these are just the licensed ones.
Okay.
Now, this is another map. This is our approved special use permits. We have 32 that are approved. 16 are licensed. 16 are waiting to get licensed. And right now, you don't see Ward 6 in here because we don't have any in Ward 6, but we do have some scattered throughout the different wards. So,
if I could, through you, do you mean we have none licensed in Ward 6? Because you did have 1 or 2, didn't you?
We definitely have some licensed in Ward 6. We don't have any special use permits approved in Ward 6 as of yet.
I just wanted to say that I think the fact that people have learned that we mean business has really helped. I mean, that they were really watching everything. And we've had many, many suggestions come to us to make sure that to help us do this the right way. I'd just like to go back, if you could, to the slide that showed, if you notice that beautiful piece of yellow in the middle, has so many. I think we have over half, or about half. What did we say yesterday? We have 68, I believe. I believe Kim counted them. We had 68.
Oh, for Ward 1, you have 13 SUPs that have been approved. For business
SUPs
licenses,
approved, but short-term rentals, where is the map that we counted yesterday that we had 68? I'm just trying to show the problem.
business licenses, you have 65.
Is in Ward 1, and it's some in Wards 3 and 5. Yeah, but if you notice all of those little X's and everything, and I know you've got other maps, I've seen them too, that the circles are so close together, they look almost like one bloated circle of short-term rentals existing in Ward 1. And I just wanted to let people know.
Right, and we do have licensed short-term rentals in all the wards. Every single ward has short-term rentals.
Thank you, Your Honor. What I want to say is that the map is deceiving, because what you see there, of course, as licensed, the cluster would be truly, I think, as Councilwoman Tarkanian said, just one big dark blur because there's a lot out there and we don't even know all of them. But we get the complaints. You know, they don't always come to the city, but they do come to the ward offices. So anything close to the Strip is so desirable that people are fixing up their houses, spending a ton of money. And it's too bad because most of them are not going to get recognized or licensed. It's just inevitable. Without judging or prejudging any application, I think it's pretty fair to say there's so much objection in the neighborhoods right now that, you know, they're not going to get, most of them are not going to get approved. What I think is important is that there are distinctions that need to be made in the ordinance. Some things were swept out and shouldn't have been, I think, in that ordinance. And that was, for example, the recognition of B&B, bed and breakfast. The old terminology means something around the world, still does. So, for example, in my own case, there are places where it is the residence where a person lives and they rent out a room. Now, we allow that, but even then, we do say a maximum number of rooms. So it's hard to tell then if by the ordinance we're still saying the owner cannot live there, but if they have too many rooms, that they can't be trusted. So I think the main thing is we need to revisit that with an ordinance, but right now, with an amendment, but right now it's case by case. So you'll see some come from me that I'm going to move to approve because the owner is living there. And, or, as you see later today, maybe living there and have no other homes in the city, and that is where they live, except for the couple of days, so that we leave ourselves flexibility so that we do have that ability to grant waivers, but I really don't like the idea of having to grant a waiver on what would be an old B&B. I don't frankly think they need to be licensed, but that's you know, neither here nor there. I do appreciate the report, though, because it's going to get pretty hairy. Right now, I think a lot of them have been not coming in for apps because they know there's so much heat right now that I don't think they want to be part of that. And I think they're just ducking until it cools down. Thank you.
In the rest of your report, do you address how many are out-of-state owners?
No, we do not. We do not address that. You just our regulation requires that you have to be the owner of record with the Clark County Assessor's Office in order to be the short-term rental operator. But we do not address whether you have to be in state or out of state.
Thank you.
But we do know that many of them are out-of-state owners because they write to us from Ohio and California, and even today when they will have some coming up, they're out-of-state owners. It's a market for making money, and people are attracted to that.
Thank you. Please continue.
Okay, so here are our statistics on the special use permits. So since June of 2017, we had 139 applications that were actually received. 59 right now are going through Planning Commission or the City Council hearing process. They're either perhaps going to be heard today or they're currently being scheduled. We've had 27 that were denied, 4 that were tabled. We've had 32 approved requests, which we already talked about, and we've also had about 17 that have withdrawn or also just stopped the process and canceled. So here's our unlicensed short-term rental activity. This is the code enforcement effort that we've been doing. And this is where host compliance has really played a big role in helping us to identify the unlicensed short-term rentals. Right now, in the first slide, I told you there was over 576 that were identified by UHost initially. Right now, we're up to 788 locations that they've actually been able to identify for addresses. And Vicki met with them this week, and they gave us roughly a total number of what they think is out there for actual short-term rentals in the city, what we're dealing with.
Right. The average right now is about 1,140. So when we first started this in February, it was up about 1,500. So it has dropped some.
So in 2017, we had 74 complaint cases open. Those complaint cases are where we have found there's unlicensed short-term rental. You can see that went up to 405 this year. A lot of that is due to our ability to work with host compliance. We've completed almost 5 times more inspections that we did in fiscal year 2017. We did 2,300 inspections. We issued 174 notices and orders. Again, that's almost 4 times what we issued the previous year. Safety inspections, we showed this on here, and it looks like it went down. But what that safety inspection is, we have a code enforcement officer that when someone gets their special use permit or their conditional use verification permit, they have to have a safety inspection before they can actually get the license. So a code enforcement officer goes out to the location, does a life safety inspection. He's looking for fire alarms and smoke detectors. If they have a swimming pool, he's making the swimming pool is safe for children, and he's going through the location and make sure it's safe for the renters. And because we had a lot more licensed in 2017, that explains why that number is higher. So here's where we're at, right?
Excuse me, Mayor, could I just ask a question? Is your inspector inspecting the swimming pools too, did you say?
Yes, he inspects the swimming pools, and he also looks at the alarm systems on the house. A lot of these houses are older. They weren't built with the same specifications we have today, but because they are changing the use of the house, we're requiring them to put
I
in alarms.
appreciate to know that because I had somebody very angry that we were letting unhealthy things go, but evidently we're not. Thank you.
This is our last map. This basically shows the code enforcement current open cases and what we've closed. This is the code enforcement activity for unlicensed short-term rentals. The red areas on this map, these shaded red areas, are areas in the city of Las Vegas where short-term rentals are not allowed under any circumstance. The black boxes are closed cases. We leave these cases open for roughly a year right now. So what's happening is they'll take their website down, and what we found was they'd wait a few weeks or a couple months, and they'd bring it right back up. And so now basically we're leaving these cases open, we're monitoring them. That's why there's so many open cases right now. And if we feel confident that they've sold the property, if they've got a long-term renter in there or something along those lines, then we'll go ahead and we'll close those cases out. So here's our licensed short-term rental statistics. This is on the 168. This is very specific to the 168. So last year we had complaints on 19 locations. This year we had 25 different locations. And most of these complaints have to do with trash or parking or occupancy. Very, very few of them have actually been for party activity this year. We've completed quite a few more inspections this year. A lot of these inspections, just so you know, they get on our radar. And when we go out on Friday nights, which we do, we have Friday night assignments. We'll put these locations on the Friday night assignment, and our licensed officers will do nothing more sometimes than just drive by, just make sure everything's quiet and everything looks like nothing's going on. The business license violations, this is where the hotline has been very good to us. We had 4 business license violations last year, and fiscal year 2017. That's really not a lot. We got a lot of phone calls and a lot of complaints, and the biggest problem was we couldn't catch them in the act. We didn't have enough verification to be able to really give them a civil fine and cite them. The short-term rental hotline this year, fiscal year 2018, we had 40 business license violations because we were actually able to verify those. We also had 10 short-term rental workshops. They were actually pretty successful. We had anywhere between 20 to 50 people actually show up to these workshops, so we had a very good turnout. And that was to help them understand what they needed to get licensed, and also what the city laws were requiring, you know, what the owners needed to do to make sure they were operating within the city laws. So here's our civil penalties. This is what we've done for civil penalties this year. Unlicensed civil penalties, this is the code enforcement effort. We had $141,000 this year. As you recall, 1925 Silver we brought before you is either in February or March. And we asked you for civil fines of $72,500. That does make up that $141,000. We've only collected about $10,000. Now, these are unlicensed short-term rentals. They don't have a lot of skin in the game, and so they're a little bit harder to collect. But what I can tell you is that this money is placed as a lien on the property. So when that property is sold, and it might be a few years from now, that has to be cleared up before the house can close. So the next statistic is the licensed civil penalties. Now, this is entirely different because these people have licenses they want to protect, they want to be in good standing with the city, so they have a lot of motivation to pay these license fees. So you can see we've assessed $12,500. We've gotten paid on $12,000 for all I know today. We have the other $500 paid as well. So here's our licensing fees. This is what we basically collect for licensing fees. The annual fee is $500 per year. These are not round numbers because we do charge them late fees if they pay late. But we also do collect room tax. We are the collecting entity for the City of Las Vegas, but we only get to keep about 1/13. Room tax is between 13 to 13.38%. So of the $772,000 that we collected this year in fiscal year 2018, the city share is only $59,000. So in fees that we've brought in, we've only brought in $151,000 in relationship to room tax.
Who's getting the rest?
The rest is broken out. The Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority, the state school fund gets a portion of that. The state highway fund gets some as well.
So the same pie that
there's a big
is room
pie, and it's
tax.
all broken out. Some of this also goes to the new gaming district and the stadium district as well.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, please.
Yeah.
So,
Madam Mayor, could I just ask while you're still on the license fees? You get and I know it was a slow start in 2017. That takes a while to get going. I know 2018 isn't showing the full thing, but what I wanted to ask, and I think I asked this before, the license fees that we get for the STRs, where do they go?
All this money goes into the general fund.
So in other words, if you collect this money, it does not go back into code enforcement in order to help pay expenses. It goes back into general fund that could go anywhere.
That's correct. It becomes part of the general fund.
And it doesn't go to business licensing either?
No, it does not.
It does not. So, you know, I just wonder sometime here if we might discuss this also, because, you know, our parks that have our cells, the money does not go to the parks to help improve them. If they have a cell on it, which looks like heck, it goes into the general fund again. Anyway, thank you very much. Which means you're doing a lot of work and you are collecting some money, but it doesn't pay your money, it goes to the other things.
Yes, please.
Thank you. And thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, for pointing that out. And that is a very important fact in the case of Las Vegas, the city of Las Vegas, creating a new ordinance to make sure that we are sustainable and revenue generating to pay for our code enforcement and our business licensing. So I'm glad that you pointed that out. This system, I look forward to you guys continuing forth on the, I was going to say legislation, I'm a councilwoman now, on the ordinance that the Mayor Pro Tem and I are working towards.
So here's the last slide that we have for you, and these are our costs, and you can see where they really don't line up necessarily with the fees that we bring in. The total is about $466,000. The overtime standby pay is really not that much. The two divisions combined is about $4,500. 24-hour hotline, which has been very helpful to us, isn't a whole lot. It's $2,400. Postage costs, that's for the voluntary compliance letters we've sent out, $1,600. We have recording fees for the notice and orders, so we have to record those. That's $14,000. The compliance, the U-Host short-term rental program that we're using now that has been extremely helpful in identifying unlicensed short-term rentals is $35,000 a year. And that has been very helpful in our proactive efforts. For full-time employees, this is really where the costs come in. It's $411,000. We have 2 full-time code enforcement officers, 1 administrative assistant, and 1 code enforcement technician that's dedicated to this. And that's all we have, and I do want to mention that we have refrigerator magnets with the short-term rental hotline number on it that people can put on the refrigerator, because that's something that we need to do. We try to get the word out there, especially for people who are having problems in their neighborhoods. Vicki and I are here to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. I think, I mean, obviously, this entire operation has to continue, and it's a great report of what you've done. It's obvious that if we can't sustain it with an inspection of what we're expecting, we're just scrambling to dig a hole that's going to get bigger and bigger. So a lot of it has to be able to pencil out, and we get to keep the money to pay for itself, so it becomes one of those self-sustaining funds that we have. But this is an ongoing process, and the meetings must continue. We must continue to work towards finding the best solution. And so the one thing I would ask, just really do want to get into how many of these are out-of-town owners in a business venture, because it is Las Vegas. And I think that's a critical piece of information. And so we've got a lot. And Councilman, please.
So, just want to...
Your mic.
Yeah, I just want to get an idea of what the other jurisdictions are doing. So in Henderson, it's illegal to have a short-term rental in Henderson, or they just don't have any
Henderson, Clark County, and North Las Vegas, they do not permit short-term rentals at all. It's just illegal, and there's a lot of upset people out there that like to call our short-term rental hotline about it.
Okay, so they actually have an ordinance that says they're
No,
not
they have no
allowed.
ordinance. They have nothing that outlaws them. Well, it's outlawed because it's not permitted.
Well, they don't have an ordinance that says it's illegal. They just don't have anything that deals with short. That's in my mind, that's different. So they don't have an ordinance that says it's illegal to have a short-term rental. They just don't have an ordinance that says it at all. So
Clark County actually does active enforcement against short-term rentals. I just don't think that they have enough people to deal with the 6,000 units that are in Clark County.
Okay, so they don't have an ordinance that says it's legal, so they just assume you can't have a short-term rental in their jurisdiction. And that's the way those three are?
Correct.
So what do they, but we're assuming that they do have short-term rentals in all those three jurisdictions, right?
Over 6,000.
They do.
Yeah, Councilman Anthony, yes, they do, and all the numbers are growing. City of Henderson is also very concerned about the problem that they're having in their city, and they're actually have had some discussions with us and how our ordinance works. They've come to some of our workshops because they're interested in doing something about it as well.
And they have so many new apartments there, thousands of new apartments, because of the Oakland and the new stadium and the practice stadium that's out there, and in the southwest of the open Clark County area, they're going to have more too. So I think the city, once again, is taking a leadership by trying to resolve this in the best manner possible. And they will
So do they actually do enforcement in those three jurisdictions?
I know that Clark County does. I have not talked to North Las Vegas or Henderson about any of their enforcement activity.
Okay, so we don't know how much money they're spending on short-term
But the mayors are
rentals.
watching us.
Okay. I mean, if you, so we have about 168 short-term rentals officially in the city?
Officially in the city, we have 168.
You mean officially
But
licensed?
we have 16 that receive special use permits that have not yet received their licenses. So we expect to have, what does that end up being, 186 short-term rentals pretty shortly here.
UHost has identified 1,140 that are still actively renting that aren't in compliance.
I'm just trying to get a handle on this, because you have three jurisdictions that don't allow them, but I don't know what they're doing as far as enforcement's concerned, and we in the city allow them, but we're only getting $150,000 in revenue, and we're spending $466,000 out of the general fund to deal with 170 short-term rental. It seems like we spend a lot of time and effort on short-term rentals, and we still have a lot of them. and the other jurisdictions don't really spend much time or effort or money on it, and they have a lot of them. So it's just, I'm trying to figure out how to,
So when we started in February with UHOst, they identified over 1,500 rental units. It's now down to 1,140. So through enforcement activity through the voluntary program, about 400 have dropped out. They've ceased doing the rental activity because there is enforcement. So even though we may not be bringing in penalties or that type of money, we have brought in people who have signed up, who are going through the process, but there are over 300 that have actually quit renting because of the enforcement. And I think that's due to us sending them the voluntary letters, telling them, hey, you need to get in compliance or else this or this will happen.
That's true, but we still have 1,100 that are operating illegally.
Yes.
But
So
our numbers have dropped. The other jurisdictions' numbers, from what we've heard, are going up.
Well, and this is something, obviously, the dialogue and the discussions need, and the meetings need to continue. We need to work through this, and in the briefings that are held, because we could be here till tomorrow. There's so many ideas afloat, and obviously in the county, as Councilman pointed out, they've got over 6,000. They haven't formally put anything in a law, ordinance, or formal place, but they know they don't want them, and yet they are growing.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
if I may just answer to that question that you said, I talked to Susan Brager about a couple of years ago and asked her about what they were doing, and she said what happened is they came forward and they asked for permission to have short-term rentals, and the county voted against it. They came forward a second time. She said they came forward twice and the county voted against it. So I said, is it legal or illegal then to have them in the county? And she said it's illegal. And what they do is they do sweeps at different times of the year, and they go out and they fine. And they're not doing as good a job as we're doing, but they do go out and fine. So I don't know, do you have to say formally, I'm going to have a ban? Or if you come and you ask to have them and you say no, then it's no, if I'm making sense. I'm trying to say that Susan Brager, who was on the commission for several years at the time, said to me that that the companies came twice asking to have permission to have short-term rentals, and the county voted against it. So I don't know what you call that, but I'm sure it's someplace legally.
So they didn't add it into the zoning requirements to allow short-term rentals. So it's illegal to do if it's not an allowed permitted use.
That's how I was just trying to explain how they're
Well, and you
working
could
it.
look at, Mayor Pro Tem, if you look at the map that they had posed up here, it's illegal in wards 4 and 6 to have short-term rentals, yet I saw tons of dots. So we know that these are operating illegally, and if you expect something to happen and you've set a law or done something to put in parameters on something, you have to inspect them, and that's personnel and salaries and everything else to have enough people going out there inspecting what we inspect. So if there are no short-term rentals, the first sign of a short-term rental, we have to have personnel 24/7 that are available to go out, cite them, and close them down, and have the law on our side to do it. So the county really doesn't have the funding to inspect the unincorporated Clark County, and knows they're out there, over 6,000 that they have identified, but they're probably, and it's going to grow, I guarantee you it's going to be closer to 12,000 easily if it's not there already, because of what's happening with the major league sports and people that are into the sports seasonally.
It just would be good if and I know we're going to be discussing this 3 different times in the future, right?
Yeah.
So we'll be having more in the future on this, but it would be good if something could be settled in a really good way as to what we're doing, and if we're affirming what we're doing before the Raiders get here.
And
because
well, it
they
also
tell
be
us it's
nice
going to.
before you're termed out. So, you know.
I'm not
this
even
is-
going to think of short-term rentals, I'm going to tell you that.
Okay, well, I think the discussion needs to continue, and staff continue to work on it. Make your reports, let us know, but please, as much as you can, find out how many are out-of-state owners just looking at a business operation that they can see is becoming more and more successful as we become a bigger city. Councilman?
Thank you, Your Honor. The issue is threefold right now, and I know that Councilwoman Tarkanian, Councilwoman who will be forever named as second blonde on the commission, has got an idea what to do. And I don't know, Councilwoman, if you are thinking distance and others are thinking prohibition, but whatever you want to do, Michelle, the idea is that the third way is these blasted multi-owner buildings, whether they be a high-rise or whether they be one or two stories. Yeah, we're going to have to...
You've got Siegel Suites already to do weekly, you know, you can go in for the night or the week or the month.
Of course, that's a motel, you know.
Right, but it doesn't matter what it is, it's still a short-term reasonable rental, maybe not as appetizing as somebody's home. But the reality is, whatever we're going to do, we have to keep having these meetings and put the ideas out there. But we could be here all day today if we just come out with more and more ideas. So I think what we should do is accept the wonderful report, ask you to stay involved, keep it cut.
Move to accept the report.
And there it is. There's a motion to accept the report, and I'd like to have everybody vote on that, please.
And to thank
post it.
everybody for their hard work.
No,
This
it's
has been
fabulous.
very
We will
difficult.
solve it. We will solve this. It's just a question of the meetings that we have to continuously kick around. So, and post, and Councilman Soroka, unfortunately, is off the phone, but please keep calling, and that's very, very interesting. Thank you. So, we have 55 minutes before our 1 o'clock session must begin. So what we're going to do is we're going to move along here. Hopefully, that's what I was trying to do, is move us along so you don't faint from starvation. And we are on agenda item 78. Okay. This is discussion possible action regarding the approval of appeal of a work card denial for Eric Gerard Childers, DB, doing business at Dino's, 1516 South Las Vegas Boulevard, Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. And Ms. Matt, you're still here. Wonderful.
Still here. Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council members. Mary
Is it
McElhone.
Childers or Childers?
Childers, ma'am.
Childers.
Mary McElhone, Deputy Planning Director. Item number 78 is a work card appeal for Mr. Eric Childers. He desires to work as a bartender and security guard at Dino's, a tavern located at 1516 South Las Vegas Boulevard, where he has worked since 2010. Mr. Childers was denied a work card as a result of criminal activity that was identified in his background investigation. He is supported by the owner of the business, Ms. Kristen Bartolo, who is here today, as well as Mr. Childers, and they're here to help answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Okay, any questions before I turn this over to Councilman Coffin? Okay, please, Councilman Coffin.
Thank you very much, Mary. Thank you for your presentation. This doesn't have to take a long time, but it does merit attention because Mr. Childers, the reason you were denied is because the issue of criminal background comes into play anytime a person's working with a privileged license. You are convicted of, I guess, a number of DUIs and, I don't know how many, and I'm not sure what your other criminal background might be. There is a pending federal case, though, Eric, and it's been pending for 9 years. Now, that must have to do with a gang fight or something, and I think you'd better tell us what that is, why that hasn't come to trial, why it keeps getting denied.
Well,
delayed.
Ever since the actual incident happened in 2009, I was arrested and charged in 2010, and ever since 2010, all I do is I go to court once a year, and they say, "We'll see you next year." It is past that. I'm not really privy to information on why they don't do anything about it.
What kind of, well, what's the reason it's being delayed? Who's doing it?
Usually it's well, I can't say usually because it's never been any one thing. It's always somebody on one side or the other says, well, we're not ready to do this now, we don't have this, or there's new information, and it's always just, it's never any one side or any one reason. There's always a new reason, it seems like, every time that I go, and then they just say, well, we'll see about this again next year.
Eric, how many co-defendants are there with you?
I believe there are 10.
Do you all have individual counsel or the same attorney?
Everybody has individual counsel.
Oh, I see. Okay. So nobody wants to really bring this to trial, apparently, except the prosecutors would like to, but they're being really courteous to you.
I believe the prosecutors do not want to bring this to trial as of right now. They were the reason we didn't go to trial last time.
I see.
They asked for the extension last time, I believe.
Okay. Well, you know, we have forgiveness here, we have redemption sometimes, and the main thing is who are we forgiving and redeeming? You are the bartender at a popular local bar right around the corner from my house, and I know this to be an old-time place. Dino's goes way back, has a great history, and to my knowledge is not a place with a lot of trouble. But we just want to make sure that your owner is willing to stick up for you. And I'm going to let her speak in a second, but the main thing is I need to know what kind of restrictions you're on pre-trial.
None, as far as I know.
Well, for example, you must have been given some guidance by the prosecutors as to what to do, and, you know, how to behave, you know, what kinds of things.
Well, I haven't been in any trouble since or before the incident.
Have they told you not to consume alcohol?
No.
And do you?
Yes.
And you're a bartender?
Yes.
Okay, so you've been arrested a number of times for driving under the influence.
Yes.
I just cannot believe you're still drinking alcohol. I don't know what to say. I'd like to hear from the owner of the bar on this. Person working in your tavern may be an alcoholic, probably is, I don't know. But what about that? Why do you do this?
He worked for me before the incident. Sorry. He worked for me before the incident.
Please introduce
name,
yourself.
please? Oh, my name's Kristen Bartolo. I own Dino's Lounge.
I'm sorry. Martilla?
Yes, Bartolo.
Bartolo.
So he's, my family's owned the business for almost 60 years, and I've been there 22 years. And he's worked for me before the incident happened, and then after it happened, he came back in and said, you know, kind of explained the situation to me. He said, can I get my, my job back? He was working security at the door for me and behind the bar on graveyard shifts. So he's been there for 8 years, and he's never called in just work sick. He's never been late. He, walks me to my family, my kids to my car every night. He watches us. I mean, I don't know that if he had something else on his record besides this incident, if they would just, to me it's like, did he do, they have to at least give him the chance to defend himself. It's been 9 years of the right to work, and he's worked for me those entire 8 years. So, I mean, does he drink alcohol? I mean, yes, his DUIs were a long time ago. I think regular people that aren't charged with things have mistakes that they've made. I'm not sure, It's not like he has, in my mind, he doesn't have 20 convictions of stabbing or, some horrible, violent
But
type
he's been
crime.
a
And
good-
why is he's
been a good employee.
Yes, and he's had a
steady,
sheriff's card the
reliable
entire
employee.
time. For 8 years, he's had a work card, and they've always given him one, and then all of a sudden, they just didn't give it to him anymore. I don't understand why they quit giving him the work card right now from the 8 years that he's had it. He didn't just apply for the first time. It was a renewal, and they just denied it this time after he's had it for the entire 8 years he's worked for me.
Mary, thank you. Mary, could you tell us again why, repeat again the reason for the denial? Metro's information, suppose we could bring Metro up here and
Yeah,
have them
Metro
testify.
is here as well.
Who denied the license, if you don't mind me asking?
Wait a minute.
Excuse me?
Who denies the license?
So what
The
happens
city
here?
or is it Metro?
This is a denial from Metro, and the work card appeals are heard here through City Council. So basically, Metro has denied the work card basically because He's been charged with a felony crime which is involving violence, and the case is still pending before Clark County District Court. And
For
that's
9
the main,
years? Excuse
that's
me.
for 9 years, and that's the main reason. And I don't know why, I don't have an answer as to why they gave him the word card year after year after year, and then all of a sudden this kind of came on their radar.
I guess that's why we're asking, like, why now? Like, nothing has changed. He hasn't committed any other crimes. Then all of a sudden, after 9 years, we're not going to give you this work card anymore. And it's like, he can't work
Excuse
for
me.
me.
Well, wait a minute, just a minute. Now, you're not being asked to contribute to this right now, but you will be. It's just that I asked Mary McElhone a question as to the charge, and what I wanted to continue with, is that a federal charge or a state charge that is being denied or delaying?
Councilman Coffin, this is a state charge that is against him. The case is pending in district court.
Okay, for some reason I thought it was a federal criminal complaint. I read the file.
Yeah, the biggest reason why Sergeant Feiselman was just explaining to me is the biggest reason why it was denied this time is because the court date is more than a year out, this particular court date. So when he came back in to apply for the work card, Metro felt that the court date was too far out.
Okay, now let me ask Eric again. Eric, you're still a member of the Outlaws Club, gang, whatever we want to call it. That's the group you were with?
No.
I see. You weren't? According to Metro, you
No,
were?
I was with a motorcycle club called Down and Dirty.
Down and Dirty?
That was the name of that particular motorcycle club, yes.
Did you have an altercation with another gang?
There was a altercation with another club.
Do any club members like to hang out at Dino's as opposed to other places?
We don't allow motorcycle club colors in our bar.
Okay, that's fair. That's very important. Okay. I could see permitting it with conditions. I know the mayor wants to move this agenda along, and I know there are
No,
questions.
I just really care about this. This is 9 years. You're allowed a speedy trial. This is the most ridiculous thing I've heard. You have an owner who is behind this gentleman. If he's allowed, you drink, I drink. I mean, you know, we all know you don't do a DUI, but you haven't had an issue in 9 years. I find this absolutely appalling.
Me too.
This man has been waiting for 9 years to get back to a normal life, has a woman standing behind him who's part of an ownership of 60 years in this community. I find this absolutely outrageous.
Well, we're trying to
have to
do
be here
due diligence, Your Honor, on behalf of the citizens here.
because the government's not.
It's not the government that's doing this. It's the
9
representatives of the government, and it is important for us to recommend, for our citizens that drive by on the streets, that they are also protected by us. And I just want to say that you may not be drinking now, and maybe you should be in a 12-step program, or at least something to recognize that you might have had a problem. But, you know, that's what normal people would do in order to express contrition for their accidents. You could have killed somebody at any one of these times in those DUIs. So, okay, if we approve it, I'm going to suggest we do it to be site-specific, that it be only for this location. So this is going to be my motion to approve Mr. Childers. Site-specific for 1 year. And that means you can't work any other place serving alcohol or with a privileged license. Fair enough, Eric? You agree to that?
More than fair.
Boss, you agree?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay. She said fine, for the record.
I mean, this isn't like
Okay,
the
we're
judge
gonna
and
need-
jury, so I mean, it's not exactly how I feel, but yes, I think that's perfectly fine. Great for him.
I would want to see an annual review of your qualifications until this pending felony case is either dismissed or when the trial is completed. Well, I hope it's dismissed or completed or whatever. We don't know why. If you're fined so that's another condition, to be an annual review of him. Okay, is that understood, Eric?
Yes.
Okay.
Pardon me, sir. Maybe you could explain to me what an annual review means?
Well, it would mean that it could be subject to revocation.
Okay.
You know, at that time, we look at it, we see there might have been a reason, licensing points out a reason, Metro points out a reason. Third, if the applicant, you, Eric, are found in violation of 6.86.110, the work card will be revoked, and the work card must be surrendered.
I always assumed that.
And then, of course, if you're found in violation of a driving under the influence charge in the future, the work card will be revoked and must be returned at that time. Okay. Demons, maybe, or not, I don't know. Got them in my own family, so make sure. Boss, make sure.
Councilman Creer wanted to make a comment.
I do. I think I concur 100% with the mayor on this. I don't know why your license was revoked or not renewed in the first place. It seems as though you are trying to do something good and do something right. Your boss, who is working here, is standing here with you, taking time out of her day and her time of her operations, of her business to come down here and vouch for you. A place, I've been to Dino's many times. Hope to come back. I like it. It's one of Vegas's true joints in town. And, it's a good spot. And I think this man is standing here. He's come before this board. He seems to be very respectful to this board. And I would be in support of just granting him his license without a 1-year restriction upon it, or even just for site specific, if that was the case, because of the fact that this guy deserves to work, and he deserves to provide for him and his family. And I don't believe that something 9 years ago that happened. I think, unfortunately, this legal system is not providing you with true justice, that you have to continue to carry this on through the rest of your life, right? So if this is the case, and if you're in agreement that this is a motion, I am fully in support, but I also would be in support of granting you your license so you can go work wherever you want to go work.
Okay, there's a motion. Please vote for those of you who haven't. As we go forward, before it's posted, I would highly recommend having 2 sons who are lawyers, don't use them, and a husband who's a lawyer. Get your lawyer on this. He needs to, or she needs to, find out what's going on. This is ridiculous. This is absolutely ridiculous. So, but the motion is what it's made, but it's your lawyer, and your lawyer better get this moving.
Your son is part of one of the cases.
The right to be a speedy trial?
Your son is part of his case.
On the other side, maybe now I have to recuse myself, take everything back. My son's involved?
I believe so. Yes, I
Oh,
believe
my.
he's one of the lawyers.
I hope, I don't know if I can vote at this point.
Not me.
Not on his side, the other side.
No, for one of the other
Oh,
co-defendants.
for one of the other co-defendants?
Yes.
Well,
Yes, ma'am.
get yourself somebody who will take on my son. This is ridiculous. Still ridiculous, 9 years, ridiculous. All right, stop there. And the motion, post, please, did you? The motion carries. So, good luck.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Good. Thank you. Lordy.
I appreciate everybody's time. Thank you very much.
This is unbelievable. Okay, that took 15 minutes. Okay, and you could have done it so much faster. Okay, we're on to now, we're on to the good times. Here, we are now reading into the record, recommending committee, bills eligible for adoption at this meeting, bill number 2018-14. Councilman Anthony, would you like the bill read?
Yes.
Okay, go for it.
Thank you. Bill number 2018-14, an ordinance to amend LVMC Chapter 6.50 to expand the downtown area within which a tavern limited license may be issued for an outdoor entertainment complex, and to provide for other related matters.
Move for approval.
Okay, there's a motion on agenda item 79.
Is
Please
there,
vote.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
if I may,
Yeah, we have to amend it.
we need to amend that bill if we may. We wanted to extend the eastern boundary. Currently, I believe in the ordinance it listed at 11th. We would like to move that to Maryland Parkway.
Okay, Mr. Steed, that's okay?
That's
It's an
acceptable,
amendment?
yes.
Okay, so,
Move for
And as a
approval with First
sponsor, I
Amendment.
certainly accept that amendment.
Move for approval with First Amendment.
There you go.
okay. So there's a motion, First Amendment, please, 79, please vote. And please post. That motion carries. Number 80, Bill Number 201817. Councilman Anthony, would you like the bill read?
Yes.
Madam Mayor, our summer extern, Alex Adrian, will be reading the bill into the record.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bill number 2018-17, an ordinance amending ordinance number 3992, previously amended by ordinance numbers 5520 and 6209, relating to the City of Las Vegas, Nevada, Special Improvement District number 707, did I already read that? Summerlin area, authorizing the execution and delivery of an addendum to the second amended engineer's report.
Thank you.
Move for approval.
Thank you. This motion on agenda item 80 to approve. Please vote and please post. And that motion carries. Agenda item 81, recommending committee bills eligible for adoption at a later meeting. Bill item 81, bill number 2018-18 will be heard at a later meeting. We'll move on to new bills. Agenda item 82, new bills. Items 82 through 96, bills number 2018-20 through 2018-34 will be heard at recommending committee meeting Monday, July 30th, 2018. City Attorney, would you please read the new bills?
Your Honor, I will not be reading the bills today, but Terry and our intern will. But before we do, just as a matter of procedure, earlier I heard the discussion regarding bill number 86, which is just on for introduction today. What I'm going to recommend, the bill will not be read in its entirety, but the bill will be read as any other normal bill would be. So I'm going to have Terry and our intern read the new bills into the record, and then per normal, and then you would assign them to recommending per normal. And then I understand Councilwoman Fiore has questions regarding item number 86, and at that point in time, she'll be given an opportunity to ask staff questions that she would like the answers to before the recommending committee.
Mr. Jerbick, before we go further, I just want to make sure that I'm clear. Reading the bills into the record and then allowing me to ask questions on the specific bill, before we recommend it to recommending committee, I think my question pertaining to 86 has to be asked before we even read the whole bill, before sending it to recommending committee, because it's that important.
Your
So
Honor,
do you want me to ask?
with your permission, can the Councilwoman ask her question regarding number 86 before the new bills are read?
Yes.
Point of order.
Okay, great.
please.
So,
I'm just going to ask a point of
and
order.
then,
And it's your
Bob,
turn, but
I'm
it's a
going
point
to
of
talk,
order.
and then you with the white
No, it's a-
hair
it's
can
a-
talk
I know.
after me, okay?
And still
I should
have it,
call
but
me
it's
the
a point
lady
of
with the
order
blonde
which
hair.
proceeds.
It's a point of order. I'm going to ask a
The
question.
question is this, before, you know,
Quickly,
it has to
because this
proceed.
is- No,
Well-
we are proceeding, but she has a right to ask staff her questions.
Yes,
That's what it is.
but how long has that bill been drafted? How long has that
Well, I'm
been?
going to tell you right now. So if you would let me
just hold on.
proceed.
Hold on.
Okay?
Go ahead.
Okay, if-
Thank you. So Bill number 86, that was text amended in the Planning Commission on 810, because before new bills are read, and you know, you can clarify, because I know the sponsor of this bill is all about law and order. So before bills are read as a new bill, they go to planning normally. Now, this bill had went to planning as a 5-pager, okay? And it failed, okay? Now it's coming back to us as a 13-pager, so it's like a whole new bill and a half. Why are we doing a new read instead of sending it back to planning?
Question.
Procedurally, I'm going to ask that you ask all of your questions. Staff's not going to answer them now because I don't know the answers myself, but this is an opportunity for you to ask them, and you will have the answers before recommending committee, if not sooner.
Okay, so do you want me to ask them after?
Like I say, it's your choice. If you'd like to ask them after the mayor assigns it, or if you'd like to ask the questions now, this is the opportunity to ask the questions. We're not allowed to
Okay.
have a discussion.
Right.
And so this is just
So,
questions.
okay, so if I ask questions, will staff take notes on my questions so then they can answer them?
Yes, they will.
Okay, perfect.
He's got them right there, Mr. Summerfield.
Okay, so you got a pen, Mr. Summerfield? Great. Okay, so my first concern with this bill is, number one, the bill that was read for the record on April 10th in planning was 5 pages. It's now 13 pages with E, F, and G added, a whole new bill. That's number one. How does it fail in planning, recreated bill, and then come to new reading without going back to planning? That's my first question. The second question is, let me get my notes, because this is a huge bill. The second question is, we now, because as a former legislator, I worked really diligent on justice reform and not creating criminals, kind of like the gentleman that just left. So the second question is regarding Section 7. When we look at the ordinance specifies any violation of the ordinance shall be punished up to 6 months and $1,000 a day, and that's not all, it's per day. So let's say, and the reason why, you have to understand how this relates to Silverstone. So I want you to make sure that I am crystal clear that the sponsor of this bill is putting in this bill that we should arrest developers. Let's say if it's 15 days times 6 months, that's 8 years with 15,000. So I need you to answer me that Councilman Soroka is literally wanting to arrest developers in this bill, if this is what it's saying. That's number 2. Number 3, Silverstone, we have code enforcement right now going to Silverstone, and Silverstone, our code enforcement has to literally do an RFP because the owners of Silverstone are bad actors. We have to secure our clubhouse because they didn't pay the fence bill, and the fence got taken down. Now our clubhouse got broken into, so we, the city, has to literally incur costs to take care of Silverstone. When we're looking at this, now Silverstone is with the Clark County tax records, right? Because they didn't pay.
Councilwoman, if I could ask you, just get specific to the question so he can make the list rather than everything else, because we want to get the bill through.
It's fine. I just want to make sure that we're crystal on this ordinance. I mean, it's literally 13 pages, and so we'll just ask you questions containing to the bill. So I want to make sure that Section 7, because as a legislator, we would use terms like may, we can do things administratively, but now this is shall. And when you change a may to a shall, it's a problem, okay? Then we have closure maintenance plan. States that the department may require the subject site is maintained to the same level as that existed on the date of discontinuance or withdrawal. The reason why I'm asking this is because if Silverstone goes to auction in 2 years, and I'm just going to throw one of my constituents' names out. Let's say Pat Spilatro comes and purchases Silverstone. Pat Spilatro, if he's not within these compliances, he's going to jail for 8 years and $15,000 fine. Okay, so here's the question. Would this allow the Department of Planning to force a property owner to maintain a property to the same level if that property has been closed prior to the enactment of this ordinance? These are all questions that have to be answered before recommending committee. So if this ordinance is retroactive...
I'm going to make a suggestion, if I may, on this, because I think you're very clear that there's obviously, there's deep questions that you have on it.
I only have 4 questions. So I only have 4, and I'm on 2.
Okay.
So, and this is for the record, because this bill should not be here in a new bill reading. This should be back in planning, but I'm going to allow it as we're doing this, but as long as I get my...
I'm going to have to jump.
Wait a minute.
I'm going to have to jump in. I'm sorry. I'm going to have to jump in.
All right, hold on, please, Council.
We are not allowed to have discussion or debate on this portion of the agenda. We're not agendaed for it, and will be in violation of the open meeting law.
So can I just ask the questions?
I would just ask you to ask the questions.
All right, so then I'll just ask the questions.
And then the opportunity to comment on it will be at recommending and at the council.
There's not many more questions.
Just the comments will be at recommending, not now. So just, again, stay on the questions. I'm just going to ask them the questions.
Okay, good. Okay, thank you. So if this ordinance is retroactive to before this ordinance is passed, are we seriously considering jailing someone for violating an ordinance that wasn't even written? That's one question. The other question is, before I was elected, I'll just go to the question. Would this repurposing have been allowed by the ordinance? I'm trying to give you little examples of before the question, but I'll just ask the question. Would the HOA have been able, I can't even say that, would be able to afford doing this if the ordinance had been in effect, okay? So when my Ward 6 is zoned town center, a good portion of it. So what would the estimated cost be to comply with this ordinance on my town center zoning? And then would this repurposing trigger the original ordinances? The Las Vegas Valley Water District pays property owners to convert grass areas to desert landscaping. Is this repurposing going to trigger that ordinance? So again, this proposed bill applies to any proposal to repurpose golf course or open space, whether or not currently in use as such. So,
All right, so
those are the questions.
At that point in time, I'll have to cut it off and say thank you.
Yeah.
All your questions will be answered before recommending committee.
Yeah,
Mayor,
before
with
we-
your permission,
yeah.
Yes.
I would like to have my more competent associates read the
extern
bills
read.
today
Okay.
and have them assigned to recommending committee.
Okay.
Your Honor,
Please go ahead.
in the interest of time, we're going to have, Mr. Steed and I are going to be reading the 15 new bills into the record.
Okay, please go ahead.
Thank you. Bill number 2018-20, an ordinance to amend LVMC 6.95.090 to limit the availability of business licenses for retail marijuana stores to those that will be operated in conjunction with a medical marijuana dispensary at the same location and with the same ownership, and to provide for other related matters. Bill number 2018-21, an ordinance to authorize the City Council to consider and decide the merits of any application or proposed legislative measure that has been tabled or held in abeyance by a board, commission, or committee under certain circumstances and conditions, and to provide for other related matters. Bill number 2018-22, an ordinance to generally prohibit certain activities on a public sidewalk or within a public right-of-way at any location within 1,000 feet of any receiving dock of a food processing facility, and to provide for other related matters. Bill number 2018-23, an ordinance related to vehicle parking, amending various provisions of LVMC Title 11 to specifically provide for enforcement of non-metered paid vehicle parking in city-owned or city-leased parking lots, amending the definition of tour bus for parking purposes to clarify that it does not include limousines, and providing for other related matters. Bill number 2018-24, an ordinance to amend LVMC Title 19, the Unified Development Code, to adopt additional standards and requirements regarding the repurposing of certain golf courses and open spaces, consolidate those provisions with previously adopted public engagement provisions regarding such repurposing proposals, and provide for other related matters. Bill number 2018-25, an ordinance to amend various provisions of the Unified Development Code to provide for administrative deferrals and deviations regarding certain development requirements, adjust the requirements for private streets and street terminations, and provide for other related matters.
Bill number 2018-26, an ordinance to adopt as the city's fire code and international fire code 2018 edition, together with local modifications and supplements thereto, and to provide for other related matters. Bill number 2018-27, an ordinance to adopt the 2018 edition of the International Building Code, together with amendments thereto, and to provide for other related matters. Bill number 2018-28, an ordinance to adopt the 2018 of the International Residential Code, together with amendments thereto, and to provide for other related matters. Bill number 2018-29, an ordinance to adopt the 2018 International Existing Building Code, together with amendments thereto, and to provide for other related matters. Bill number 2018-30, an ordinance to adopt the 2018 edition of the International Energy Conservation Code, together with amendments thereto, and to provide for other related matters. Bill number 2018-31, an ordinance to adopt the 2018 edition of the International Swimming Pool and Spa Code, together with amendments thereto, and to provide for other related matters. Bill number 2018-32, an ordinance to adopt the 2018 edition of the Uniform Mechanical Code, together with amendments thereto, and to provide for other related matters. And Bill number 2018-33, an ordinance to adopt the 2018 edition of the Uniform Plumbing Code, together with amendments thereto, and to provide for other related matters. And Bill 2018-34, an ordinance to adopt the 2017 edition of the National Electrical Code, together with local amendments thereto, and to provide for other related matters.
Thank you very much. These new bills, 2018-20 through 2018-34, are assigned to the recommending committee members, Councilman Anthony, Councilman Coffin, and Councilwoman Fiore. If any so designated are unable to attend, the clerk's office will coordinate finding substitutes as necessary at my discretion. Thank you. This morning session of the City Council is now in recess, and we will reconvene
Mayor,
at 1.
I don't think we're supposed to recommend 86 to recommending committee until he tells me why it's not back in planning. That's what Brad said.
It will go back, Councilwoman Fiore, it will go back to the recommending committee with the comments to your questions, with the responses to your questions.
No. So that's the whole reason. Where's Mr. Jerbick? That's the whole reason why I asked on the record, okay, because item number 86 went to planning as a half bill. It came back as from 5 pages to 13, and by the way, the 5 pages alone failed 5-1, okay? Then it came back as 13 pages, so it's a whole new bill. So why isn't it back at planning before it comes to my recommending committee?
Right now, by reading the bills into the record, this is the process. So now we've opened it up. We're going to be sending it to the recommending committee with the answers to your questions. That's the process of where we were able to take comments and changes.
If it turns out, if it turns out there is a procedural problem with how the bill got onto the agenda, that will certainly be brought to your attention, we brought to everybody's attention, it can be dealt with it at that time.
So then what you're saying, just for the record, Brad, is if the procedural mishap happened, then it will be taken from recommending and putting back on planning?
The way the procedure works, not everything has to go to planning, and when it doesn't, there should be an explanation. If that explanation isn't adequate, then there may be a problem. We don't know that yet because I don't know the answer to the question. I don't know how it got there, and I don't know the answer to your questions, to be perfectly honest with you. But if it turns out that there was a problem, we'll bring it to your attention. We'll bring all the remedies to your attention, too. I just don't know what those remedies are, and I don't know if there's a problem yet. So if you'll just give us a chance to read through it and get you those answers, we'll just deal it with when we have them. That's the best I can do.
Let's just hope this don't happen again. That's the best I can do as a councilwoman.
I understand.
You'll talk with, okay, we are in recess. See you at 1. The date of recommending is July 30th and at 10 a.m. Is that correct? Just so that you know, I said we'd start at 1, and normally we do everything I say I'm going to do. However, for those of you who are here this morning, you heard it was Councilman Creer's birthday, and he's 49, and so there's a cake. So you can see how important it is to be seated up here. Did you get a piece?
Yes.
See, he already ate it, so that's the Greek in him. Right? All right, so they'll be here. We have to wait for 4 of us. We're halfway there. And I don't see anybody wandering around. So there will be somebody here shortly. And as soon as we have that, we'll move on, starting with, this is all clipped together. Okay. Okay, now we're 3. One more. Come on out, wherever you are. We need one more person. Yes, if you wouldn't mind. Ugh, what did I do? Can't even see. Did you get a piece of the cake?
No, Dan reminded me.
I don't really care that I am. Okay. Who's coming? Somebody there?
You calling me?
Nope, we're just waiting for the birthday boy's coming. See, he went back for more cake. There he is. Was that good? Oh, wow. What a mother loves. Wow, wow. And I knew his mom, let me tell you. And I know his brother. Oh, now, see, everybody else is coming in because the birthday boy has left. Whatever is out there. Okay, we are on to agenda item number 47. For possible action, any items that the council, staff, and or applicant wish to be stricken, table. 97? That's what I'm reading. Okay. I said, the mouth said 47? 97. For possible action, any items council, staff, and or applicant, I should have trusted you right up front. Stricken, table withdrawn, held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time.
Okay.
And they are, okay. Items 107, 108. ZON 72785 and SDR 72786, abeyance item rezoning public hearing, applicant 95/215 Center LLC, owner Ribbit LLC et al. On 3.14 acres on the west side of Osa Blanca. I know it drives you crazy. 698 feet south of Deer Springs Way, an abeyance requested to August 15th, 2018, requested by the applicant. Agenda items 109 through 114. SUP 72347, applicant owner Daniel Dugan, SUP 72394, applicant owner Jack and Hilda Lancaster, SUP 72411, applicant owner Bruce and Tiffany R. Marler, SUP 72412, applicant owner Marshall Family Trust, SUP 72413, applicant owner Pama Joyner. SUP 72414, applicant owner William F. and Sandra A. Gleason. Appeals of denial by the Planning Commission on proposed short-term residential rental uses at 150 North Las Vegas Boulevard, units 1604, 920, 2503, 902, 2315, and 1112. These are requested by the applicant and abeyance to 8/15/2018. And then agenda items 116 through 120, GPA 72727, ZON 72728, VAR 72941, VAR 73413, and SDR 72731, General Plan Amendment, Public Hearing, applicant owner Paramount Fund 2 LLC at the northwest corner of Ann Road and Leggett Road, withdrawn without without prejudice, requested by applicant. And I know you're waiting. Did I read you something wrong?
We had a question on that agenda on the 116 through 120 because of the wording of the withdrawal was without prejudice. And we'd just like some clarification. If they do come back with that application, are we to be notified as it starts over again?
Okay, your name, sir, please.
My name's Tim Murphy, 7900 Kiowa Circle.
Okay, thank you. I'll ask.
I'm the one that delivered all the packets to your office.
I know, I recognized you, but I didn't remember your name. But hold on. Let me ask counsel on that those particular
Mayor, with regard to a withdrawal without prejudice, that means that the applicant can bring the application back at any time. They'll have to start the process all over again, and you will be notified when it comes back up before the Planning Commission and City Council.
We just want that clarified on record. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so I'm now so lucky that you did that. Thank you. Councilwoman, would you continue on to the second page at the top there, starting with 12124, please?
Yes, I felt I let you down there.
No, that's fine. I
It
know
was
the
the
cake was
birthday
good.
cake. The
I
cake
know.
did it. The frosting was tremendous. All right, also a request to be held in abeyance. Items number 121 through 124, GPA 72773, ZON 72774, VAR 73380, and TMP 72851. The applicant is Dr. Horton. The owner is the United States of America. On 15.00 acres, 612 feet north of the intersection of West Cliff Drive and Rock Moss Street, and is a request by the applicant for abeyance until the August 1st meeting. Next, a discussion item, 134 and 135, VAR 73062 and SUP 73063. Variance, public hearing, applicant Pinnacle Consulting Incorporated, owner Robert Earl and Joan Zelfa, Pool Family Trust on 1.05 acres at 5961 Mellow Avenue. The request is abeyance by the applicant to 9/5/18. Next item was a discussion item, number 142, VAR 73265, variance, public hearing, applicant owner Marius and Luminita Nieta on .19 acres at 3312 Queens Canyon Drive. The request by the applicant was for abeyance to August 15th, 2018. Item number 151 was a discussion item, SUP 73117, special use permit, public hearing, applicant owner Craig A. and Lori G. Vanis at 241 Moose Lane. The request by applicant was abeyance to 8/1/18. Another discussion item, number 154, SUP 73266, special use permit, public hearing, applicant owner Prime Equity Solutions LLC at 6213 McAllister Avenue, abeyance to 11/7/18, requested by the applicant. And Mayor, all of these abeyances and requests, I move to accept.
On the motion.
On the motion, Councilman Coffin, please.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. It won't take long, just that, on the motion. And I will support the motion to obey or whatever else is required here, withdrawal. The issue relates to the Ogden that I'm concerned about. That's Ward 3. I have asked for repeated abeyances until we could get some agreement or some sort of negotiation started. Negotiation has finally started. Attorneys for the resident owners are participated. Now, they are represented by, I think, Kevin Christensen. The handful of applicants are represented by Matthew Seibert. And finally, we were able to get the HOA to participate. And so, therefore, this is the only reason I would obey it. And I'm sorry I wasn't allowed to tell you all in the morning that that was the move, so you didn't have to come down here. But in any event, you're here, so now you know till August 15th. But there is only one reason, and that is because negotiations have finally started. And, you know, we'll just be the best judge of what we think is the outcome. And we're going to hear from you, I know. Thank you. And by the way, Jeff, thank you for your notices about the violations going on. Thank you.
And they have been turned in to the city clerk. All right, there's a motion. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. Thank you very much. We'll move on to agenda items 98 through 106. 98 through 106 may be considered one motion, one vote. They're considered routine, non-public, public hearing items with no condition changes. Any person representing an application or a member of the public or a member of the council not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the application recommended by staff should request to have that item removed from this portion of the agenda. Agenda item 98, MOD 73325, applicant owner KAG Development West LLC for possible action or request for a major modification of the Kyle Canyon Development Standards to amend the minimum setbacks for the Kyle R-CL single-family compact lot, Kyle R-TH single-family attached, and Kyle R2 medium-low density residential districts, T-D traditional development zone, Ward 6, Councilwoman Fiore. Agenda item 99, VAR 723293, applicant owner NP Palace LLC, a request for a variance to allow a 1-foot setback from east property line where 5 feet is required for proposed freestanding incidental sign, directional sign on 30.12 acres at 2411 West Sahara Avenue, C-1 Limited Commercial Zone, Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian. Item number 100, EOT 73520, applicant Hero Adams, owner 8T8 Holdings LLC, a request for an extension of time for a non-conforming liquor establishment tavern at 808 West Lake Mead Boulevard, C1 Limited Commercial Zone, Ward 5, Councilman Creer. Agenda item 101, EOT 73534, applicant owner Drock 3rd Street LLC, and a request for an extension of time of an approved site development plan review SDR 52726 for a temporary parking lot and waiver of the downtown Centennial Plan parking lot screening fence standard on 2.76 acres of 200 South 3rd Street, C-2, General Commercial Zone, Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Agenda item 102, EOT 73583, applicant owner RJRLV LLC, and a request for an extension of time for a non-conforming liquor establishment tavern at 3220 North Jones Boulevard, Suite 1, C1, Limited Commercial Zone, Ward 5, Councilman Creer. Agenda item 103, RQR 72822, applicant Clear Channel Outdoor owner CCC LLC, on a required review of an approved special use permit U-0110-97, which allowed a 40-foot tall, 12-foot by 24-foot off-premise sign at 2111 Western Avenue, M Industrial Zone, Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Agenda item number 104, WVR 73273, applicant owner L. Benjamin LLC, and a request for a waiver to allow 28 parking spaces where 39 are required for mixed-use development at 523 South 6th Street, R-4, high-density residential zone, Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Agenda item 105, SNC 73232, applicant owner Party Home of Nevada, on a request for a street name change from Sky Foothills Street to Sky Territory Street, generally located north of Eagle Canyon Avenue, west of Sky Village Road, Ward 6, Councilwoman Fiore. And agenda item 106, VAC 73311, applicant owner Howard Hughes Company LLC, and a request for a petition to vacate a portion of Carriage Hill Drive north of Far Hills Avenue, Ward 2, with Councilman Soroka. The Planning Commission recommends approval of items 98, 99, and 104 through 106. Staff recommends approval on all items. Item 101 is a non-public hearing item. However, items 98 through 100 and 102 through 106 are public hearings, which I declare open. Anyone wishing to be heard on any of these items, please come forward and state your name. Hearing none, I'll close public hearing. Mayor Pro Tem, may I have a motion for items 98 through 106? Please.
Mayor, for those items, I move to approve.
Thank you. They don't have to read them again. Please vote. And please post. No, I'm glad I don't have to read them again. Okay, you need to vote. Okay, motion carries. So we are now on 107 has been obeyed to August 15th. We're on to 108. We're on to, oh, right, we just did all that to 115. Perfect. Okay. You clipped this all for me so nicely, and then I didn't pay attention to all your hard work. Okay, agenda item 115. SUP 73016, abeyance item, special use permit, public hearing, applicant owner Asaf Ben Dor, for possible action, request for a special use permit for proposed short-term rental, residential rental use with a waiver to allow a 532-foot distance separation where 660 is required at 2117 Alhambra Circle. That's R1 single-family residential zone. This is in Ward 3 with Councilman Coffin. The Planning Commission and staff recommend denial. This is public hearing, which I declare open. Are you the applicant or representative?
Hello, Mayor. I'm the applicant.
And your name, please.
My name is Asaf Ben Dor.
Thank you.
And I'd like to make a small request. My wife, she's still at the university. She won't be done till she won't be here till 4:30, I assume. Is it possible to perhaps delay
We can
my
trail
agenda?
this, but if we conclude ahead of time, you may have to wing it by yourself. Yes, but Councilman Coffin already has a question.
Yes, sir.
This could be helpful to you. My staff tells me you are going to continue to reside in your home with your wife and rent out a bedroom as a short-term rental on an occasional basis. Is that correct?
That's correct, Councilman.
So you're not leaving, you don't have another house somewhere else you're going to escape to?
No, we live at that house. Even if the picture
okay,
of the...
just you've given me the answer I needed to know.
Yes.
You are what I would call an old-time bed and breakfast.
Yes, sir.
And I will be moving for approval, so you don't have to wait for her to come. But others might have questions. So
All right, well, can
you
we ask,
have,
does anybody have a problem
thank
here?
you.
Because then you won't need to have an issue. But Councilwoman, did you want to ask something?
No, I think that if the homeowner lives in a home and is renting out rooms, and that's what he's doing, right, Mr. Coffin?
It's apparently what my
Then
staff...
I don't see a problem.
He has said that.
Not had problems in that area.
No complaints, no, nothing.
Let me hear, if I might, before we, have you made a
No, I
formal
haven't made the motion
Okay,
yet.
let's hear from Mr. Summerfield, please.
Madam Mayor, this site has been monitored by code enforcement since May of 2017. There are listings and reviews that indicate that there has been activity at this site since at least April of 2018, with bookings available in both May and June. Technically, the applicant is proposing to operate a non-owner occupied 4-bedroom short-term rental, residential rental unit. There is one other short-term residential rental unit within the required distance separation of 660 feet. Due to the required waiver, staff has recommended denial as the use is incompatible. I do note that we have had bookings on Airbnb from May 13th to the 17th, June 8th to the 13th, with one review in April and another review in May. Since the filing of the application, another STR has also been filed for in this area as well. That would make another potential short-term rental within 165 feet of this proposed rental. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
If no further questions, then I guess we'll have to add a condition and make sure that you adhere to this condition, Mr. Bendor, with the understanding that you forfeit should you not live there. That is an important thing. That is, we're going to have to rewrite our ordinance to recreate essentially the equivalent of what we would call bed and breakfast. But that's what I'm hearing. It sounds like you've been entertaining people over there. Have you been living there at that time?
Yes, I've been living there since I bought the house.
Okay, so
About a year ago.
when
Might
there
have
have
been
been
used-
complaints, you are there to address a neighbor's concern if there is a concern.
Correct, yes, sir.
That's the key thing. All right, well, that's the main condition of approval. And this requires an SUP, but I think we better also consider that, since that stays with the property, that you have to, there's another condition we've been asking of people, and that is that they surrender the special use permit should they move or sell the house. Do you agree to that?
I do, yes.
All right, well, then, thank you very much. I think your wife sent a good guy forward. Thank you.
Thank you. And
All
I
right,
have
I move for
also
approval.
documentation about my wife's acceptance to Touro University. I don't know if it's needed.
Oh, no, but
No.
congratulations.
She did.
That's wonderful.
She got accepted, so she started her studies already.
Wonderful.
And we both graduated from UNLV. We've been living in Vegas for I've been living 14 years. She's been living longer. We both have been longtime residents. You know, we're not some out-of-state investors or anything, so.
Congratulations.
Thank you for showing us that.
Councilman Coffin?
Yes, sir.
I have just a point of clarification. If the applicant has said to us that they will be living in the residence and that there is a, quote, bed and breakfast, is there a condition that requires them that should be put on this? Because if code enforcement goes by or they do a check and they are not living there, then
He forfeits.
that would have to, that they would be not in compliance of what they've told this board.
Madam Mayor, through you, Councilman, so there have been a few of these that have been approved where the justification for the waiver has been in part because it's going to be an owner-occupied unit, where a condition has been placed that all rentals shall occur while owner is on premises or something to that effect, to maintain that owner-occupied, to Councilman's point of the old bed and breakfast concept, that they only are renting rooms to visitors when they are actually there on the premises. So we've had a couple that have had conditions similar to what I just said. So if that is the councilman's wish, as a part of this motion, we'll make sure and craft a condition that requires, since it's being put forth as owner-occupied, that the owner must be on premises at all times or be staying at the home during any rental periods.
If the councilman would entertain a friendly amendment, I would be in support of that. If that is not a condition, then I would not be in support of the motion as it is stated.
Mayor, let me make sure I understand it, because I want to make sure that an owner doesn't have to be on the premises 24/7. No, just that obviously they're living there. Yeah, that's the key. Okay, because the idea is, if there's a complaint from a neighbor, they ought to face you on Monday morning.
Yeah. Madam Mayor, through you, this is Mary McElhone, Deputy Planning Director. I want to chime in here and just kind of let you know that one of the problems we have with these owner-occupied rentals is that is their primary residence. They do live there, but we've had problems where they'll rent them out, and then the owners leave the residence and they go stay with another relative, or they have a second home somewhere else, and we've had a lot of problems with that. And so in that case, it's not really an owner-occupied short-term rental. So the owner does have to be there on site. They don't have to be there 24 hours. They can leave midday and go grocery shopping. But the idea is that they really are living on site while that room is being rented. So I just want to make that clear.
But we haven't had any issue with this particular owner not living there, have we?
No,
Okay,
he's not been
Yeah,
licensed
perfect.
before. I don't have any
Okay.
problems with him at all. It's just that the concern that Councilman Creer raised is a very valid concern that we've had, and a problem that we've had with these short-term rentals that are owner-occupied. There's a misinterpretation of what that really means.
I think you were just pointing out, Mary, what was the obvious.
Well,
For
I was
subject to the conditions that we have outlined.
Right, but currently there is no condition associated with your motion.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I think
Didn't
there's
say-
your intention
didn't I
of what
say
you're
you had
trying to
live-
create, but I don't think there is a condition that is attached to this motion.
I thought I did.
Oh, did I?
I did say they have
Well,
to live there.
regardless, how about repeating your motion? I'm so confused by all of it anyway.
You know, it's one of those days, too.
It is.
The idea is, in the motion of approval, that the conditions exist such that you're living there all the time. I mean, that's as plain as we can get. And it's true, you will obviously be allowed to leave the house every now and then. When you have guests there, you have to do that. It goes without saying, that's our intent. So we can't put a dot and cross a T on every little item. But the intent is, as you have already consented to, that you lose that privilege if this doesn't happen. So that's about as plain as we can make it. I want to try to make owner-occupied much easier for people, because I don't think that's the problem. But again, we'll find out as time goes on. So therefore, that is my motion
But
to
let's
approve.
repeat it very crisply so I can ask,
I
does
would
he
ask for
agree
staff
to
to
it
create a-
specifically and that
Okay.
our planning has it? And do you accept Councilman Creer's addition or
Well, I think it was not really necessary. I thought that was understood. That when
Well, how about we have a report and clarification from staff to indicate if there is a condition that is specifically indicates the intention of Councilman Coffin's wishes.
So, Madam Mayor, through you, then, Councilman, from the discussion, here are the two conditions that I believe are proposed to be added. The first condition, and this has become a somewhat standard condition that we've been adding, is that at such time as the property is put up for sale, the property owner shall voluntarily expunge the special use permit.
Wait one sec, let me ask, do you agree to that?
I do, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Next point.
And then the second condition, I believe, again, this taps onto the bed and breakfast owner-occupied concept. The second condition we would add is that the residence shall be occupied by the property owner during each period the unit is rented.
Agree as
Is
well.
that agreed? Thank you. Okay, so,
So it is stated, so shall it be written.
and
So
that's your
shall it be
motion.
moved, Your Honor.
okay, there it is moved. So let's all vote. Let's get a vote going here. All those in favor, please sign in and post. Motion carries.
Sir?
Tell your wife you did an outstanding job. She can stay at the university and take night classes.
Yes,
Thank you
please,
very much. I really
please-
appreciate it.
Congratulations.
There won't be any trouble. She needs to study. We don't plan any party.
please tell your wife you did it all by yourself, without her help. Tell her, let her know you did it all by yourself. Like, flex your muscles for her.
Yeah. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you very
Good.
much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Okay, that was 115, so now 125. Yes, 125, where is, I got so much stuff on here. Okay. Can't read through all my own. Oh, wow. Oh, this is 125 through 131. Okay. 125, SUP 72998, a request for a special use permit for a 459-foot tall building where the airport overlay district limits the height to 200 feet. And related item, excuse me, is that fact? Are we talking about the same place where the jewelry? We're not talking about, it is the D.
No, this is Derek's project. The Las Vegas.
But isn't the airport overlay, they had already approved a 60-story building there. Why does that say this here, that's only 200 feet?
Madam Mayor, if I might, the airport overlay is a standard mapping exercise. In this case, this property is impacted by the North Las Vegas airport overlay. It sets height limitations based on certain radii from the airport. In this case, it sets it at 200 feet, I believe. It's a matter of, they just have to get an SUP. I think we've had several other applications, including the jewelry center that was in Symphony Park that was proposed there that was going to be above the 200 feet that had to come in and get this SUP.
Okay, so this is just protocol.
Correct. It allows the FAA to comment on a proposed proposal for a project that's going to encroach within an area that may or may not be a concern for them.
Because I do remember the jewelry center had already passed muster, and I thought this was ridiculous. Hello. All right, reading along. And related item 126, SUP 72999, a request for a special use permit for a proposed 117,740 square foot gaming establishment, non-restricted use, and related item 127, SUP 73000, a request for a special use permit for a proposed 608,965 square foot nightclub use at the southwest and southeast corners of Ogden and Main Street, C2, general commercial zone, and related item 128, SUP 73001, on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 7,865 square foot massage establishment use, and related item 129, SUP 73002, on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 300 square foot automobile rental use, and related item 130, SUP 73003, and a request for a special use permit for proposed valet parking use at the southwest, southeast corners of Ogden Avenue in Maine, C2, general commercial zone. 131, SDR 73004, and a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 1,224,485 square foot, 459-foot tall hotel and casino with an 817,605 square foot, 143-foot tall parking garage on 4.84 acres at the southwest southeast corner of Ogden and Main Street, C2, general commercial zone. The applicant owner is 18 Fremont Street Acquisition, LLC. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval on all items. These are in Ward 5. Councilman Creer, a public hearing items which I declare open, and I know the applicant's representative is present. Yes, this is about time. We're finally building.
Yes.
So, Vegas. Councilman Creer, you are so lucky you took office.
So are you saying that you're in support, Mayor?
Okay, is the applicant representative present?
Yes. Good afternoon, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, and the birthday man himself. It's an honor to be here today. As you know, I've been involved in some pretty significant projects in downtown, but this is by far the most significant.
And your name is?
My name is Todd Kessler. I apologize. 300 Las Vegas Boulevard North.
Thank you.
And this is by far the most significant. This project will forever change the landscape of downtown, and it will become a landmark for Fremont Street. Before I go into the details and the specifics of the SPUP and the SDR, I'm going to bring forward Mr. Stevens just to say hello and give you a little bit of information, and then I'll go through the specifics as it relates to all of the items that are before you.
I am so excited. Hello.
Hello, this is Mayor Lowe, council members. Very happy to be here this afternoon, and well, thank you. I know you've all had the opportunity to live through the last 36 months with us, and from August of 2015, when we first acquired the Las Vegas Club, and then subsequently Mermaids and Glitter Gulch and La Bayou. Well, we're finally here, and it's been an exciting period. I can't believe 3 years have gone by in putting this assemblage together, but we are excited, and we're excited in a manner that I think is appropriate for downtown Las Vegas, appropriate for Fremont Street, to build something that can match up to the 24 million people that come to Fremont Street. And you know, I've let a lot of people know this is the second most visited tourist destination in America with 24 million people. And well, I think the time is right. We're in the right city with the right people, and I guess I'm here to answer any questions, but we're excited about it.
Wonderful.
I do.
Comment? Yes, please.
I am curious, thank you, Your Honor. Derek, I'm just curious if you and Mr. Kessler could answer. It's a first multi-story, really, really large building built this close to the railroad yards since the Union Plaza was built in 1969. And I'm curious if you have found any extraordinary conditions in the soil, you know, and at what levels were you able to go down far enough to drive into pilings so that you can, is that adaptable to a building that tall?
Well, you know, along the train tracks, just west of Main Street, and between Main Street and the train tracks, that's where we're planning on building the garage on what we would consider to be the old Boyd lot. And prior to that acquisition, we went through some environmental studies, and it did not give us a cause for a concern at that point. With regard to the Las Vegas Club site, you know, as you know, we've got a pretty big hole there right now. We continue to do work in that city block, and we've not had reason for concern either. I certainly can't say everything was pristine, but it's nothing that hasn't been. Nothing that couldn't be remediated, so it's not something that's caused us grave concern.
Is dewatering going to be a continuous thing at that site?
You know, no. We are going to be having some dewatering that's going to be taking place here shortly. So we need some results of those findings before I could really answer that question.
Any petrochemical smell in the water that's coming?
No, I would tell you we ran into a few more issues on the old Clark County Courthouse site than what we've seen here on the Vegas Club site.
Bones?
I'm sorry?
Oh, no, never mind. I'm sorry.
He's looking for Jimmy Hoff.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Or my husband's former clients, alleged. Well, this is
And
a
I would love
public
to take you
hearing.
through the specific details right now, if that's okay.
Okay, all right, and then we'll have the public hearing, because I'm sure the better should see everything.
Yeah, thank you. Good.
Thank you all.
Thank you for everything that you do. It's wonderful.
Okay.
And again, it's really an honor to be here. I see this project as a rebirth, and this is just the beginning. As you've seen so many great things occur before, this is just the beginning, and I hope that this is going to spur additional hotel casino development and some remodel and potential other things along Fremont. But what we have before you today is a site development review, as well as 5 special use permits. The site development review is for a 459-foot tall structure with 777 rooms. It has a 2-level casino. It has food and beverage restaurants. And then I'll go through the SUPs. I want to bring up one point so you're all aware. The FAA approval has been granted already. It has been submitted, and it's part of the record. It should be in your package. So we have received our FAA approval already for our sized building, which is a great item. So one of the SUPs, of course, was for anything that's above 200. And since we already gotten our FAA approval, you'll see that that shouldn't be a big issue. Part of the SUPs are kind of technical, and I want to go through some of them, and they sound a little funny. And the first one is, of course, over a 600,000 square foot nightclub. And I want to let you know there is no traditional nightclub where there's a disco and a dance floor and et cetera. But because we plan on offering live music at various places throughout the casino, whether that's the rooftop bar on the top floor, or whether that's along the pool setting or anywhere in this casino hotel, the entire premise has to be entitled for that. And that's why you see such a large square footage. And I wanted to indicate that because that's kind of strange in its notification prospect. Additionally, we also have a spa. And as part of that spa, we will be offering massage services. And that is a request for our other SUP, for our massage parlor. It's not the traditional massage parlor that is licensed throughout various parts of the city, but this is for offering massage services as part of our spa experience. Additionally, we'll be offering car rental, a kiosk, if you would, or a small a desk near the concierge, for instance, where you can rent a car. And that's one of the reasons why we're required to apply for a special use permit for car rental. Additionally, we have a special use permit before you today for, I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought. I apologize.
The square foot, what does it say, the SDR 17?
Last one is for a valet, sorry. Anytime you have a valet that's where 20% of the parking garage is above or is dedicated to valet, you have to require a special use permit as well. But I want to take you through the project a little bit and kind of talk a little bit. I have a site plan in front of me here just to show you a little bit. Part of the things that you'll see is a garage that's located across Main Street. We'll be having a pedestrian bridge that will cross Main Street, very similar to what you see on the Boyd properties to the north, where Main Street connects to the California. I brought some additional images that I'll show you in a second of the bridge that we've been working on with Boyd, and because part of our purchase of this land required their approval. One thing I want to talk about is the garage itself. This is going to be a new garage. This is the first real hotel casino that's been designed for Uber and Lyft in mind. Most of the casinos that have been designed in the past have never had to deal with rideshare programs before. This one is designed for it. So we have a really good ground level portion of the garage that's dedicated to what I'll call rideshare and additional transportation needs. Our garage has a total of 1,188 parking spaces. And as you'll see in the staff report, Title 19 requires an additional amount, but because we are in the downtown overlay district, Title 19 is not traditionally applicable. If you look at our number of rooms to our parking garage, we have a ratio of about 1.52 for each hotel room. So we have 1.52 spots for each hotel room. I'm going to give you one number that'll show you how downtown is very different. The Golden Nugget has 2,419 rooms, and they have less than 600 parking spaces. Wow. And many of the casinos, and none of the other casinos, reach that same ratio in downtown of 1.5 to each hotel room. There are many other things that I can take you through. I want to just take you through some pictures that show the bridge. I want to submit these. These were submitted to the planning department prior to the hearing, but did not make the upload to the agenda. What you'll see here is a picture of the garage, as well as. Let me move that out of the way.
Is that a variable on design, or is that temporarily what it looks like,
this is
what it's going to look like?
This is the design. And what you'll see is our color scheme here is shown in pink, but these are what new lights are LED lights, and these lights can change colors instantaneously. So, for instance, on St. Patrick's Day, they might be green, red, white, and blue for 4th of July, et cetera. So I really don't want you to focus too much on the color more than just the fact that we have these lighting strips that indicate that. Additionally, you'll see another image of the bridge. And this is shown from the corner of Main and Fremont. So if you're looking north, you'll see this image. I wanted to show you some images of the bridge so you can see that it's really not very obtrusive in its design. This is one more image. This simply shows how you get from the bridge into the various levels of the garage. Lastly, we have a southern elevation that shows from the Boyd parking lot looking past Ogden to the garage. This shows the landscape buffer in front of the garage. Additionally, it kind of highlights the bridge into the casino portion. And this is the escalators as they protrude down through the floors towards Main Street. This lastly shows some escalators and how you connect up. And these items I'm going to submit again for the record. They were submitted to planning prior to this hearing about 10 days ago, but they did not make the posting. So I want to make sure that they're part of this. And if there's any conflict between those and anything previously submitted, those would be the
Are they
documents
dated?
that are
Do they have
needed.
dates on them? Yeah, okay.
Okay. You know, this is going to be a very unique project. There's going to be a lot of things coming out between now and the time we begin construction. We're looking to begin construction as soon as possible. I just want to point out one thing. This is still financing contingent. We've been out with seeking financing, and it's going very well, but those things are not yet finalized, and they will be prior to us beginning construction, but it's still our desire to begin construction by the end of this year. I'm happy to answer any more specific questions about the hotel casino if you'd like, or any of the special use permits.
Wonderful. Well, it's really exciting. Before Councilman Coffin starts, are you going to build them simultaneously? Are you building the garage first? Or
They'll
the
be
hotel?
built simultaneously.
They will, okay.
The
Councilman?
garage will probably start first because it's a little easier structure to build.
Thank you. What you're financing is a whole bunch of people looking for new places to put their money. Russians, so make sure it's okay, clean. The thing that bothers me about that end of Fremont is what went on, what was permitted, what was allowed to be built for the receiving end of the High Line, the whole
The zip
darn
line.
question of the zip line. I mean, that's just ruins that end of Fremont. And, I don't know how it happened.
I think most of
Union Plaza, I don't know why either they didn't object loud enough, or there was a big middle finger given to them. Now, what are you going to do about that?
Well, I
That's
think
ugly.
what we don't have before you today, because it's not part of this package, is that if you recall, Sassy Sally, who was part of the neon imagery that existed on Las Vegas Club, is going to be repurposed and put on what I'll call the far west portion of that last landing. I don't have any images of that. We're working with the city and with Fremont Street Experience, most importantly, to come up with a design that allows for her to be permanently installed, so that if you're on the plaza and looking to the east on that tower where you see all the concrete and the gray, there will be some neon signs, and Sally will be there with her kicking leg.
So you're not intending you're going to stay with the plan then and leave that thing there and not change the mechanics?
Correct. It's impossible to remove that tower.
You're going to try to fix the aesthetics of it.
But we're going to make it look better. That's what
I still think that if you did a little bit of translucent paneling instead of just slabs, either metal or wood or things like that, where people can actually see how it works, and then they start to get a vision of through it, then I think it would make it more hospitable, is all I'm saying.
And that's something we can happen to talk about with Fremont Street Experience. It's really under their control and their approval, if you would. And there's been discussions for over a year since we've removed the sign for it to be permanently located there. We've shown some designs to Fremont Street Experience. We're just finalizing those. And when the time is right, we'll have to bring that before you. You'll see those images, and you'll get to see that it will look much better than it does today.
Thank you.
And that was also part of the agreement between the city, the LVCVA, and Fremont Street Experience.
And the Centennial Commission
west
as well.
side would be improved as you've articulated. So this is a public hearing. Do we have anyone from the public that would like to come forward to ask some questions or comment? I will close the public hearing. Anything else before I turn this over to Lucky Councilman Creer?
Thank you, Mayor. I am definitely in support of this project.
We have something
Do we have
coming from staff. Please, Mr. Summerfield.
Actually, Mr. Gebeke is going to just give the real quick staff report so that it's on the record, and then, if you don't
Great.
mind.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, Steve Gebeke, Planning Supervisor. Staff finds that the proposed hotel and casino development furthers the city's goals as expressed in the Vision 2045 Downtown Master Plan for the Resort and Casino District. The proposed development is compatible with the existing hotel and casino developments in the area, as well as the adjacent pedestrian mall. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, happy birthday, man.
Back to me. Thank you. I'm in support of this project and look forward to you guys, moving forward. And glad you guys are in Ward 5. And as I've spoken to you and your team about the opportunities to provide jobs for residents of Ward 5 and residents throughout the city are vitally important to us. Unemployment within Ward 5 is at 15%. Around the city, it is at 5%. So we're 3 times the average of the city in terms of unemployment, and we need to do everything we can to make sure that we provide opportunities, and then we on our side provide you with a trained workforce that's ready and able to take advantages of the jobs that you guys are going to be creating. So I thank you, and without any other, is there other comments from
No,
other
the only
members?
thing I just wanted to ask council, do we have to take them one at a time? And he said yes.
Yes. yeah, I asked that question myself about 2 years ago in the Planning Commission, so.
For purposes of the clerk, Mayor, just so that she and they have them on the record separately, since they're separate items.
You blame the clerk, huh? Okay. Without any further ado, item 125, SUP 72998, I move for approval.
Thank you very much. There's a motion to approve. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. And 126, please.
Thank you. 126, SUP 72999, I move for approval.
Motion to approve. Agenda item 126. Please vote and please post.
Thank you.
Motion
Item
carries.
127, SUP 73000, I move for approval.
Thank you. Motion to approve on 127. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. 128.
128, SUP 73001, move for approval.
Thank you. Please vote on 128 to approve. Please post. Motion carries. 129.
Item 129, SUP 73002, I move for approval.
Thank you. This motion to approve on 129. Please vote and please post. Yes.
She was just asking somebody.
Motion carries. 130, please.
Item 130, SUP 73003, I move for approval.
Thank you. A motion to approve on 130. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. And finally, on 131.
Item 131, STR 73004, I move for approval.
Thank you. There's motion to approve 131. Please vote and please post. Hooray.
We have 132 and 133 as well.
Thank you.
Oh, we have 132
Yes,
and
we have-
133.
I'll be staying for those
I forgot
items
to
as
turn the
well.
page. Keep
Great.
going. 132, please.
Great. Item
Joe,
132.
wait. Hold on one sec, please.
Yes.
Madam Mayor, 132 and 133 are related peripherally, but they're not directly related to the item that has been discussed. Those probably need to be opened as their own item in a separate staff report,
And I have to
please.
read them, too.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay, so we're that far, but we're almost there. Okay, agenda item 132, SUP 72469, a request for special use permit for a proposed temporary open-air vending transient sales lot use at northwest corner, Fremont Street and First Street, number 133, SDR 72470, and a request for site development plan review for the installation of 7 temporary tables in conjunction with temporary open-air vending transient sales lot on 2.76 acres northwest corner of Fremont Street and First Street, C2 General Commercial Zone. The applicant is LV Food Trucks, LLC. The owner is 18 Fremont Street Acquisition, LLC. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval on both items. These are in Ward 5 with Councilman Creer. They are public hearings, and so I declare those open, and you'll continue on. And Mr. Summerfield, more comments.
Madam Mayor, the proposed temporary development is distinct from the proposed long-term development, the hotel and casino, and is intended as an interim use of the site during the construction of the proposed hotel and casino. The applicant has installed a temporary courtyard with ground cover, and the proposed use does not negatively impact the immediate area. Therefore, staff recommends approval of both requests. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It is a public hearing. Anyone on these two items? Can't wait to see this happen. Closing public hearings. Now let's go back to you, Councilman Creer.
Thank you. Agenda item, if there's no comment from the board, agenda item 132, SUP 72469, I move for approval.
Thank you. Motion to approve on 132. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. And finally, on 133.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Agenda 133, SDR S2470, I also move for approval.
What are we serving? Please vote and please post. What will we be serving in these?
Right now, there has been an existing food truck. It's called Project Barbecue, and it's been there for a year, and this is just a continuation of that as we proceed towards the eventual construction of that site. I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank staff. We've been working with staff for over 2 years on this project, Public Works, Planning. This is the greatest city to do business in. The staff is top-notch. We would not be at this point where we are today had we not had this supportive staff, so I really want to thank them for that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We concur. We have a great staff. We're so grateful to all of them, and this is just so exciting. And I gather these are open to the public.
The food truck currently is, yeah, and what it does is it brings life to that portion of Fremont, given the fact that the hotel's been shuttered for almost a year and a half now.
Wonderful. Great.
Just one-
Congratulations. We're so excited. I see you're on again.
Looking ahead, I was thinking, you've got your stake planted in Symphony Park. You have the garage on one side of Main. You have the hotel on the other side of Main. You have an interest across the street, obviously, in the Golden Gate. And then the D.
Yes,
Is there anything else in between that and the recreation park out there? Because I'm just thinking you might as well have a gondola coming. Will you be asking for a gondola?
We are going to be
Symphony
coming,
Park.
as part of PQ's acquisition, we are going to be coming before you in December and to be talking about that portion of this project. And I look forward to talking about it. Don't give Derek any ideas on the gondola. Or maybe he needed
I just
that.
was guessing. Okay.
Remember, he's a Detroit boy, so he may come up with something totally out of it.
Again, thank you very
Great.
much. Have a great day.
Congratulations. We're so excited. Okay, agenda item 134, 135 have been obeyed to September 5th? Yes. Okay, let's move on to 136, 137. 136, VAR 73281, request for variance to allow a 0-foot separation of existing accessory structure, Class 2, where a 6-foot separation is required from main building of .15 acres at 1055 Benita Avenue, R1 single-family residential zone. And agenda item 137, SUP 73282, and a request for a special use permit for proposed short-term residential rental use with a waiver to allow a 432-foot distance separation from or similar use where 660 feet required at 1055 Benita Avenue. The applicant owner is Turley Family Trust. The Planning Commission recommends approval of both items 136 and denial of 137, and staff recommends denial on both items. These are in Ward 3 with Councilman Coffin on public hearings, which I declare open. Is the representative or owner present? Yes, representative.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Doug Rankin, 1055 Whitney Ranch Road, Henderson, Nevada, not in Las Vegas, as the former mayor would point out to me. I have with me today Joe and Vanessa Turley, the property owners and residents of this location. This is a request for a short-term rental. It is owner-occupied. When it's not in for rent, it's listed on the assessor's office as 4 bedrooms. The 4th bedroom was formerly a nursery. The Turleys have since converted that into a walk-in closet, which they utilize to store their personal belongings in when they're renting out the other part of the house. The house is not available for rent at all the time because Joe has custody of his daughter, and he has custody. She needs to be in the home during that time, and that occurs Monday, Tuesdays, and Wednesday mornings, and then on the weekends, every other weekend, I believe. She is part of that. I've been there. I've seen that. So they do live in the home. This is their only home they have. They don't own any other homes. They live here. They've bought the home in 2015, and they reside at this location. They did receive... They did do some Airbnb rentals. They received a notice from the city. Immediately, they took down their item from the website. It has been dark since then. They haven't rented it out. And they came forward and are requesting the special use permit. Let me kind of go through the variance really quickly. The variance is for a bathroom addition that they did once they discovered that they needed permits. I spoke with Joe, and we self-reported that. And we are on the process of getting our permit for that. All we need is the variance, and the permit will be issued. The Turleys have invested, this is their home. They've remodeled this older home and put a lot into it. This is the bathroom, so the variance we're asking for is 6 feet from ourselves. Code requires this bathroom to either have an internal access or be located 6 feet away from the building. The bathroom, which is a shower, a commode, and a sink, is for the spa that they use so that you don't have to go to and from inside the house to utilize the spa, which is located right here. So that variance is just from ourselves, and they have the support of their neighbors. As a matter of fact, they've gone out and spoken to all their neighbors. A couple of their neighbors agreed to come down today during the afternoon and speak on behalf of that. But they have 18 of their neighbors who are supporting the project. They actually have more neighbors that do that, but they were tenant-occupied neighbors, so they weren't sure if they should include them as supporting a project or not, but they live there. Joe and Vanessa are part of the neighborhood. They fixed it up. It's one of the nicest houses on the street, and they have the most to lose by bringing it to some party house. There's only 3 bedrooms available. They would have a lot to lose. And they're available when they are renting the house out, and if they have an RV that they utilize when they're doing that. And I think Vanessa is going to speak a little bit, so I'm going to introduce Vanessa Turley.
Thank you.
Okay. Hello, good afternoon. Thanks for having us today. We really appreciate the time that you guys have taken to hear us out. Like Doug said, we do live in the house. We bought it in 2015 prior to every, other neighbor who has come since then, and we've invested our own money to fix it up and really make it the place that we want to live. I work downtown, so it's very convenient for my work. I'm also a very proud UNLV graduate of both my master's and my law degree, so we're here. We live in Las Vegas. We're here to stay. This is our only home, and we would just appreciate the opportunity to be a part of the sharing economy and kind of host people when they come to Vegas and just kind of make it the experience that they want.
Wonderful. And again, would you repeat your name for the record, please?
Vanessa Turley.
Thank you very much. And did you want to add to that, or has Vanessa done, better, right? Wonderful. Mr. Summerfield.
Madam Mayor, the applicant has constructed an exteriorly accessed bathroom, and they did this without building permits, which resulted in non-compliance with the code as regards separation requirements between the main building and any technically accessory building. As of mid-June, the applicant had submitted 4 building permits for the structure as well as a patio cover and block wall that were constructed without permits. Staff finds that there is no extraordinary or exceptional circumstance that has been presented in this case, that the hardships are self-imposed and therefore recommends denial of the variance. Regarding the proposed short-term residential rental, as staff has found that the proposed use cannot be conducted in a harmonious and compatible manner with the surrounding land uses as evidenced by the requested waiver. As the applicant had indicated, they did have some rentals back in January. We do not have any more recent documented rentals at this location. I would note that if the variance is approved, there was a condition added, and we would just bring that to your attention, that the building permits and final inspections for the structures that were built without permits, that those should be completed within 90 days of final action today.
Thank you. Okay, this is a public hearing. Is there anyone who's come down that would like to make comment as to this item or these items? Okay, I see we have some movement. We have 2 people. Thank you. Either of the microphones.
Hello, my name is Okay Hernandez. I'm living at 2013 South 10th Street, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89104, and I support this project of my family, of my friends.
You. Where are you located? Can you point to where you live on this map? Where's where? Oh, it doesn't show the maps in the back.
Yeah, 10th Street.
He's actually on the corner of 10th and Bonita right here.
Okay, okay. Thank you very much. Thank you.
That's it.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Billy Shoemaker. I'm a fellow neighbor. I live on the corner of 8th Street and Bonita. I think it's amazing what they've done to their house. I've lived downtown for 2 years, and I've seen nothing but great changes down there. I support what they're proposing here and what they've got going on, and just wanted to stop by and share my feelings on that.
Thank you. We appreciate your taking the time to come down. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to be heard on this item or these items? Okay, I'll close public hearing, and I guess they're yours, Councilman.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is another little twist on bed and breakfast. It is, in essence, a house that qualifies for the size. It's not a large house. What I like about it, frankly, is they don't have a big swimming pool built in there to advertise for college kids to come and frolic around and throw beer bottles next door. They got a little kiddie pool in the back. So they got crossways with our staff on building the little addition in back. You probably built it with your own hands. I'm going to guess, Mr. Rankin, is that kind of what happened?
Yeah, actually, Joe did construct it. We do have a licensed contractor that we self-reported. When I met with Joe, we self-reported ourselves to code enforcement, had them come out, do an inspection. The Turleys have hired H&H Contracting for a licensed contractor in order to certify the work that Joe did. We've passed all of our plan reviews. At this point, we're just waiting for zoning to go through, which requires the variance to be separated, so that we're not separated from ourselves. Once that's done, the permit will be issued here shortly after the 10-day appeal. Actually, I believe it can be issued sooner than that because we're at council. So it could be issued tomorrow, perhaps, if the review is completed.
Okay, so Doug, then as I understand it, your client is going to live in the RV when they're not living in the house itself, and they don't have another house in town or in California, anything like that. This is their home.
That's correct. This is Joe and Vanessa's only home. As a matter of fact, I can submit for the record a letter attesting to that, providing that this is their only home that they live in. This is their home. When they're not living in the home, they're in an RV, which is currently at the south.
That's sufficient for me to know. I think the point is that this is another one of those places where flexibility is important in a very rigid ordinance. So you fit another classification of what I consider to be a welcome thing, and that is offering a room to a visitor. And it's hard to believe we have so many hotel rooms. There was a time when we didn't, and you had to do this. So I think it's a great thing. I think it's important for the neighbors who have written. They weren't sure about it until I think they've heard it all now. I don't know if anybody's going to step up in opposition to it, but nobody's objected to you folks. I think that's important. So you know your neighborhood. You know that we do attach, again, a couple of conditions on these days. The condition primarily is that and you'll hear it read by staff, but again, it's the idea that you're going to surrender the SUP, special use permit, if you don't live there, or if you sell the home, or as I say, the term is put it up for sale, right, Steve? That would be the word. So I think, and that's pretty much it, unless I forgot one. Please, staff, help me out.
Madam Mayor, through you, yeah, so this one, the very first condition under the SUP for the short-term rental is that new standard condition that reads, at such time as the property is put up for sale, the property owner shall voluntarily expunge the special use permit.
Okay, and that, of course, we're taking them a little out of order in the sense that the one, let's see, I think it's 137 is the one on the SUP. But 136 is the one that contained the problem with the accessory building, which Planning Commission approved of. And then my Planning Commissioner voted for, others denied on 137. But I think he lives close by, and he knows the neighborhood, as do I. Okay, well, with those conditions, do you agree, Mr. and Mrs. Turley?
Yes, we agree to the conditions.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Rankin. Is there anything else you'd like to add?
I don't believe so. I think we're good at this point.
Thank you very much. Then I now move for approval with the conditions attached. And I'll move first on item 136, and that is move for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve agenda item 136.
And the permitted construction, the permits have to be done within 90 days on that one there.
Yes, they're almost ready.
You have a question?
Yeah, I do have a question. So, Mr. Rankin, you said that you hired H&H Construction to certify the work that this gentleman did on his home, correct?
That is correct. As a residential unit, you can do owner-builder, you can build your own stuff, but to ensure that it was done properly, the Turleys opted to hire a licensed contractor to ensure that work was done properly.
Right. You can build your own stuff, but obviously there was an issue with planning, so that's why it was for denial.
No.
Well, then,
136 is on the accessory structure, and that was approved.
No, it says 136, says staff recommends denial.
Excuse me for talking out of turn here, if I can engage in dialogue. What it is...
And I can defer to
That's
staff.
a-
I believe they recommended denial of the
They have to-
variance
they have to
because
do that.
your code requires any accessory structure to be separated from the main dwelling unit by 6 feet. I did some research on to find out what the reason for that was, and I really haven't found. Your code used to allow attached accessory structures, but in 2005, it was amended to eliminate that.
Okay, so the H&S construction has nothing to do with the denial then?
I don't believe it does.
The certification of the work has nothing to do with the denial?
Madam Mayor, if I may, no, the certification, that would all be handled through the building permit process. The staff's recommendation of denial on the variance is completely related to the fact that, as was mentioned, the construction is a self-contained unit attached to the primary dwelling with no internal access, and therefore doesn't meet our code.
Okay, and that will not be rectified?
It can't.
It can't be rectified?
There's
Okay.
insufficient room for them to build internal access, and I believe, based on the floor plan, that bathroom would then access a closet, which then accesses a master bedroom, which wouldn't
All right,
work.
that's fine. I just wanted to make sure that I was clear that the certification had nothing to do with the approval of this agenda item, which I have you've certified that for me, so great. All right, thank you.
And also, you're very welcome for asking that, because it catches me off guard, too, sometimes. Staff is required to say denial when something doesn't meet the code. They have to present that. Planning Commission, in its judgment, approved unanimously. So that's said there, and so the motion's on the floor, Your Honor.
And only you and Councilman Creer, who've been having this wonderful dialogue, haven't voted. We're all waiting.
I'm sorry, ma'am. Would you please read that again?
Okay, that was agenda item number 138, which has passed.
Okay.
Now we're going to go on to 139.
I'm sorry, Mayor.
137.
Mayor?
Yes,
You
what's
indicated
that?
that was 138. I think that was 136.
I mean 36, excuse me.
Thank you.
That's all right. It's understandable. Okay,
If you
item
sat next to
137.
them, you would be doing this too. Okay,
You
now
have
we're
to
up
read
to
137 separately?
No, because I've already read them.
Okay, so 137 has been read then? Okay.
Yes.
I can just simply say that the conditions we discussed had more to do with this one. Those are the key ones. Do we open that for public comment?
No, they were both
I
open
think they were
together.
doing both at the same time, Councilwoman. I now move for approval with the conditions as outlined by our staff.
Too much sugar. You know what happens with children with too much sugar? This end is having a little trouble.
Hey,
So you've moved
I
to
just had
approve
salad today.
137?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
With those conditions.
Which you accept.
Expunging of the SUP and so on.
Okay. So everybody please vote and please post.
Everybody's a little different.
Motion carries.
Thank you for your time, consideration.
Thank you,
Good job.
guys.
Thank you. Okay, we're on to agenda items 138, 139, and 140. This is 138, VAR 73313, a request for variance to allow proposed 52-foot tall building where 35 feet's allowed. 139, SUP 73315, and a request for special use permit for a church house of worship use. And number 140, SDR 73316, on a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 7,347 square foot church house of worship. The applicant is Holy Trinity Eritrean Orthodox Tewahedo Church, and the owner is Doris J. Wilbur et al. On 2.06 acres northeast corner of El Parque Avenue and Mohawk Street, RE Residence Estate Zone. The Planning Commission and staff recommend denial of both items. These are in Ward 1 with Councilwoman Mayor Pro Tem Tarkanian. Public hearings, which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Yes.
Good
My
afternoon.
name is Emmanuel Tasfeh. I'm the representative for Holy Trinity Church.
Thank you. Do you need that spelled? Could you spell your last name,
Yes,
please?
Tesfaye. 7235 Bermuda Road.
Thank you. So do you want to tell us about your project, please?
Yes. Good afternoon, to
Good
Madam Mayor,
afternoon.
Madam Mayor Pro Tem and Council Member. We're proposing a 7,347 square feet church on Mohawk in El Parque. It is a one-story, but it has a mezzanine level inside.
Okay.
The project is surrounded by a residential neighborhood. On the east, we have a residential neighborhood. We have another residential project here. On the north, it's a vacant land, and then on the west, we have residential, and then across El Parque, we have another residential. A church is allowed as an SUP in a residential zoning, and we're asking that you review this church. The church is designed very harmoniously. That fits the surrounding neighborhood. It looks like the other houses with tile, roof tile, stucco, and we have a dome on top of the church that represents the Eritrean Orthodox Church. With that said, staff has reviewed the condition. Traffic, they've mentioned that it's not a problem. Sound, regarding sound, the Eritrean Orthodox Church do not amplify any sound outside. In anything regarding the light, there's not going to be any light outside the project for that service. They attend church twice a week, Thursday and Sunday. With that said, I conclude my presentation.
Thank you very much. Looks beautiful. Mr. Summerfield?
Madam Mayor, the proposed church will be located within a residential area with large estate lots that surround the site, as the applicant had indicated. The church includes an architectural dome that exceeds the RE district building height standards by approximately 48%. In the context of a rural estate neighborhood, the additional height is not compatible with the existing residential and non-residential buildings in this area, as there is no extraordinary characteristic of the property that would create a hardship. Staff recommends denial of the variance, special use permit, and site development plan review. Thank you.
Just because of code?
Correct, ma'am. The height of the building exceeds code and is, because it's more than 48% higher than what the code would allow, is just not really compatible with the area. It's inconsistent with the heights of any of the other buildings that surround this property.
Have you had meetings with the residents in the neighborhoods about the dome and this height?
Yes, ma'am. We've had two meetings. The first meeting, nobody did any complaint or what have you. On the second meeting, they've had concern about traffic and sound, but nobody had concern about the size of the building or the height. So it's mainly traffic and a lot of people congregating in there and sound.
Okay. I'm sure Councilwoman will address this, but this is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to come forward, please state your name for the record and voice your opinion, please. Wait one sec.
My name is Cyril Thomas Bastian. I live at 2090 Mohawk Street.
You live on Mohawk? I'm so sorry.
I do. I live on Mohawk Street.
Okay, thank you.
So one of the meetings that was referenced by the project manager here was held at my house. I will state for the record that I'm opposed to that. I also have a couple of oppositions that weren't submitted late. I'd like to submit them now. At that meeting, we had members of the neighborhood attend. Nobody at that meeting was in favor of this project. the height of the dome was discussed and was part of it as well. I'd like to thank Mayor Pro Tem Tarkanian for her help and the support of their staff. She was able to talk to me. I talked to her early in the week, expressed our concerns. We've had issues with this area in the last couple of years where developers have come in and wanted to put projects in there that were not conducive to what the area is. We have large half-acre lots. We want to have large half-acre lots with homes on them. We would love to have a developer come in that didn't have to have a special use permit or a variance or anything. We would love to see that development in the area. We continue to have applicants that want to change the nature of that rural neighborhood, and we're opposed to that. What I have here is a diagram that shows a little bit of the nature of the area. I've marked out in yellow on these squares here. These are existing churches that are already in the area. This is the proposed area. There's a church catty-corner to it. Just up the street, there are 5 more churches, and then a little farther away, there's another church. So it's not the issue of the church. We have a lot of churches in the area, and it's really an issue of we want to keep this neighborhood as a residential area. We want to keep it as large rural estates, and so we are opposed. We had at least 18 other individuals who have expressed their opposition to this project. As far as I understand, there are no members of the congregation that live in the area. Everybody would have to commute into that area, and to do that, they would have to go through our neighborhood to do that. And so on a Sunday morning, we already have problems with cut-through traffic from Sahara to Oki, and it would be a shame to actually have that cut-through traffic on Sunday as well. So as I say, we and I and my wife are opposed to this.
Thank you. Anyone else, please come forward, state your name for the record.
Good afternoon. I'm Mary Ann Hine. I live at 5240 El Parque. My property abuts the property in question. They're looking at 81 parking spaces in this area. All we ask is that we retain the neighborhood that we have. It's rural, there are no sidewalks, there are no streetlights. It's quiet. As Tom said, we have plenty of churches in the area that add to the traffic. It's also used as a shortcut between Decatur and Sahara. I have to wait almost 4 minutes to make a left-hand turn on Lindell. I don't wait that long at Sahara and Decatur to make a turn. I mean, the traffic is horrendous as it is right now. There is no stop sign between Decatur and Lindell. So it's a 25-mile-an-hour speed zone, and they come down there like it's the Indy 500. And some people can't get out of their street or out of their driveway to get onto the street. We have children walking the neighborhood because there's an elementary school right on Mohawk and in Oki. So there's always traffic. People are out walking their dogs. Cars are speeding by. We just don't need any more traffic either, beside people coming for services and that, and we have plenty of churches there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else, please come forward, state your name.
Name is Robert Carlucci, 5220 El Parque Avenue, and I'm on the property adjoining Mary Ann's, which would be on the same street as this proposed church. I oppose the approval of this. We'd like to see single-family homes built there, and all the other reasons that the streets are too small, and it's just a wrong place for a church, you know.
Okay, thank you.
It's just too small.
Thank you.
My name is Lee Dane. I live directly across the street from that. I have 2.5 acres, and my taxes are pretty steep. I have a zone restriction on me. I cannot build. I've got a nice home on one corner, but I can't build until I do curb, gutter, sidewalk, street light, all of this, and that's already zoned for RE. There's no reason at all that the man that owns Park Electric and these people here can't put 2 cul-de-sacs in with either 4 to 5 homes, 3 or 4 homes per acre, and then come out onto Mohawk Street. No, there's too much traffic on El Parque now, it's dangerous. And if they put those 82 requested parking places in, then they're going to have to put in some wider driveways. It's going to really interfere with the traffic on El Parque. Right now, it's nothing but it's just a meat market looking for a lot of collisions. They drive way too fast. There is no proper control on it now, and it's between Decatur and Lindell. That's a center section light street. So there's a half a mile in there, and believe me, they get these cars and trucks and test them, and it's sad that the way it is now. But if you put a driveway there with that many people on a Sunday coming in and out, it's just going to create cane. So my suggestion is that those other people go ahead and build. And see, there's restrictions on me. It would cost me several $100,000 now. They want me to go at the 60-foot street El Parque is. They want me to go half of it, 30 feet, and go down 2.5, 3 feet and take out the existing type 2 and put the other in. So you'd have it on one side and not on the other. And it's very restrictive on me. I don't have that kind of money. If I was working it, it'd cost me several $100,000. I got a bid on, let's see, in about June of, I've been there 28 and a half years, and I got a bid at that time, and just for the paving alone was several $100,000, because I've got essentially 300 feet each way on El Parque, and I'm on the corner of Mohawk. So I'm definitely against that, but I would love to have other neighbors there. And because right now there's a lot of homeless people living there, and there's a lot of crime taking place, small petty crime. There's a lot of drugs taking place over there, and Metro's not on top of it, but they need to be.
Okay.
Anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Madam Mayor, could I just ask him, do you live in the city, sir, or the county?
He lives in Parque.
I know Parque goes both ways.
So,
Sir, do you live in the city or the county?
In the county.
You live in the county?
Yes.
Because I was going to say that if you had had difficulty building in the city, you could have called us and we could work with our public works personnel, because they're always great at trying to help. We've had some situations. What?
That those two people, Bob and Jeanette Parks and the lady, Mrs. Wilbur, just came into the city a year ago at their request.
I don't understand what he said.
Well, it was Park County.
Oh, you're talking about the annexation request?
Yeah, Okie, and
Okay.
they have all the
Thank you.
storage seal there.
All I'm trying to say is that when you tell me that you can't build because of this problem of that, and that's what you were told, I was wondering who told you that. Well, it wasn't our city people.
When I bought it, we did not know. My wife was.
All right, I know, but it was the county. Okay, I just have to tell you also that this is a city parcel, and that we have to take more weight to the city people who comment on it. They're the ones who pay the taxes. They're the ones who pay whatever else is needed. So when a comment is made about the city, I have to listen more to the city people. That's all I wanted to say, sir. Thank you.
Hi, Debbie McCarthy. I live at 5404 O'Bannon, and I've lived there for 41 years. I have a church next door to me. It does not match the aesthetics of everybody else there. It's a huge white church with a blue roof. And we just want to see this kept residential. Also, I am a neighbor of Lee. We are in the county, and we oppose it greatly for all the same reasons that Mr. Bastain said and everybody else stated.
yeah, is everyone that's spoken, do you live in the county too?
Yep.
All of you
Right
in the
across the
county.
street.
Yeah. No, yeah, they're an island in the city.
We have no sidewalks, we have no
Right.
streetlights, and we don't need all this
Right.
traffic, and we've been there 57 years, and
Yeah.
they come and change us on a whim, and I don't think it's right.
know.
We
Is
abided
there
by all
anyone
the
that
laws.
lives in the neighborhood here from the city? That's interesting.
Well, that's what we found out.
Yeah. Right.
Mayor?
Okay. Yes, sir.
Mayor Pro Tem, I am not in the city, but we were in contact with some individuals who live directly across the street on Oakey, and they had submitted cards in opposition as well. They were at the public meetings, and they also expressed their opposition to this as well. So we do have city residents who are in opposition as well, not just county. I just wanted to put that on the record.
It's not that, I mean, you know, we're fine with the county, but the reality is, as Councilwoman said, you know, and we have talked about annexing islands and things, and you're entitled to live in the county and not be part of the city, but she's absolutely correct. We have to make sure that we're taking our city residents first, because these are their taxes for everything that we're spending. So at this time, is there anyone else who wants to make comment? Okay, I'm going to close public hearing and turn it over to you, Councilwoman.
Planning's already spoken, right?
Yep, public hearing.
All right, thank you. Could I ask, who was the gentleman who called me last night or the night before? Somebody called me that represented the church. Was that you, sir? Okay, that's fine. I just, I couldn't remember your name. I'm sorry. I'm not the one. Oh, you didn't call me. Okay. I want to tell you, and I want the council to know, that this gentleman who's standing before us right now is one of the kindest, most polite individuals I've ever met. And I would, with all my heart, want him to have the church that he wants. And I cannot take the weight of the county because I have to represent the city. They're the ones who probably pay my salary, I guess. But there is a problem, sir, and I discussed it with you before. And that problem is that we do have a lot of traffic in that area. We have a lot of traffic. And you are a church that is going to grow. You're not going to just stay where you are now with the number of membership. I mean, I could tell by the, let's say, the spiritual feeling that you and everybody who's represented your church has shown. I am positive that you are going to grow, and I think you're probably going to grow rapidly. There are 5 churches within a mile, and there is a lot of traffic congestion. And so even though I want you to have the church, I just feel that in good conscience to the neighborhood, I have to deny the request. However, I would hope that we don't have Bill Arndt here now, but I think that what we should do is help you and your church to find a good place to go that might be most appropriate. And Bill Arndt could help, I think. Is he here?
Jorge could do this.
Oh, Jorge, I'm sorry. Looked right past you, Jorge.
No
Sorry.
problem, Councilman. For the record, Jorge Cervantes, no problem, because we can work with them to try to identify a potential site.
Would you do that? These are very, very good people. And I would certainly hope that they can get their church in the way they want it. Unfortunately, 5 denominations came there. The roads are not large. And so I cannot support the request for the church, even though it hurts me inside. I think I told you before, it does. But that I would have to move to deny on the church. But tell you and the people with whom you work that Jorge Cervantes over there is one of the very best workers I've ever seen in any government entity, and he will help you find a good place. And did we have, you wanted to make a comment, sir? Yes. I hope you don't mind me doing this, yes.
All right, we're reopening the public hearing, which is closed.
Oh, yeah.
And while this is happening, Mr. Cervantes, do you have a business card? Would you be good enough to share it with the applicant, please?
Yeah.
And yes, Councilman Coffin wanted to make a comment.
If I could just finish just a couple of sentences, please.
Yeah.
I also wanted to say that it's not the height of the building. The height of the building we could take care of architecturally or some other ways. So the height of the building is not why I'm basing my decision. It's the conglomeration of the traffic that not only is there now, but will worsen. It's something that you probably wouldn't have even known about before because you're not on our entity and don't follow our streets. Probably nobody does as much as we do. But the height was not, I know that was what planning was concerned about, but I always felt we could handle the height thing. And so that was not the problem. The problem is the congestion that would be caused on the streets and that we need to have those streets a little more free than they are now. I'm just looking at my notes that I took to, and your church is going to expand. And you won't just expand in membership. You're going to expand in community outreach. And that causes additional traffic. So I just feel that having the additional church there with so many churches already, with the traffic problem we already had. Tell me, Jorge, was this near where we put those, were they water bags or whatever, and people removed them? Do you remember that a long time ago?
For the record, Cervantes, Council, we've done several traffic calming attempts out there in various locations within this general area.
Yeah, we have tried very hard to give to provide traffic calming means in that area because we know with the problem with the traffic. These, of course, you wouldn't have known, but we knew because of the past history and we've been involved with it. But and to tell you the truth, some of the people who live not very far from there sort of ran through our traffic calming devices a couple of times. People who didn't live in the city, I think it was. But in any case, I moved to deny, and letting you know that Mr. Cervantes will help you all he can. And if anybody needs to talk to me about why we could not, or why I could not move for approval on this, I'd be very glad to talk with them or meet with them.
Okay, and before you vote, Councilman Coffin wanted to make a comment, which may or not do anything.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you. I have a question about you, sir. What is your name again? Turn your microphone on.
It's on. It's on.
That one wasn't. Now it is.
Emmanuel Tasfi.
What?
Emmanuel Tasfi.
Tasfi.
Emmanuel. Okay,
Yes,
so I'm fascinated with Eritrea because when I was a little kid, I collected stamps, and the Eritreans were attacked by the Italians, those folks, where the fascists, essentially the same bombing as the Germans did to the Spanish. And so ever since then, I mean, I've got an Eritrean stamp. I've never met someone from Eritrea. So now, so there's Muslims and Christians. You were right on the Red Sea. You are, this denomination is Christian, I guess. Are you following me okay?
I'm not. How can he be following you? I'm not following.
Well, I'm curious. You're right on the Dead Sea, the Red Sea. The Red Sea, you're in the Horn of Africa. Civilization started there. I'm just curious, what time, what day of the week do they have church services?
2 times a week and Sunday.
2 times plus Sunday? Mm-hmm. And so they are at times when the other denominations are meeting? Is that part of the problem, that there's a fear?
No, it's the traffic is what Councilwoman was speaking to. The traffic, and that Mr. Cervantes is going to help find another location because she obviously thinks you're a very fine man, not that that would have a bearing on this, but obviously what you were doing, and we're supportive of the concept, what you're trying to do, and having a congregation that's going to grow. So Mr. Cervantes is going to find you, help find your
The
problem.
construction of the dome, is it a dome top?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so those are important to the religion, I know that.
Yes, sir.
So I think when the councilwoman said you could handle the height of the dome, you can't at this location because you want to have what is your church symbol. So we've got to try to help you find another place. It's just that it's kind of novel because I did not realize there was an Eritrean community here.
There's quite large Eritrean community in Las
I can't
Vegas.
hear a word you're saying, Emmanuel.
It's all right. You're fine.
It doesn't
I will
matter.
tell him. It's all right. He's just off the page today. I don't know what he's doing,
Yeah.
but we love you anyway, so let's
Well,
go
I can't
back
help
and
it if I want to
let's
hear it.
turn this thing off, please.
Ever since Ross...
He's
the way
teaching us history is what he's doing, but right now we have to get this answer for
Right.
you. And I think I've given the answer. And no matter what he says about the dome, that was not my problem. My problem was what it would add to the fact that we have a school near there, we have 2 schools near there, we have all the other churches near. It was the traffic and the fact that I know that your denomination is going to grow rapidly. And it's so, you'd be doing more things
Okay,
which
no,
would add
she
more
did
traffic.
make a
Thank you.
motion. All right, Councilwoman Mayor Pro Tem did make a motion, and so if you'll all vote, but all's well, because Mr. Cervantes is going to help you find a good place. So please post. Councilman Creer, Councilwoman Fiore, you have to vote. And post. Okay, so the council has voted with Councilwoman to deny, but you're alive and well with this
Yes,
gentleman.
believe me, you're alive and well, and if you meet with Mr. Cervantes, he'll make a way that you can communicate together and with other members of your congregation.
We will.
So that was on agenda item 138. We now move on 139, please.
Did you say we had 2 more votes?
Yeah, this is only
Oh,
138,
sorry.
139, 140. So that
See,
was 138.
This
Now we
man
go to
has
one-
captured my heart, I
You know,
guess.
he has, and this one's driven you crazy.
Yeah.
So let's go to 139.
Okay. On 139, I move for denial.
Thank you. There's a motion to, on 139, please vote and please post. That motion carries. And on 140, please.
And 143, it's just a reiteration of the first one. I move for denial.
Okay, there's a motion on 140. Please vote and please post.
And remember, you're going to get help from us.
Sure, sure.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much for your
Thank
time
you.
and consideration.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to agenda item 141, and that is VAR 73225, public hearing, variance, applicant owner John R. and Sandra J. Weber for possible action or request for variance to allow 5-foot side yard setback where 10 feet is required and not to be aesthetically compatible with the principal dwelling where such is required for a proposed 960 square foot accessory structure, Class 2 shed, 0.85 acres at 4232 North Decatur Boulevard, RE Residence Estate Zone, Ward 5, Councilman Creer. Planning Commission and staff recommend denial. This is a public hearing. I declare it open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Yes, we
You
are.
are the applicants.
We are the applicants.
Okay. You're not representing him.
No, he's me. I mean, Sandra Weber.
Okay.
800 Mohawk, Las Vegas, Nevada.
Okay, so tell us what you're doing.
John Weber, 800 Mohawk, Las Vegas, Nevada. We're requesting a 5-foot setback where 10-foot is required for, we have a travel trailer. We pull it through the gate and into the back and into the fence where we can park it in the backyard on this section of the property. If the setback is only 10 foot, it uses up so much property that it's not feasible. The distance between the shed and the cement is only 12 feet 6 inches. If we can get the extra 5 feet, for the trailer is 8 by 23, the setback with 5 feet would make it 17 feet 6 inches. Then we could pull back and park it next to the fence. This shed is going to be 960 square feet, but it is going to be the same color as the house, or as close as possible.
Okay, and then we had one opposition to our shed, and this gentleman lives, I don't know if you guys can see, oh, right here. Oops, okay.
If you put it in the middle, right there.
Okay,
No, put it
This-
where the camera is.
right there?
You're fine.
Okay. Our dwelling where we would like to put the shed is here, and he lives over here. There are houses, trees, and cannot be seen anywhere near the back of our yard.
Okay.
This street here is a dead end, and no one goes there. There are 2 houses behind, on the other side of us, but that's all. The neighbors around us did not object to it. We did talk to them, and they agreed that they have no objection to the shed. But once again, there's no way that we can pull our trailer through this in... Am I not high enough? I'm sorry. We cannot pull, these 2 is where the 10 feet would be, and is right here, and this is the 5 foot.
Okay. Mr. Summerfield.
Madam Mayor, unfortunately, there is no evidence of a unique or extraordinary hardship that has been presented related to the topography or geography of this lot. The applicant has therefore created a self-imposed hardship by proposing this prefabricated metal accessory structure Class 2 that is 5 feet from the property line. The subject property has ample space to locate a structure at 10 feet and allow the appearance to match with the primary structure, which would allow it to be in conformance with Title 19 requirements. Therefore, staff has recommended denial of the request. As noted, Planning Commission did recommend denial of this as it related to the setback specifically, that they felt that there was sufficient room to meet the setback requirements.
That there was or was not?
That there was. That's why they had recommended denial of the variance.
Okay, thank you. Okay, this is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard on agenda item 141? I will close 141, and Councilman Creel.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm not going to delay this process. I know where you live in Decatur, and I live not far from you. Pardon me?
Happy birthday.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. I'll take it. Another birthday is a blessing. But there's no. I don't have a problem with this. And one point of clarification. You said it was going to be aesthetically compatible. The item says it's not going to be aesthetically compatible.
And we told them in the beginning it would be compatible. If it isn't, I'll paint it. But they have multicolors from the shed company, and they told us they could give us the color close to the house.
Okay, great. If there's any other comment from members of the board?
Yeah. I just think you guys are adorable.
Thank you. So agenda item 141, VAR 73225, I move for approval.
Okay, there's a motion to approve on agenda item 141. Please vote and please post.
Thank you, guys, and enjoy yourselves.
Thank you.
Thank
enjoy
you.
your trailer. Have a good day.
3/19/39. A little bit older than you.
Tomorrow's his birthday.
Oh, 7/19. What did I do? Say 3/19.
Happy birthday,
7/19?
sir. Your
Tomorrow is
birthday
his
today,
birthday
too.
tomorrow.
Awesome.
So you gave me a
Tomorrow.
birthday
Tomorrow.
present, and you're much better to look at than Oscar.
Uh-oh. Hold it.
Be careful, I'm coming on down. It's my age.
We love you for being.
You already got the variance, man. You're already good, okay?
Thank you. Bye. Bye. It's great. Okay, no, they are cool. All right, 142 has been obeyed till 15th of August, so puts us on to 143. VAR 73277, public hearing, applicant owner Samantha L. Jones for possible action on a request for variance to allow 0-foot corner yard, side yard setback where 15 feet is required for an existing patio cover carport on .20 acres at 1253 8th Place, R1 single-family residential zone, Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. And Planning Commission and staff recommend denial. This is a public hearing which I declare open, and you are the representative or you are the applicant?
The applicant.
And your name, please, for the record.
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of council. My name is Samantha Jones. I reside at 1253 8th Place, 89104, Ward 3. A resident for over 14 years. And I want to say thank you for hearing my item regarding the variance for the carport. And just wanted to answer any concerns.
Okay, let me see if let me hear from Mr. Summerfield first.
Madam Mayor, this application is before you as a result of code enforcement action. No evidence of a unique circumstance has been presented, and that the applicant has created a self-imposed hardship by constructing the carport without securing the necessary building permits, which resulted in the structure not meeting the required corner side yard setback. Therefore, staff does recommend denial of the request. Thank you.
No, that's all right. Old building permit?
No building permit.
There is no building permit. They have secured a certificate of appropriateness from the Historical Preservation Committee, which is necessary for the permit, but this variance would have to be approved before they can get a building permit issued.
Okay. Thank you. Public hearing on this item. Anyone wishing to speak to this item, please come forward. Close public hearing. Councilman Coffin.
I move for approval, Your Honor.
You have to turn your mic on, though.
I move for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve. Agenda item 143. Please vote and please post. And that was motion carries. That was simple.
Thank you very
Good
much.
luck. Okay. Agenda item 144. VAR 73346, public hearing, applicant owner, Tower Vista LLC, possible action or request for variance to allow a 0-foot corner side yard setback where 5 feet is required, to allow a 0-foot separation from the main building where 6 feet is required for 3 existing accessory structures. Class 2 sheds on 1.43 acres at 3979, 3883, and 3931 Tara. R4 high-density residential zone, Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian. Staff recommends denial. Planning recommends approval. This is a public hearing, and I declare it open. Representative present.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Council members, my name is Tony Celeste, address 1980 Festival Plaza Drive, here on behalf of the applicant. If I can first direct your attention to the overhead, just give you an aerial look of where the property is located. You can see right here is Valley View. This is Terra. A little bit to the south would be Desert Inn, and to the north would be Sahara. And right here is the existing apartment complex. This application, while one application kind of has 2 components to it, one, a carport, and then the second portion is 2 sheds. With respect to the carport, I would like to withdraw that request. We did so at the Planning Commission. Planning Commission recommended 60 days from final action for us to remove that, so I would request that you follow Planning Commission's recommendation on that with respect to allowing us 60 days to remove the carport. The second component, as I mentioned, is our 2 sheds. The 2 sheds, I'll put a little bit more expanded or closer shot of the aerial, are the 2 highlighted areas right here that I am pointing to, right here along the back alleyway, Terra being the front. This building has been here since the early 1960s, and the sheds as well, including in your staff report, it notes that both sheds are estimated to have been there for approximately 40 years. What's interesting about this is that in 2003, the prior property owner requested from code enforcement whether or not there were any existing violations on the property before that property owner closed on the property. And the response back, as you can see in this letter, that there was no known violations at the time. Then in January of 2005, the prior property owner received a notice of violation saying that these 2 sheds were not in compliance. The prior property owner then sent a letter back to code enforcement referencing the 2003 letter that they received, but nonetheless said that they would work with the building department and bring that up to code or seek the appropriate building permits. The building permits, you can see, were in fact applied for But the only thing I can think of now is that there was no final inspection called back out on it. So now fast forward, or 13 years later, a new property owner has it and has been cited for these 2 sheds, which everyone thought was rectified several years ago. Nonetheless, I'm here asking for those 2 sheds only to be approved, and we will be sure to get the reinspection done at the appropriate time. And that is what Planning Commission did recommend approval of, were the 2 sheds. So with that, I'm more than happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, well, let me first go to our planning department, please.
Madam Mayor, the applicant has agreed to eliminate the existing carport from the request, however, is still requesting to retain the 2 existing sheds located on the site. Staff finds that there is no evidence of a unique or extraordinary circumstances. The applicant has created a self-imposed hardship by constructing the structures without building permits, and therefore recommends denial. Thank you.
Okay, public hearing. Anyone interested in these sheds since the carport's being removed? I'll close public hearing, and Councilwoman.
My staff and I went out there, I think it was 112 degrees that day, but we did go out, and you can't see the shed from the alley, you can't see it from the front. This owner has done really a very good job as far as landscaping, keeping up the pool area, and making it neat and clean in the, it would be the front area where the landscaping is. I think he could maybe organize his sheds a little better, but they don't seem to cause a problem. However, the
carport.
The carport,
Yeah.
which is a strange-looking carport, but carport did cause a problem, and that will be taken care of. My understanding is you will take care of it as you told Planning Commission you would.
Yes, we would like a 60-day grace period, though, to remove the structure. But yes, we are agreeing to withdraw our request for the carport and would ask for 60 days to.
And I know the owner of the property feels everything should be granted for him, but 60 days is a long time to give to take care of that small amount of old wood there. So I think that's very fair, is what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
And what I do is I will move to approve the fact that they had, what am I approving? Am I approving the fact that they had this already?
144 without the...
If I could,
Yes, I would approve that, granting that variance. And you know, when you've got something 40 years old, and then you have a sheet of paper, and I read all of them myself, I had them in my hands and read them, and it says that, yes, there's no problem. Well, the sheds are already there, and they're telling you there's no problem, and then later they say there is. It's just how life is. We get mixed up sometimes as we go along. So I move to approve those 2 sheds.
Thank you.
With any condition or anything, the 60 days, but what are you doing?
Madam Mayor, I just wanted to confirm for the Mayor Pro Tem that the first condition on this approval, or the if approved conditions, does include the Planning Commission condition that it's only for the 2 sheds and that the carport must be removed within 60 days of final action, so 60 days from today.
Yes, that's exactly. I didn't mention the carport because I figured that wasn't my motion. It was what the Planning Commission had done. But yes, I would want to make that a condition to follow Planning Commission's recommendation.
And we agree with that
And
condition.
the other thing is, please get that dog some shade.
I talked to him, Luna, the dog's name is Luna. They're going to get a new dog shed for him.
Yes,
So
tell him he
they're-
should be very grateful this
Yes.
council is so nice. Take care of the little
Absolutely.
dog. Thank you.
Okay, there's a motion on agenda item 144. Please vote and please post. Motion carries.
Thank you, and I do appreciate your time, and Kimberly and Robin for coming out there on a
That's
very hot
okay.
day and walking the site with us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, agenda items 145 through 148. Okay, let's see where this is. Also yours. Okay. Okay, 145 SUP 73287, a request for special use permit for alternative parking standard to allow 119 parking spaces or 162 parking spaces are required for a proposed facility to provide testing, treatment, or counseling for drug, alcohol abuse. And related item 146 SUP 7328A, and a request for a special use permit for a facility to provide testing, treatment, or counseling for drug, alcohol abuse use at northeast corner of Charleston and Mohawk. Agenda item 147 VAC 73284, and a request for a petition to vacate U.S. government patent easements generally located at the northeast corner of Charleston and Mohawk Street. And agenda item 148 SDR 73289, on a request for a site development plan review for a proposed three-story, 48,375 square foot office development with waivers to allow a 10-foot wide landscape buffer along a portion of the south perimeter, an 8-foot wide landscape buffer along a portion of the west perimeter, a 4-foot wide landscape buffer along a portion of the north perimeter where 15 feet is required, and a 0-foot wide landscape buffer along the east perimeter where 8 feet is required on 1.75 acres at northeast corner of Charleston Boulevard at Mohawk C1 Limited Commercial Zone. The applicant owner is Mohawk Charleston LLC. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval of all items. These are in Ward 1 with Mayor Pro Tem Tarkanian, or public hearings which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Yes, Madam Mayor. William Turby from 3017 West Charleston. And
Joe Hahn with Hontex Civil Engineering. Joe Hahn.
I thought she was having me turned off before I had a coronary here. That's beautiful. Okay, do you want to tell us anything more than what we've...
Madam Mayor, good afternoon, Madam Mayor, Madam Pro Tem, City Council people. My name is William Turby, as I just mentioned. I represent the proposed construction project at that northeast corner of Mohawk and Charleston. We've designed this facility as the Las Vegas Institute for Research and Treatment of Opiate Dependencies, forming this as a Nevada for-benefit corporation. The roughly 50,000 square foot facility is an innovative, multidisciplinary consortium of professionals that want to research the causes and then seek to treat those who suffer from various opiate dependencies. By creating customized protocols and treatments for each person, this multidisciplinary practice can closely monitor each patient through comprehensive treatment programs. The opioid dependency touches many, no matter how rich, how poor, how young, how old. Family. We know that there's not one size fits all treatment for the scourge on this national epidemic. This institute's goal is to save lives through innovative approach of individualized medical treatments. I'm sorry. Anyway.
You've been touched, I can tell.
I can attempt to answer any of your questions regarding the proposed facility. Dr. Vu, unfortunately, our co-founder, medical director, is in surgery, as usual. And with me, I have a comprehensive outline that I'd like to submit what the purpose of this whole facility is.
Wonderful.
If there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Thank you. Mr. Summerfield?
Madam Mayor, the proposed building will be oriented towards Charleston Boulevard and Mohawk Street and is intended to provide for medical-related office uses. Staff finds that the proposed office development supports the goals and objectives of redevelopment Area 2 for the City of Las Vegas.
I'm sorry, can you talk into the mic? I cannot hear a word you're saying.
Madam Mayor, the proposed building will be oriented towards Charleston Boulevard and Mohawk Street and is intended to provide for medical-related office uses. Staff finds that the proposed office development supports the goals and objectives of redevelopment Area 2 for the City of Las Vegas. Staff recommends approval of all applications. If approved, staff would like to amend the first bullet point of condition number 14 of the Site Development Plan Review to read as follows. Parking lot screening shall be provided within the landscape buffer adjacent to Alpine Place in conformance with Title 19.08.110, and a 24-inch box shade tree shall be required for every 15 linear feet with 4 5-gallon shrubs for every required tree. Thank you.
Do you agree to that?
Absolutely.
Yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay, it's public hearing. Is there anyone from the public that isn't grateful and delighted to have this happen? Okay, I'm going to close public hearing, and Councilman Coffin, please.
Thank you, gentlemen. What would differ in your protocols for treatment of opioid abuse and I suppose any other addictive substance? What would you do differently or would be novel about the treatment that you would offer?
Commissioner Coffin, I have a whole packet for you to read, but basically it's a one-stop center for multidisciplines to talk to each other about the individual. In other words, not have the individual have to go to this over here and that over there and as common here. So if we can propose this one site where an individual patient, an individual who has this dependency, can come in and be there and treated by several reasons or several things all in one space, not have to travel all over town to try to get these treatments. And it's the research, the causes, why the pain. It'll have a pain clinic, a wound clinic, a dental clinic, a sleep clinic. There's so many reasons why people are on dependencies. What's the reason? And then maybe we can all find a solution between interdisciplinary causes.
Is your thoughts to take people in while they're in the throes of addiction, that you would be taking them when they're wet?
Well, we're not proposing that this be a 30-day facility at all.
It's not a residential detox center.
This is not a residential facility per se. This is, there might be there for a sleep study, or there might be there for 24-hour observation, but not like a 30-day rehab center at all.
Okay, I just was looking to see that you've used opioid as your entree, but in essence, you're considering a general clinic.
Well, now the word opioid is now covering everything. It's before it was opiate, and or drugs, or now it used to be drug abuse or opiate abuse. Now we're using the word opiate dependency because lots of people are, through no fault of their own, have become dependent on opiates.
Oh, I'm very dependent on opioids from arthritis caused by an accident, 2 accidents causing a lot of arthritis and so on. That goes with the territory also when you get older. But so, yeah, I'm dependent on them. But I'm getting relief through...
Is there we're trying to figure out if there's a holistic approach to try maybe acupuncture and maybe other things that you would have to be dependent on all these chemicals.
But you're a research and treatment facility, not a residential or detox facility.
Cool. There probably will be some detoxing, but not
but you're
not
a
through the residence.
non-residential...
Not per se, no.
An outpatient.
It's really outpatient.
Yes.
Unless the doctor keeps them there for 23 hours.
Then Councilman Creer also
If I could just finish my one last question, which was this. Will you include marijuana as part of your medical use of marijuana as part of your, I don't want to say the word portfolio, I'm not sure what you say in terms of the numbers of kinds of therapies.
If there's a prescription by doctors, I don't have anything to say about that. So this is a medical staff will determine those things. I have nothing to say about that.
All right. Just saying it's helped me a lot.
It might, and I know some of the doctors are getting DEA approval to research, so that might be included, but I personally don't have any knowledge.
Thank you.
Councilman Creer, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to applaud you on your efforts in getting this together. My father was a physician, and he specialized in substance abuse, alcohol, drug rehabilitation as well. So very familiar in my home dealing with substance abuse issues and mental health issues that go along with the substance abuse. So I wish you all the best, and congratulations.
Thank you.
And one last thing, and again, nobody from the public comments. which I think I closed. What's your timeline on this?
We've also, Monday, we were in front of the advisory committee to seek funds from the new market tax credits. So that's making us very fast. So we're hoping October, and by October, in 90 more days after that, we seek our permits. And so this is the first step to go gun-ho.
Right. But, I mean, I would assume then by the end of the year, you'll be under construction.
Oh,
all things.
all permits, all kinds of,
Good.
yeah. I mean, at least the civil can start right away, the land improvements, et
No, it's a
cetera.
beautiful building, really attractive. Councilwoman.
Well, I'm very proud of this, of what you've brought to us. I'm proud of it for Ward 1. You're going into an area that needs some beautification, and certainly this building is that. I would like to say that, I don't know if I should say this before we get to 148. I'll wait.
Okay.
It's just the landscaping I was going to talk about. But it's interesting that I ended up this week in a meeting. I didn't really know what it was about. They invited me to come, and it seemed that it was important I did come. When I got there, I don't know what I was there for, but I just stayed and listened to some of the speakers and picked up material from the tables. And this is what it was about. It was about multidisciplinary businesses throughout the country, New York, New Hampshire, Florida, where you have everybody working together. And I know just from some work I did in speech pathology, that's the way you get it. It's not, you don't wander from this place to that place. You have a team then. And I would assume this is what your team would do. Your multidisciplinary team will meet regularly discussing their views or their tests with each other so that you're working together to make improvement. Now, am I assuming too much there?
No, and actually I forgot to mention that we've already partnered through Dr. Vu with the medical school, and we will be partnering already with UNLV. So hopefully in this research center we'll be using a lot of the medical students as well as the psychology majors and social, what do they call it, internships from the university. We've already spoken to them. They're very much willing to be partnering with us with a lot of the internships.
Well, the mayor always spoke to me about the West Charleston campus going all the way up, remember, to further out on Charleston. So this is part of the way I was thinking.
It is the medical, I think it's called the medical corridor, so
yes,
it definitely is part of that.
But anyway, I move to approve, and I'm going to watch this carefully. And
Councilwoman?
Yes.
Mr. Scott has said because we've read them all into the record, even though we're going to pass each one individually, it is appropriate on the landscaping to do that now.
I just wanted, because you are cutting down the landscaping quite a bit, this looks beautiful in your design. My past experiences, sometimes it doesn't come out as nice and lush as it looks in the design. So my condition is that we do have a lush landscape there, and planning, you watch that, right? And they will watch. So the condition is that we're cutting off a lot of space of landscaping, that we just make sure that what we have is lush landscaping for the building.
Madam Mayor Pro Tem, I teach interior architecture, so yeah, it'll look good.
Okay.
Promise you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so let's start with agenda item 145, please.
Move to approve.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve agenda item 145. Please vote and please post. And that passes. And 146.
Move to approve.
Thank you. On motion on 146, please vote and please post.
Move to approve.
Wait, you have to go back to 146 and vote yourself.
Oh, I didn't vote yet on that. Oh,
No.
sorry.
Okay. Now post, please. Passes. Now 147.
Move to approve.
Thank you. There's a motion on 147. Please vote and please post. And finally, number 148, and what you asked has been answered to your satisfaction on the
Yes,
landscaping?
he has agreed to that.
Oh, wait,
How
we
about?
have a professional comment, please. And into the, you have to lean right on top of that then.
Madam Mayor, through you, just to reiterate the amended condition, number 14, the first bullet point, Parking lot screening shall be provided within the landscape buffer adjacent to Alpine Place in conformance with Title 19.08.110. And a 24-inch box shade tree shall be required for every 15 linear feet with 4 5-gallon shrubs for every required tree.
Yes. And you both said yes already, so.
Yes, for the record.
Okay, so now it's a matter of record.
Okay, I move to approve.
On 148, please vote and please post. Beautiful.
Thank you.
It's
I know
going
you've
to be
been
wonderful.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we will move on to 149, RQR 72821, required review, public hearing, applicant owner Jada Holdings, LLC. Possible action, required review of an approved variance VAR 49180 that allowed outdoor storage within the east, west, south required setback and a landscape buffer areas or such as not required on 1.13 acres at 2049 and 2101 West Bonanza. CM Commercial Industrial Zone 5 Ward. Councilman Creer. Staff recommends denial. This too is public hearing, which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Yes. Good afternoon, Mayor
You want to pull a
Goodman.
microphone towards you? Okay.
Yep. Good afternoon, Mayor Goodman and council. My name is Jerry Applehans. I'm the owner of Boulder Placement at 2049 West Bonanza. I'm here to ask, well, we were actually here I was here 5 years ago about the variance on that 8-foot screening between me and the west property. And you gave me a 5-year renewal, and we're back here again. But I'm hoping we can delay that wall again. And the reason is the state actually bought the property to the west of me. Gosh, what has it been? 10 years? No, I'm sorry, 7 years ago. But they tore down the building that was there and took out, well, and kind of damaged some of the wall. You can see in the picture here, because there was an existing 6-foot wall there.
Right.
But as they tore down that building, they kind of damaged it. But the rest of that wall that continues down, there wasn't a wall, there was a building. And the building was actually the wall. You know, so in the back there is no wall. If we can't do a variance on that, I'm even in agreement if I could maybe raise this 6-foot wall 2 more feet. But it only goes back 140 feet. You know, so I'm hoping that I wouldn't have to complete the rest of the wall like another, probably be about 70, 80 more feet down. I was just hoping not to have to come back to city council again, you know, just kind of get this squared away.
Well, you keep us honest every 5 years that we're still here. It's wonderful.
And what I'd like to do in the future, and I've contacted, I was in contact with the state 5 years ago, and I was going to rent the property, and I actually had a rental agreement written up, and then they notified me that they were going to use it for the freeway widening, so I did not do that. And that was kind of your recommendation, you know, why have me put up a wall if later on I'm going to rent it, or possibly I'd like to buy it, you know, but I've talked to the state back then, and they're not too big on selling property, so that might not be the case. I'd probably just have to rent it. So.
Well, let's find out from staff what's happened with this over the years and where we are.
Madam Mayor, I do need to make a correction. And staff, in having taken another look at this particular item and some of the things that the applicant has mentioned, we've changed the recommendation to approval. Staff is recognizing that the original condition placed on the variance in 2013 deferred the installation of the 8-foot block wall, as Nevada Department of Transportation was most likely going to be using this site as a staging area for Project Neon, the roadway project. Staff further acknowledges that the roadway project is currently still under construction with an anticipated completion date somewhere around the end of summer 2019. In light of those ongoing construction and the potential that this area could still be used for staging area, we are in support of the original deferment and therefore recommending approval of this required review. With that new recommendation, I would like to amend condition 2. In condition 2, I would like to amend that the review shall be in 2 years. Currently, it's indicated for a 1-year review follow-up. I would like to amend that to 2 years. That allows Project Neon to complete. It allows the applicant to make any additional plans based on the conversation he just had, and then come back before you at that time, either with a new application to address all concerns or comply with the original requirement to put up the 8-foot wall.
So how does that fit?
Yeah, that would be fine. I'm just wondering if we could add to that 6-foot wall, that first 140 feet.
Is there a problem with that from planning?
Madam Mayor, unfortunately, he would need to complete a wall. So if he chose to do the wall more interior and found a structural engineer that was willing to indicate that the existing wall with additional courses would be structurally sound, that would be fine, but he'd have to complete the construction of that wall through to the property line. It is a perimeter wall to comply with the conditions of his original variance. So unfortunately, I don't have plans for a half wall or anything today. That's not a part of what we're agendized for. He can, between now and the next review period, though, he's more than welcome to come work with my staff, and we will figure out if there's some intermediate step that we can do to resolve the issue that's a part of the original variance.
Well, and I'd really be concerned too, because as you add to the structure that you have the proper rebar in the foundation of what's there, that you don't weaken the whole thing and it falls over, and then you have some real problems.
Yeah.
So this is in Councilman Creer's ward, so I'm going to defer certainly to him. And maybe the dialogue continues, but obviously this is granting more time, because obviously the need's still there. We're not through Project Neon. So let me go to the public first to see if there's any comment. Anybody from the public want to speak to this issue? Okay, I'm closing public comment. Let me give it over to Councilman Creer, who I know is very fastidious in making sure everything's safe and properly done. So
Thank you, Mr. Applehans. I'm very familiar with your property. I drive there in Tonopah and Bonanza probably, every day.
Right.
I wish you would have called our office and we could have come out, taken a look at what you're trying to do, because in my mind, I don't know what you're trying to do.
Right.
To be very honest with you, I know I've actually purchased, I think, slate from you guys before, and I'm familiar with the project, and you guys have been there for a long time, no issues, but I really wish you would have called us. We would have loved to have come out.
Yeah, and I
should have.
I was
taking a
thinking
look at
that earlier.
what you're trying to do and get a better understanding of what the impediments are and then what you're trying to do. So
why don't you just hold it off, though, so we can have that comment with you?
yeah, I mean, we could, but also I don't want to hold you up, right? And have you come back down. I think you've been there for a long time. It's not as though you're any issues or we have any problems. On that side of Bonanza is all industrial, for the most part, with you, Ahern, coming up and down there. It's not like it backs up to any residents. And also, I want to understand why you have to come back in front of us every 5 years for a review.
Right.
That was Project Neon.
Well, we were going to wait and see.
Hold on one second. I'm asking staff that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no problem.
Madam Mayor, through you. So, Councilman, as a part of the variance that they requested that allowed their outdoor storage to encroach within their setback areas and their landscape buffer areas that they would normally have been required, they were required to construct a 8-foot wall. Unfortunately, or not unfortunately, but the applicant had requested to defer that requirement until such time as Project Neon and the disposition of that neighboring property was resolved. Because the council wanted to be able to check back on that and get that to find out when's the appropriate time for him to build that wall. That's why the required review. You're absolutely correct. Normally, we would not have someone come back to council on something like this, but it's because he had requested to defer the construction of the wall that was a condition of approval.
Until after Project Neon.
Until after Project Neon,
Okay.
and they knew what that neighboring site was going to be.
Okay.
That this has been required to come back so that we can check in periodically.
Okay, how do we today have him leave here today without any encumberdness until the Project Neon is complete? Keep business as usual.
That would be the revision that I said, to allow him 2 years, so that through the end of the Project Neon, and then he would either need to complete the wall, or he would have to come back and do another review to determine what his next steps would be.
Mayor?
Right, so we would,
I was going to say, Councilman, I don't know if it's possible that he can maybe have a review with staff rather than come back to you. Is that what you'd like to see, is him not come back to council?
Yeah, I was kind of getting to that. What I would like to see would be for us to allow him to continue to operate his business, and then when Project Neon is complete, that he builds the wall, and then he has an administrative review with staff to ensure that that has happened.
That's fine.
So what is the agenda item? What am I approving? Am I approving the review? Am I approving the review with the conditions to say, do you approve reviews? You know?
Madam Mayor, through you, so yes, Councilman, there are any number of applications that this council requests that staff do an administrative required review to just check in to ensure that conditions that you all have put on an application have been complied with. So what you're asking is going to be an amendment to Condition 2 of RQR 72821. The variance shall be reviewed in 2 years. Let's see. Stand by 1 second. Let me take a closer look at this.
Councilman, you'd ultimately be approving the review, today's review, subject to whatever condition Robert's going to come up with.
Right, okay. Are you fine with that?
Yeah, I guess so. I was just hoping not to come back
No,
here.
you wouldn't come back to
I
city
wouldn't
council.
come here, okay. So
You would
I'd
have an
work-
administrative review, and
I'd
then
work with them,
the
okay.
planning department would come out, make sure you built that wall, and then as long as you build a wall, then business as
Okay.
usual.
Well, because the general plan amendment, all on that side of the Bonanza on the south side is all going towards CM, and I happen to be the lucky one that I'm at the very end where it turns into C2. I'm just thinking next door is going to end up being CM.
But that's a whole different conversation, though.
Okay, and then
And that is, whatever you want to do with your land, you need to come back
Okay.
and go through the
okay.
process. If you say you want to develop it, or do something different with it, or change the zoning, or do something else.
Well, I'm talking about the state's property, because it's zone C2.
Right, but that would be a completely different,
Okay.
if I'm correct, a completely different conversation, a completely different application. We had nothing to do with the state's land, so you would need to, whatever you wanted to do, you'd have to come back. And then you would go through the process, to go through planning and come to council. We're talking specifically regarding the agreement whatever you have with, in reference to Project Neon, and the wall that you're obligated to build once Project Neon is complete. That's the only thing we're talking about.
Okay. Is it, and I guess I'd have to talk to the city, but is it possible we could do chain link with some screening?
That is something that,
Because I've seen that done across the street, next to Binion's.
That's something they could work out with staff
Yeah.
with
Work that
regard
out,
to the
yeah.
type of wall or fence or whatever that's going to be built in that area.
okay.
Just for the financial cost, because, block wall would be quite a bit of money.
Madam Mayor, through you, Councilman, so that condition, the request then would be to amend Condition 2 of RQR 72821 to read as follows. This variance shall be reviewed administratively in 2 years, at which time outdoor storage materials along the west property line shall be required to be screened by a solid 8-foot tall device in conformance with Title 1908-040 E4.
Now, when you say solid, then that means a chain link fence would not work.
Correct, sir. Chain link is, the only way chain link is allowed, I believe, is if you did a site development review to, it's not generally, it's a prohibited material except for in temporary fencing situations.
Right. So you would need to build a brick wall. Now, that was the same agreement you had 5 years ago. So, and if you were going to build if you understood the planning director, he said if you're going to build a chain link fence, then you would have to submit an entirely new site development review, which would be another application.
Okay. And
There's just costs associated with that.
And then, Madam Mayor, through you, Councilman, the other alternative he has is if in 2 years he believes that the circumstances out there have changed and that the block wall for screening of his outdoor storage is no longer appropriate, he could always make a request for a review of condition of that variance and have that condition that required the wall come before you all to justify why he thinks the circumstances have changed and have that removed. So there is additional process that he can follow in order to deal with that if within the next 2 years he feels that the circumstances changed.
Right. So my suggestion would be to move forward today with this, get the 2-year variance, and then address it with staff accordingly at that time.
Okay.
Cool?
Sounds good, clear.
Great. So I move for approval to amend condition number 2 with the conditions that were read into the record by Director Summerfield.
Okay, this motion, please vote and please post.
And in the future, please invite us out. We'd love to come by and see your business and to
Yes.
stop by.
No, you bet. Yeah,
Right.
sorry I didn't come see you.
All good.
I'm so
We're here.
used to talking to Ricky Barlow.
Yep, I remember him.
Yeah.
The lady in the back, Kelly Woods in the back, is going to give you our contact
Oh, great.
information, and we're going to get with you.
Great.
All
Thank
right.
you for your help.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Have a great day.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Thanks for the great school. My son goes to your school.
Oh.
Yeah, he's a
Thank
great
you.
kid.
Thank you.
Great school. Thanks. Have a great day, guys.
Thanks. All right, agenda item 150, SUP 73070, special use permit public hearing. Applicant owner Toa Toa LLC or TOA LLC. Possible action on a request for a special use permit for proposed short-term residential rental use at 1709 East Oakey Boulevard, R1 Single Family Residential Zone, Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. This is a public hearing, which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present? There you are.
Hello. Good afternoon,
How are you?
Council. My name is Ashley Diamond, 1709 East Oakey Boulevard. I've lived in Las Vegas for over 15 years. I'm also a proud UNLV graduate. I'm applying for a special use permit for my short-term rental. I just want to reiterate, I've had a meeting with Councilman Coffin. Just want to reiterate that I am and plan to be a responsible owner. I'm not trying to run a party house. I'm available 24/7 to anybody that needs me. I have the support of my neighbors. I have the support of the Planning Commission. No one came forward to oppose me last month at the Planning Commission meeting. I had a neighbor, my direct next door neighbor, stayed until 3 a.m. to voice his support for me. So this is just some signatures that I collected on my own from the neighbors that support me. I've tried to get a hold of everyone else, but it's just difficult to actually meet with everyone. Last month, Commissioner Roush expressed some concern about the school that's right up the street. I went to the school and I have a letter of approval for my for my SUP. They saw no issue with the house, and it wouldn't cause any issues with their school. Sorry. I just wanted to also show you that the house is held in impeccable condition. I take very good care of it. These are some pictures of the interior. I have security cameras mounted around the entire perimeter of the house. This is linked directly to my cell phone. If there's any movement, noise, I'm aware of it. Nothing gets by. I have a strict rental policy that would be enforced, and it covers no parties, no gatherings, no issues. I'm trying to run a respectable business. I don't want my house ruined. I don't want my neighbors to be disturbed. So, yeah,
Wonderful. Okay. Mr. Summerfield?
Madam Mayor, this applicant is proposing to operate a short-term residential rental unit that meets all minimum special use permit requirements of Title 1912. Staff is recommending approval with condition number 1, addressing the expungement requirement if the property is sold. Thank you very much.
Did you agree to that? That if in fact you sell the property, you relinquish?
Yes, absolutely.
Your right?
Yes.
Okay. And there was nothing else?
No, ma'am. There had been rental activity on this property. There was a miscommunication between the applicant and staff. That has been resolved. The applicant discontinued any further rentals when she was notified, so we have no other issues with this property at this time.
Wonderful. Public hearing, anyone wishing to be heard on this agenda, item 150? I will close public hearing and will then turn this over to Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Your Honor. Staff, where do we stand on this? I know that it was nearly unanimous support at Planning Commission. Well, it looks like it was unanimous 5-0. But when I met with Ms. Diamond a couple of weeks ago, I noticed a lot of problems. She presented to me a list of people who supported it. And then I got a huge list, letters, as well as postcards and calls of people opposed to it. We sat down in my office and compared those two, Ashley, and you were unaware because you had not gone to some of the people.
Oh, I've been since we spoke.
And I'm almost finished with you,
sorry.
and then I would say we should talk. But it is this, and I was disappointed because you had understated, in my own opinion, understated the amount of opposition and overstated your support. It is one of those things where this is a nice neighborhood. You live somewhere out west. I don't know, where do you live? Where's your home?
I live in Summerlin.
You live in Summerlin.
Mm-hmm.
So you cannot occupy this house at the same time or at any time. You have, I don't know if you were here earlier, the conditions that we put on 2 short-term rentals, but both of them in Ward 3 have the owners living there. And that is the only way we can be sure that someone will take care of mistakes or be ready to address a problem. Instead of calling 311 or 911 or the complaint number that we do have for short-term rentals.
But it's my understanding if you put the plaque out front, that gives them direct communication with me, correct?
Well, you see, there are all those things. That's true. You know, your name, your phone number would be there. But on a Monday morning, if I was a neighbor of yours and there was a problem, I wouldn't be able to greet you in your slippers and say, you know, what happened yesterday is horrible. There's a lot of opposition to your proposal.
There were 341 postcards mailed out. There were less than 10% were opposed.
Well, the percentages are not relevant because the important thing is the proximity to your home, the one you propose to rent out. I think you've been,
everyone that's directly affected by it seems to be okay with it. There was one that's a renter next door that didn't necessarily say that they were opposed to me, they were opposed to short-term rentals. And then the one behind, I have tried over and over to get a hold of them, and I can't. He didn't say that there were any issues with parties, noise, anything.
well, I don't know, excuse me, actually, I don't know if he's avoiding you or what. Maybe he's just trying
That's
to be...
not very neighborly. I'm trying to do my best.
Maybe he wants to be neighborly and not face you and say, I'm opposed. But all kinds of
Then
ways...
come here and oppose me. I mean, he has
think
every
we better...
avenue.
And we're in a conversation here which I don't want us to get into.
Okay.
What I do want to say to you is I do not support this because I've looked around at it, I've talked to people that live in that area, and this is just not the owner-occupied kind of place that we can have.
Bob, before you do a motion, can I ask a couple of questions?
Oh, of course, the mayor is going to let you do that in a second. I think the thing is, actually, I've met with you, we've met a long time. We looked at these 2 lists. You were shocked at how many people had opposed you.
I wasn't shocked. We went through each of them. Some of them
Okay,
don't live
well,
anywhere
that was
near me. I mean, their
So,
opposition is to the idea.
Mayor,
Some of
it's your
them didn't
call
even
now as far as
understand.
suggestions.
Can I ask a couple of questions?
Okay, well, we have some questions. Let's hear them. Councilwoman Fiore?
Thank you. First of all, I'm very shocked because, you know, our staff seldomly ever, like, approves anything. So they're approving this, and planning approved it. I need a question from staff is, has she had any party complaints? Have we had a problem with her? Has she been a problem to the city of Las Vegas?
Madam Mayor, through you, so again, as I mentioned, there was apparently some miscommunication between staff. She had some bookings, not parties. We don't have any indication of parties. She had some bookings after she began this process. Apparently, there, as I said, there was some miscommunication. Once code enforcement let her know that she could not continue to take bookings, according to my notes, she discontinued those. We allowed her to keep one because those plans were already made, and it was like the next day that the guests were arriving. But beyond that, we have not had any new complaints. Like I said, we show some documented bookings months and months ago, but
no parties, no complaints, staff recommends
Let me,
approval.
if I may, please,
Planning.
Councilwoman, I'd like to hear from Ms. McElhaugh.
Yeah, we have not had any complaints at all for noise disturbances or trash or or parties or anything of that sort.
Over how long a period of time?
Well, I'm going to tell you, it's probably since we started the short-term rental hotline, we've never had a single complaint. I know that she has had some bookings as early as February.
I know this isn't precedent, but I'm supporting this measure. I'm not going to go with non-support of it. I think that that's ludicrous. When we have a great operator, this is the example we're trying to set, and I'm going to support her.
And did you read into this, Mr. Summerfield, that should, whatever way, but should it pass, that this priority doesn't, the SUP doesn't go on if she should sell the property?
yes, Madam Mayor. So condition one of the if approved conditions is that at such time as the property is...
Wait 1 second, so they can make sure. Hold on 1 sec, please. Hold on 1 sec. If you'd read this in, I want to make sure that the applicant knows it. Hold on. Go ahead, please.
Yes, ma'am. So condition one of the if approved conditions is that condition that the council's been requesting, such that at such time as the property is put up for sale, the property owner shall voluntarily expunge the special use permit. So that is the first condition.
So can you articulate that, yes? That's,
Yes, of course, I
okay.
agree with that.
Okay, any other questions, comments here?
I don't know
Yes.
how else to reiterate how committed I am to this process. I've gone through the whole thing. I've paid. I've done everything right. I don't understand why I would be, why you're opposing me. I mean, I feel like I'm
We're having a
an
little
ideal
dialogue back
operator.
here, so let me turn it back to Councilman. And if it passes, it will, and if it doesn't pass, then there'll be another motion.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Yeah, this boils down to, you present so well. You must have had a nice visit with Councilwoman Fiore and explained everything. I'm sorry. All the ladies are nice, and as Councilwoman Fiore says, I'll get in trouble with HR if I say they're not. You know, I'm always dragged over there. But the point is, Ashley, you live in Summerlin. You are attempting to create a commercial business inside a strictly residential area near these schools and so on. And I believe you when you say you won't let things happen that are bad, and I think that all of that is true. But the fact is that you have at least an equal amount of objections to the approvals. But that's going to weigh in this. You live way up. I don't know what part of Summerlin you live in, but it's not part of this side of town.
Did you
And
say,
we know our
excuse me,
problems here.
Did you say, or was I dreaming, you said you had surveillance of the property?
Yes, I can show you on my
Inside
phone.
out?
You
No,
can see the
just
house
a
right
question.
now.
You have, and that's on your cell phone?
Yes, I have
all the
no-
24 hours a day?
It alerts me immediately. If there's a movement or a sound, anything that's going on in the house, I can see it immediately. I can be there before the police get there. I mean, I'm so committed to this. I don't know how else. I'm still willing to work with these neighbors. I mean, I submitted, I applied for this because it's legal in this city. I'm not trying to ask for any special treatment. I'm not asking for a variance. I'm asking for something that's allowed.
And remember, the staff had no reason to deny. Do you want?
No. Could you turn off your mic?
I would just like to add that an SUP is special treatment. That's why it's called special use permit. So that's why it's looked into so thoroughly.
And I regard it as that. I understand it's a privilege, and I am so committed to treating it as that. And I know that it can be revoked at any moment. If any neighbor actually has a viable complaint, I know it can be revoked.
Boils down to commercial in a residential neighborhood. We are, again, allowing certain circumstances to tell us it's okay, because we know there are responsible people there. You live in Summerlin, that is 100 miles away when it comes to Ward 3. And it is difficult for anybody to respond unless you're going to be watching your cameras 24 hours a day when you have a guest there. I just don't know whether you can really fully understand that that neighborhood is under tremendous pressure from people wanting to put these commercial businesses in a residence. And that just, it's not good, and I
But
can't
it's
help it.
allowed, then why are we still accepting permits for it? Why did I pay $1,000 if you had no intentions of allowing it? I'm within the 660 feet. I understand it's a special use permit, so I am asking for special treatment, I guess, but I'm just going after something that's legal, that's allowed. I'm not asking for anything more.
It's,
And I go there daily. It
Okay,
takes
so let's
15
go ahead. I
minutes.
think he's made his point, you've made yours. So you have a motion, and we're going to go ahead and vote. You're moving to deny.
I'm moving to deny
Okay, there's a,
number
folks,
150.
a motion to deny on this, so please vote. And please post. Okay, so the motion fails.
So I want to make a motion to approve.
Okay, there's now a motion
And
to
Councilwoman?
approve. Yes?
I'm sorry, Mayor. I don't know if this is the time you'd like to maybe put a review period, just so that, there's a, okay.
Okay. So go ahead, you make your motion, but make it with a condition, just...
Can I make the motion to approve with the condition, if you sell the house, that it can't be, our normal conditions, Rob?
Well, she's already
Okay, good.
approved that.
Yeah. Yeah. So you want to do a review?
6 months?
6 months to review? You want to do a 6-month review? Administrative review?
Madam Mayor,
I
so...
am not. Okay, so that's the motion.
Typically, that condition would read, an administrative review shall be conducted 12 months from issuance of business license.
Say that again?
Typically, that condition, if you want a required review, is an administrative required review shall be conducted with 12 months from issuance of business license.
Can we shorten that to 6 months? I mean, it
You
doesn't
can set
disrupt
whatever
you,
time you
just
like.
keep going.
And Mayor and Councilwoman,
Whatever
just so that you know, if there's any issues in the future, you can call it back well before the
Okay.
6-month period
Oh,
anyway.
Great,
Because
okay.
it's a special use permit.
Thanks. Okay, all right.
So the motion
that's the
will read,
motion.
if you'll then reiterate it.
Okay.
And make sure that the applicant agrees.
Okay.
And so do you want 12 or 6?
6?
So, Madam Mayor, the added condition on this would be an administrative required review shall be conducted 6 months from issuance of business license.
Yes, please.
Okay, and you agree to that?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so that's the next motion. Please vote, and please post.
Please repeat the motion. Please repeat the motion again. What was the motion? To approve this short-term rental?
With a review in 6
Review in
months.
6 months.
and,
She's obeyed all the rules.
And that if in fact she sells the property, she surrenders her SUP. So that's the motion. Please vote and please post.
No, I'm voting no again on this one, I guess.
Congratulations.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate your support.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's move on now to agenda item 151 was obeyed to the 1st of August. So we now go to a 152. And that's SUP 73176, special use permit, public hearing, applicant owner George C. Tsao and Shu Wen Ye. Possible action, request special use permit for proposed short-term residential rental use of 4517 Alta, R1 single-family residential, Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian. Planning Commission recommends denial. Staff recommends approval. This is a public hearing, which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present? Or are
Yes,
you
Madam
both?
Mayor. I'm George C. Tsao, 5512 Coy Place, 89107.
And with you is?
Shu Wen-Ye, address 5512 Corey Place.
Thank you very much. Do you want to make some comments?
Yes, ma'am. So, Madam Mayor and distinguished member of the City Council, we're here today to basically from the denial motion, from the Planning Commission on June 12th. So we hear a few comments from Commissioner Toussaint about getting the cameras, the insurance, and not ready for prime time, and especially the comment from Commissioner Rausch about the conditioning of the front yard when she drove by the property. And well, you can't judge a book by its covers, as I understand that. So this is what the property looks like now. I understand that it doesn't really look like much. And
All right, which one is now, if you could point? Is that one the smaller one?
Yes, ma'am. So this is now out on the outside, but if she had a chance to come inside, okay, so basically this is it is on the inside right at this moment, as these pictures was taken yesterday. And so you can see that is beautifully remodeled on the inside with these pictures. And not only that, and along with, there's one of the bedrooms here. And we also have spent $5,000 for the backyard landscaping, okay, already. And it's nice, it's simple, and it doesn't have a pool. And so basically, unbeknownst to the commissioners, we have finally saved $6,000 for the front yard landscaping, which we're thinking about will be done within 2 weeks. And these are the two potential landscapings, okay, especially I like the cypress trees, Italian cypresses, lantana, sage on this one over here, and then some deer grass, red yucca, and Texas sage.
And Mr. Tsao, what is, you're facing Alta, what's the cross street closest to
The cross street is, I believe, is Alta and, it's right here, Alta and Essex Drive.
And so that property is facing?
Facing north.
So it's on the south side of of Alta?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So this is what exactly was located is right here. As you can see from this aerial photo from previous owner was kind of a mess, so I cleaned it up now. And then even though the front of the property was, as it is right now, and then we'll try to get it looking either from, I'm liking this one a lot more. So I understand also from the last Planning Commission, a neighbor had expressed some concerns about trash cans being outside for a week. I saw arguments in the backyard, don't want a party house in our neighborhood. And I did some investigations by speaking to my other immediate neighbors, which yeah, so the neighbors that I spoke to was the one that's around our properties here, and we talked to the ones that's right next to it and behind it. So basically what they saw is that they didn't hear didn't hear such things, and they actually even say that signed the petition against my application because that neighbor had told them my short-term rental would be a party house. And that's what it will become. And we have addressed those concerns by installing all the cameras in the front and backyards. And this is the sign that we actually posted in the property. Okay, so the video footages are not shared, and it's for everyone's safety and liability reasons. And in addition, we have also installed Noise Aware, which is a noise monitoring system to inform us with instant and real-time alerts when our quiet hours are violated. When a noise violation is received, a simple, friendly text message to the guests about quiet hours or heads up about our noise nuisance fines. And we're also timely placing and collecting the trash cans. And we've lived in Las Vegas for 10 years now, and we're not some out-of-town investors who don't care about the neighborhood. And we're not in the business of dividing the neighbors, because we bought the house there, we become a part of the community too. And we have our contact number outside the house visible for everyone to see, and the number is available 24 hours if anyone has any concerns, comments, or problems. And we only live 4 minutes away on the main crossroads of Charleston and Upland. So if you neighbors thought my house is becoming a party house, and we have explicitly mentioned no events, no parties on the listing website. We screen guests when they book and they agree with our terms and conditions after they completed the reservation. We mind them again when they check in. We confirm multiple times because we are accountable and responsible people protecting the continuous peace and quietness of the neighborhood. And I understand the short-term rental tenants have different uses of my property, and my house is simple. It has no pool, no fire pit, there is no even cable TV for holding football parties, which means that the house is only a comfortable, cozy place to rest after a busy day. The guests can use their free provided Wi-Fi, watch DVD, and local HD channels. We simply offer the guests to enjoy Las Vegas MyRide events, venues, and restaurants, and a chance to live like a local, for which Airbnb was originally designed. So unbeknownst to our neighbors that there are also 5 unlicensed short-term rental business less than 600 feet from us. And so here's some of them that I listed on the map over here. Our properties right there between, this is Elta and this is Essex right here, and we're over here. And within that radius, all 5 listed homes have pools, which I don't have. And with the neighbors who are against my application, why don't they go after them since they're unlicensed, probably not up to the city fire code and other mandated requirements? There's no contact numbers posted outside available for their questions, comments, and concerns because they want to stay hidden. So that concerned neighbor might have spoken to those homeowners for signatures against my application. But they didn't tell you that they also in short-term rental. With those operating illegal short-term rentals, I'm here following all the rules and applying for one of the limited numbers of SUPs. Moreover, a neighbor of Nolan Lane, which is right up here, is also applying for the SUP. And if those neighbors apply for the permit tomorrow because the neighbors know them, and they chose not to oppose those neighbors, I believe this is unfair and unjust. So overall, we have installed cameras, noise monitoring system, obtained short-term rental insurance, and we will get the front yard done in 2 weeks. And we get the blessing of the city council today, and this property will be ready for prime time before the inspection from the planning department, excuse me. And again, I bought the house not only for a personal investment, but also investing in the community. I'll continuously work with my neighbors, the planning commission, and the city council to ameliorate any issues for this application.
Thank you.
And
Is there anything else you wanted to add? Okay. There it is. Would you repeat that?
Oh, I got 2 supporters' signatures.
Okay.
And the last meeting I was here, and I talked to my neighbors. I think that some neighbors got point. They signed a paper for the opponent is because they're afraid because the opponent tell them it's going to be a party house. So if they know this is not a party house, they won't sign any signature of that. So I think that's the point. And right now we are here. We follow the city of Las Vegas, any rules, every rules. So I think that the city of Las Vegas, I want to support by the city of Las Vegas, of course.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Summerfield, where are we on this one? Please.
Madam Mayor, the applicant is proposing to operate a short-term rental unit that meets all our minimum special use permit requirements under Title 1912. Staff is therefore recommending approval and includes in Condition 1 the requirement to expunge the SUP should the property be sold. Thank you.
Okay, are they within the 660, or beyond the 660?
Correct. There are no other licensed short-term rentals, existing short-term rentals that are legal within 660 feet. Additionally, on this property, we actually have no rental history suggested, so they've not been operating while they've been going through this process. They are a purely proposed short-term rental at this point.
Okay.
Mayor?
And do you agree to that condition that if you sell the property, the right to this special use permit goes?
Yes, ma'am.
So you know when you sell it, they can't come in and buy, that's on you?
Right, I understand.
Okay.
Mayor, could I ask
Yes?
a question with regard to that? Are we actually recording those conditions on each of the properties so that
Yes.
future owners know
Yes.
that that's the case?
Through
If
you,
not, we
Madam
should-
Mayor, yes, all of our conditions of approval, we have a recording fee as a part of what the applicant has to submit. That recording fee we take once we get final action. All these conditions will be recorded against the title so that a title search should come up with any conditions of approval on the property.
Because we know it doesn't stay with the property, we know it stays with the individual.
Correct, thank you.
And so I want to ask, if I might, Ms. McElhone, before I go to the public comment, how does the city become aware that a property's been sold? Who notifies you from the, isn't that all recorded in the county?
Right.
Property sales?
From the business license perspective, usually what happens, you have to remember they have a $500 annual renewal license fee. And so usually they will contact us at the very least to cancel out their business license. And that would trigger us to close out the license, take a look at the special use permit, find out who the new owners are. And of course, everything in our computer system is all by addresses. So if anybody were to come forward and they were to file for a new business license, we would take a look at that special use permit that is on that address. So, so there are ways that we would find out that these conditions do exist, and we would not allow anybody new to come forward for a new business license. The business license stays with the short-term rental property I would say owner, not with actually the property.
Correct.
And Mayor, can I
But
say
what I'm concerned about, we know that it does invest in the property and it has to be with the owner. My question is property sales, I thought property sales are recorded in the county. And if in fact that's a fact, is there any vehicle through which the recordation at the county notifies the city, this property is in the city and it's up for sale or it's been sold or whatever?
Mayor, there's not a mechanism for that automatically happening, other than what Mary's indicated. If they don't pay the licensing fee, they'll then look into find out why they're delinquent, possibly the property's been sold. One other thing I was going to say also, Mayor, the revocation of the SUP is going to require some action by council. It won't automatically just go away. I think there's going to have to be a revocation, a formal revocation agenda item placed on it. So once it's sold, the applicant has agreed to give it up, then you'll have to put something on our agenda to formally revoke it, and that's based upon the condition that the previous applicant agreed to.
Madam Mayor, yeah, through you. So we have had cases where someone has basically issued a letter to the city divesting themselves of their special use permit. But if in the absence of something like that, yeah, there will need to be a hearing. The code outlines revocation process for an SUP, so we'll have to go through that process when and if that ever comes to light. With regard to your question about when property changes hands, so the city is automatically notified through our connection to the county assessor's office, who records all those property changes. We will check with our systems people and see if there's a report we can run on the addresses where an SUP has been approved. Maybe we can run a monthly report to try to see if there's been any triggers for any changing of hands with the properties. But we're not officially notified, it's just our computer system is linked to the county, and it records, or it updates every 24 hours with anything that the county has processed in with regard to property records.
I would like to ask staff really to investigate that in legal, because I don't think it's proper. I think any property that's within the city that goes through the assessor's office, we should be notified that that property is either up for sale or whatever, so that we in fact then additionally wear their SUPs, but not only. I just think it is wrong on our part not to have the availability to get that data in this day and age where it's just another program for Michael to buy. Oh, poor Gary's not here. More money for technology, but so could we investigate that with legal to make sure that we're not doing the wrong thing? But how we get this done, I'm sure they do it in other cities. There's a need for notification, that's all. And it's just reading through a list that you see, this is a residence that's become a short-term rental or something. So if you would do that, I appreciate it. Okay, public hearing on agenda item 52. Anyone wishing to speak on this item? We do. You may have a seat. You can stand to the side. We have some people coming forward, please. And if you'll remember to state your name for the record, please.
Good afternoon.
You want to pull a microphone down to yourself. There you go.
Good afternoon. I'm Annabelle Mays. I live at the 4512 Alta, and I oppose. I'm the one that went to the last meeting. I turned in 60 signatures. 90% of them are seniors to the commissioners meeting, and they all opposed. My home is in front of the 4517. We are the fourth house from the school crossing. There is a speed limit sign on the street saying 25 miles an hour right in front of our homes. The elementary school is there, about 2 blocks from where they all cross. Junior high kids cross, and the high school kids early in the morning. There are so many large groups coming out of this house. Since April that she bought this house, she has not stopped. Even when they denied her, she's never stopped. This is a 3-bedroom house. Per the code enforcement, 2 persons per room requires a license also. In April, she had college-age people, mixed men and women. They parked on the street. A total of 9 people over 3 days came in 3 cars. They never park on the driveway. They're loud and disrespectful. The week of June 12th, there were 8 grown men wearing black T-shirts with emblems on the back of their T-shirts. Every day they came in and out, and we counted them. Another time, a pickup drove up into the garage, and 2 men got out, and they shut the garage door. She must have told them to do this because they never park in the garage. After a while, 2 cars parked on the driveway, and 8 mixed men and women got off of the 2 cars, a total of 10 people that day. Another time, she had 6 women. They stand by the neighbor's fence waiting for Uber. They are loud and disrespectful. On your website, I'm sorry, I have an overactive thyroid, so you have to be patient with me.
You're doing fine.
Overactive thyroid. On your website, her justifications say, I will do all the cleaning on my house, maintain the property clear to the curb. She has a white car with an emblem that says maids cleaning every other day, every 3 days. Her trash cans have been left out on the street up to 1 week because her neighbor had been doing it. He's disabled, and he said he wasn't going to do it anymore. Since April, that had been going on. She says on your website, she maintains the gardening and landscaping and helps improve local neighborhood curb appeals. Commissioner Rouge told her on June 12th her yard was disgusting. It's still the same today. Tall grass growing on the rock on both sides of the front. I'm a witness, her looking with both hands through my neighbor's house. Her front door is right here. She rang the doorbell, and she went through the window and was doing this. That's so wrong. No real business person would do this. She needs learned attitudes and right business actions to become a business person. We are many seniors on these blocks, but our dreams are not dead, and our prayers are not failing on deaf ears. You're hearing us. We are more than a city of a resort. It's our homes, and they are loud, and she has too many large groups, and the rest will speak. We're right, her next door neighbors. We're not in any other street, we're on Alta.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
My name is Dave Mays. I live across the street. It's my wife.
Okay.
I was painting my trim on my house. She came up maybe 2-3 weeks ago. She wanted me to support her. I didn't understand what she was talking about. Then she told me, were you the man standing next to her? Because I think she came here and viewed a film or something. And I didn't understand what she was talking about. And she says, were you the man standing next to her at the hearing? Which was here the last time we came. I told her, well, yeah, I'm always standing behind her for support. And she asked me if I would sign something to approve her or support her. That's what the word she used. And I told her, no, I'm not getting involved in this stuff. It's just that I don't approve. So she took off and went across the street to my other neighbor's house. And I think that's when they saw her looking through the windows, because I guess she wouldn't answer the door or something.
Thank you.
And then like 2 weeks later, she came back again, and she gave me this little paper here to tell me if there's any problems or anything, don't call the police, call me, you know. So she left me, and I didn't want to get it, but it fell on the floor, and then she picked it up, and I still didn't want to accept it, you know, but she kind of like threw it at me, and then I just closed the door, and she took off, you know. But we don't approve of this, having different neighbors all the time. We've only been there, 3 years? And we're getting to know our neighbors. We trust each other. We want to help each other. And these people coming in and out every 3 or 4 days.
I think what I'd like to hear is anything new additional to the testimony. Your wife did a very thorough job, so just anything anybody wants to add that's new and different information, not repetitive of the same. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
My name's Ethelene Tyler, and I live at 4516 Alta. I have lived there 40-some years, so I've seen changes and whatever. My concern is there are schools around in that area. There's Western, and the kids go to school early. They walk. Hyde Park Middle School, they walk to and from school. Parents, young parents in the area, they walk their little kids to the elementary school down Essex. Everybody's passing that sign, trying to read what it says. Traffic is slowing down, trying to read what it says. You've got large groups of people coming and going all the time there. She doesn't know who these people are. You might screen them or whatever, but she never knows who could come in later or who they are, what the backgrounds are. And we're seniors, we're concerned, and we care about each other. And another thing I noticed is when they had the Electric Daisy Carnival here, she rented to about 7 or 8 young adults. And I guess they didn't check out when they were supposed to. They were sleeping or whatever. So she had to come over and escort them out. They went outside there were about 3-4 cars. They went out on the curb. They were dressed inappropriately with the little tops and shorts and whatever. And they just stood there for about 45 minutes to an hour. They had the trunk of the car lifted up, and they had pizza in there, eating their pizza, whatever. Then another car drove up, picked up 2 of them, and then they all left together. So it doesn't look good for the neighborhood. That's not the type of business or whatever that belongs in that area.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Okay, anyone else?
Actually,
And please remember to state your name and then add anything new but not be repetitive.
My name is Barbara, the last name of Tissaw, Tissaw, and I live at 4309 Mayflower Lane. So I don't live in Alta, but I am in the neighborhood. And my concerns about the short-term rentals, actually my concern is safety issues regarding the location of the property. It's on Alta. Alta is an extremely busy street. You have, it's 2 lanes, one going east, one going west, and it also has a bike lane. And with the short-term rentals, you have a lot of people in and out. Oh, not only that, but it's also located a few houses down from the elementary school. So it's a very, very busy area right there. And with a steady and constant increase of strangers in the area, which obviously there's been quite a few, there's a potential, to create a safety hazard. I just heard someone mention about the parking. The parking is very limited there, and the traffic is very heavy.
Thank you.
So Ashley, I think that's my
you.
opposition.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hi.
My name is Maria Mosqueda. My address is 4521. I speak Spanish.
She wants me to interpret a little bit.
She did just fine right there, so give it a shot.
She's right next door.
Right.
Okay. Es muchas las personas a quien ellos les rentan la casa.
There's too many people that she rents to.
Son 4 or 5 families por semana.
Yeah, 4
Okay,
to 5
we got that. Pull the
families.
microphone down towards you, because I think we can understand. But just make sure it's something that's new that you've not already said.
Okay, que no sea la misma cosa que dije.
Okay.
De la muchacha que andaba gritando y los gatos y todo eso.
Un día, okay. Un día traían un gato.
They had a cat one day, and she could hear the screaming of the cat.
Okay.
Yo ya estaba dormida.
She was already asleep,
Y estaba un gato grite y grite.
and a cat was screaming and screaming.
Entonces, duró un rato gritando
After a while,
y alguien, yo no me asomé.
she didn't look because she's scared. Her husband works a graveyard, so this happens in the middle of the night.
Entonces, alguien aventó, el gato pegó en la pared de mi ventana.
Somebody picked up the cat and threw it and hit by her
Fuerte.
window real hard.
Así. Yo pensé, al día siguiente yo pensé que el gato iba a estar muerto ahí.
She thought that the cat had died.
Mi esposo trabaja de noche.
Her husband works graveyard.
Él llega a las 15 minutos a las 7.
15 till 7, he's home in the morning.
Y cuando llegó yo le dije que fuera a ver cómo estaba el gato.
When he got home, she asked him to go see.
Y él dijo que no había nada.
There was nothing.
Okay. Thank you for coming. Appreciate it.
One second,
more thing.
please.
Yes.
Yo pusimos otra.
They put an alarm.
Yo tengo alarma en mi
Camera.
casa. Ajá, y ahí
They had
cuando toca el timbre se ve quién llega.
The gate opens, right?
They can see everybody that comes in and out.
Porque hay ya de mucha gente diferente que llega y ya no nos sentimos seguros.
They don't feel secure anymore. There's too many people coming in and out.
Tengo niños en la casa.
She's got
The children in the house. Okay,
Yeah.
got it.
Y las personas a quien ellos le rentan la casa compran albercas inflables.
Yeah, they got portable pools.
Y ellos no saben eso porque ellos no se dan cuenta.
Yeah. they
So
don't
no
know because
security
they
for
don't-
Ellos no
inside.
saben lo que pasa en
Okay.
esa casa.
They don't know what
Okay.
happens on in that house.
Cuando le rentaron a los estudiantes que vienen de vacaciones, hubo un muchacho que no le querían abrir la puerta
They didn't want to open the door to somebody,
y dijo que si no le abrían la puerta se iba a bajar los pantalones.
that he was going to pull his
Taking off
clothes
his
down if
pants,
they
right.
wouldn't open the door.
Okay, thank you. No, it is new. You've given us more information. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Ahorita mi esposo ahorita no me
Muchas
deja salir. Yo ya no puedo salir ni a regar las plantas ni atrás de mi
She
llave.
used to go outside and water her plants and everything, and her husband don't even let her go outside anymore.
Porque se le acaba uno, ya no está tranquilo uno.
You're not tranquil anymore. You're always on guard.
A veces es cuando vivía uno en paz y podía andar uno afuera tranquilo.
Thank you very much. I think we have one more person to speak. Muchas gracias. Thank you. Please, ma'am, come on up. And your name.
My name is Joandra Cornelius Johnson, and I'm also a neighbor. I'm at 4525. It actually came to my attention by one of the ladies who informed me that there was a party house in the neighborhood. So I had no clue that any of this was going on. And I've only been there since November, but apparently it's around the time that this started. So I've never heard, and I think I even told her, I never heard of anything. So she walked me down there to say, and said, this is a party, this is where this and the crime. And of course I'm concerned, so I signed a paper, only to find out later, and I don't know why I didn't think about, what does this party house mean? And when I saw short-term rental, I've worked in the hotel industry. I know that airline pilots and train conductors and business people use short-term nurses. They travel from they use these things. So, and I'm also a business person. So I told her, I'm so sorry. I wish you had come like the neighbor came, and maybe I could have gotten both sides and could have, made a decision, and that's why I chose to come today. I think fear of the unknown and the different is what's kind of rattling our older neighbors, and it's okay but things were happening across the street on another side. When we first moved, where police was there, someone broke in, and I don't think that short-term rental place was there. I'm not sure, but it was totally opposite of where that address was when I moved in. So. Just
Well,
would
we
like for you
appreciate
guys
the
to
fact
keep
that you
and,
listen to both
'cause-
sides. It's very important. That's our job.
Yep.
Is to listen to both sides. So at this
Thank you.
point, yes, ma'am, one more. Thank you.
Hello, my
Hi.
name is Inez Lewis. I'm living 4301 Alta Drive. I'm support the house, and that's why I can say I didn't hear nothing bad, okay?
Thank you for coming down, appreciating it. Okay, I'm going to close public hearing, and we're going to turn this over to Councilwoman Tarkanian.
First of all, it's nice to hear some of you mention that she's turned it over to me. Are you doing something? Why is
I
she
just
here?
want to know, I saw the other applicant of the other agenda. I just want to
Let
know.
me tell you, I'm going to make a motion. It's not going to depend totally on what these ladies said. Are you going to, all I want to say first to the ladies is it's nice to say that things have gotten better in your neighborhood because, we put that median in Alta for you. We put that, I want you to know the city did that. The city did that for the children who are walking. They made those corners so they're safe and it's a shorter way to have to go across. We've been working a long time in that neighborhood. We have improved Rotary Park so that we have a lot more people than we ever had before. I do not feel that this belongs in this area. I don't feel it's harmonious and compatible. We have Griffith Elementary, as you said. We have Hyde Park. We have children moving through that area all the time, up and down Alta, up and down Alta. And we have a lot of bike riders up and down Alta. It turns out that I don't live too far off of Alta, so I know what's happening there. I can't say for sure what happened by someone did this or someone did that. I can't say that for sure. But I did look things up, and I feel that this is not the appropriate place for a short-term rental. I don't think Alta's appropriate there. The street is not very wide. It's really got enough traffic already. Sometimes, you know, you're almost down on Essex, and you're waiting for the traffic light to turn on Decatur. I mean, it gets bad because I've been there. So nothing saying bad against the applicants, nothing saying bad against those who were anti the application. But what I do want to say is this. We've worked very hard. We've tried to make it safe. I do not think that this would help us as we move forward in making it even more safe for the children. You see lots of children down that street all the time. And I also want to say that in my ward, I have accepted, just so you know, more short-term rentals than anybody else has in any ward. And I've accepted them when they fit in the right place. This is almost as if it's in the center of a residential area. Even though you have Alta, you have East Essex, you have West Essex, and there's a lot of this going back and forth. So I move to deny this item as I feel it is not harmonious or compatible within the neighborhood.
Okay, there's a motion to deny, so this is on agenda item 152, so please vote and please post. And you have to vote, Councilwoman. And the motion is denied. I'm sorry.
Can I just say
Okay,
once?
you may certainly respond back.
So maybe we can suggest the planner, when they interview the applicant, they can say this area is banned.
Excuse me, I couldn't hear that. What?
He was indicating that maybe when people go to planning and want to do a short-term rental, that they can say the area is banned. That's not correct. Each SUP is considered on its own merits based upon its location, proximity to other short-term rentals, and other characteristics of the development.
Yeah,
neighborhood. So
I've
they can't
approved
say
a lot
necessarily.
that, I've approved some that I believe the Planning Commission turned down. I've approved them, so I really try and look at the merits of everything. It happens, I know your neighborhood very well. And those are concerns that I have. We've been putting money in through the city, and I'm sad that you don't get what you want, but I'm happy to see that we've got neighbors that are working together, because that's what we wanted to do, is get everybody as a neighborhood together.
And Mayor and
Thank you.
Councilwoman,
Yes,
we've been
please.
hearing this a lot about how people are paying the $1,000, and that's not automatic that they're going to get the short-term rental. So it's up to you as a council to make the determinations whether it's harmonious and compatible and with
But
the
as you
development.
said, every application is taken on its own. And so the surrounding areas, all the conditions, each one of the council members in their wards look at each one in the totality of schools and churches and traffic and everything else.
Yeah.
So if they're compatible and if it works. So this is just, I'm sure you're very good people, and it's just, it is just not a good fit for that neighborhood. So thank you for coming down. We appreciate it. And all of you who came down, thank you on behalf of this. So we will now move on to agenda item, where am I? 153?
Yes.
Okay, SUP 73222, public hearing, special use permit. Applicant owner Richard Scott Bringar, and possible action request for a special use permit for proposed short-term residential rental use at 8880 Norco Drive, R-CL, single-family compact lot zone, Ward 4, Councilman Anthony. Planning Commission recommends denial. Staff recommends approval. This is public hearing. I declare it open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. On behalf of the applicant, I'm Matthew Seibert of Moran Law Firm, 630 South 4th Street, here representing his application for a special use permit to allow for the short-term residential rental of his property located there on Norco Avenue. Richard is a very hands-on owner. However, I think he was a little intimidated by his experience before the Planning Commission last month, which is understandable. Having said that, he requested that I be here on his behalf to present his application. As you said, he does have staff's support and approval from staff, a recommendation of approval. I think some of the concerns at the Planning Commission meeting regarded or revolved around local oversight of the home. I don't think he was very clear on that. He has a staff of 5 people locally that all look after this home. He has Sandra and Frank that provide cleaning, maintenance services. They've been working for him for 2 years. He also has another Sandra who's his local assistant that makes deliveries to the homes, meets service providers, people like that, make sure that the home's in good repair. He has a landscaping guy, he has a pool guy, and then on top of his local staff, he has a virtual property management staff that consists of himself, his employee Jose, who's worked with him for 12 years, that specializes in customer support, system management, smart home systems. The home has cameras, it's monitored in real time, noise detectors, everything that you could ask for a very well put together short-term rental property, he has done. And then I would also like to point out that he does have a lady, Lindsay, that works for him as well, that's dedicated to customer support and optimizing his listing on Airbnb. Richard is an internet entrepreneur, so he's very well versed when it comes to managing teams remotely. He's had extensive history doing so. He's also not new to this neighborhood. This home actually belonged to his father for a number of years, so he's been familiar with this neighborhood for about, I want to say, 10 years. He knows his neighbors. He has support from Mr. Wilson, the neighbor across the street, Mr. Gibson, his next-door neighbor, Mr. DeVore and his wife, his other next-door neighbor. They're all very neighborly. They help him out when there's issues, regarding the home as well. Not issues with short-term renters or anything like that, but any kind of issue that could come up. They've known each other for many, many years. Mr. Brenniger's father did live in the home. Unfortunately, he passed away. When he passed a few years ago, Richard took over the property, has invested $100,000 in the interior. He's used it as his residence when he's in Vegas. His family members come, they use it as well. When he started hearing about short-term rentals and things like that, he kind of wanted to explore that shared economy and decided to put the home on Airbnb. As soon as he got notice that was not allowed in the city of Las Vegas, he immediately took it offline and has maintained compliance throughout his application process. With that, I would ask for approval of this application. I would be happy to answer any questions that you or council members may have.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's hear from planning, please.
Madam Mayor, the applicant is proposing to operate a short-term residential rental unit that meets all minimum special use permit requirements of Title 19.12. Staff is recommending approval with condition number 1, requiring expungement if the property is to be sold. Thank you.
Now, he is in agreement with that if he sells the property, that's expunged?
100%.
Okay. All right, this is a public hearing as well. Anyone from the public wishing to be heard on this agenda item 153 in this property? Hearing none, I'll close public hearing and turn it over to Councilman Anthony.
Move for approval with all conditions.
There's a motion to approve. Please vote on 153, subject to all conditions. And please post Councilman Creer.
I just want to comment that is the applicant here?
He is not here today.
I personally don't like to approve things, especially for a short-term rental, without the applicant being here and the applicant seeing the applicant and hearing from the applicant and making concerns. I'm going to support it because the staff supports it, and also Councilman Anthony is in support of it. But just for the record, I think that it's disrespectful to this board that the applicant does not come and present to this board.
And if you would repeat why he's not here, because I did hear that.
Oh, and Mayor, the applicant came to me. I actually did not do this application. He did it himself. He tried to do everything hands-on. When he got to Planning Commission last month, he was maybe unfamiliar with the way Las Vegas Planning Commission meetings can kind of run late. He waited till, I think, about midnight to present, and I think he was a little intimidated by the response that he got and some of the questions that he received, and he is not a very, he's not somebody that does well public speaking. So he was a little intimidated. That's when he called me, and I agreed to represent him. Now that I'm aware of you know, your preference to have applicants here, I will always advise my applicants to be here as well. I apologize, that was the first I've heard of that.
I can only speak for myself, though, so that's just me.
No, and I think that's a point well taken, because I think the council over the past years that I've been sitting feels there's a lack of interest in the outcome, or maybe an entitlement or whatever. So I certainly concur with your comment. I mean, it really shows, but I also understand, I know how long that meeting went, and I could figure maybe one bath was enough and didn't want to be exposed to a second similar experience. So given that fact, and pointing no fingers at anybody, it just is for the future. Even if they never said a word, just you introduce them, that they sat in the audience is fine, that they're here and could respond to a question were one of the members to have a question. So the motion carries, and he's on the road.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to agenda item 154, SUP 73266, special use permit, public hearing, applicant owner Prime Equity Solutions LLC, possible action request for special use permit for proposed short-term residential rental use at 6213 McAllister Avenue, R1 single family residential, pardon?
I thought that was a B. That's a B.
Yeah.
Oh, that got obeyed to November 7th. So be it. Sorry. So then we move on to 155. Oh, our friendly neighbors. 155, SUP 73286, special use permit, public hearing, applicant owner Jonathan and Jackie Strong for possible action request special use permit for proposed short-term rental residential use at 2013 El Greco Street, R1 single-family residential zone, Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian. Planning and staff recommend approval subject to conditions. This is a public hearing, and the applicants are present, so let's reintroduce ourselves.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, councilmen and women. My name is Jonathan Strong, and this is my wife, Jackie. Our address is 1909 Plaza del Dios, 89102. We're both Cirque du Soleil performers in The Beatles' Love, and we've lived in Las Vegas for 12 years. We're asking for your approval tonight on our vacation rental of 2013 El Greco Street, 89102. One of our major deciding factors in choosing this location is that we live nearby and we know the area quite well. Our travel time is 2 minutes or less than 2 minutes from our house, so we'll be planning on managing the property very closely.
We'll have a set of strict house
Yeah, there you go.
Okay. We'll have a set of strict house rules. For example, no parties or events, a maximum occupancy of 6 people, and set quiet hours. We'll have parking guidelines for our guests, energy conservation requests, and our property will be kid-friendly. Over the last month since the Planning Commission meeting, we've continued furnishing the home and taken time to meet our neighbors. We've even changed the minds of some opposing votes after sitting down with them and answering their questions and hearing their concerns. Everyone we've met now has our contact information and a mini banana bread that I made. We're committed to the upkeep of our property, and which in turn will take care of our investment, therefore benefiting our neighborhood and property values.
This is our family's first endeavor into becoming financially independent, and we're very excited to be successful small business owners. So thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much.
We've included some additional photos that are just
of the
No, it
property.
looks
Yep.
darling.
property
It
and
really
the
does.
inside.
Okay, let's find out from planning.
Madam Mayor, the applicant is proposing to operate a short-term residential rental unit that meets all minimum special use permit requirements of Title 19.12. Staff is recommending approval with condition number 1 requiring...
I can't hear you. Yeah, sorry.
Sorry. Madam Mayor, the applicant is proposing to operate a short-term residential rental unit that meets all minimum special use permit requirements of Title 19.12. Staff is recommending approval with condition number 1 requiring expungement if the property is to be sold. Thank you.
Thank you. To which you agree, if you sell the house, the short-term rental goes with
We agree to that, yes.
Okay, thank you. This is a public hearing. Do we have anyone interested in commenting on this agenda item? Well, that's interesting. Okay, I'll close public hearing. And back to you, Councilwoman.
Great. A happy day.
It's the banana bread. Was it banana bread? Did you
Yeah.
give some
The
to
only
Councilwoman?
the only complaint was there wasn't enough banana
Yeah,
bread.
see, not enough, it never makes it to the council, huh? What's interesting about your request for short-term rental is the fact that you had almost as many people sending in for you as against you. Not as many, but almost as many, which is an unusual thing, I think, in short-term rentals. I would like to move for approval on this with a 6-month, however, looking at it because there is concern.
Yeah.
I just got some concern voiced to me today.
Really?
There is some concern on this. And so, where is your home exactly? Where do you live?
We're in
Spanish
Spanish Oaks, literally.
You live at
right around the
Spanish
corner.
Oaks?
Yes.
And you get from Spanish Oaks to Valley View there? Where is this on Valley View?
We exit right behind on Spanish Oaks Drive, and then we come out on Valley View. It's less than 2 minutes.
Yeah, that's really close, and I think that's very important. Now, the only concern I have is that Michelle Fiore and I believe Mr. Coffin, some have been working on some of the things we feel are necessary. Some of the people have mentioned them today, the security, checking out even if you have a swimming pool to make sure that health-wise it's okay. I don't want to get the city sued if someone gets an illness because you didn't have your pool right, and we've been warned about that. So, but I would like you to follow all of the rules that will be coming out of whatever is we're going to do this.
Well, especially, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, especially if they sell the house, it stays with them only, not the house.
They've already agreed to that.
Yes, we agree to that.
Yeah, they've done that as far as the SUP. You've agreed to that. That'll be in it too. But I mean, one of the things that has been beneficial in all of this is we've had many people come to us with new ways of watching these short-term rentals and a better way to handle it. And I know that in there, we made a whole list of things that could be followed. Is there a way that I could pass that with the condition that they follow any rules that are passed in our new rejuvenation of short-term rentals?
Madam Mayor, through you, so the special use permit would not be the place for that. It would be in the licensing. The licensing is renewed annually, and as we are looking at new licensing processes, those new licensing rules will apply to this location when they apply for that renewal or that new license.
So even though they come in now with what we have now, when the licensing is changed, does that automatically mean that the ones we've already approved change?
When they apply for their license renewal, they will have to renew that license at the new...
That's in a year, right?
It would be a year from now for them, unless, again, in the ordinance, unless it requires some other procedure.
Well, can I ask for it to be in 6 months?
If there are changes by then, right?
Yeah, well, I hope we have changes by then. I'm leaving soon.
Pro Tem, it's kind of difficult to know exactly what changes the council will vote on.
Well, for one, I don't know what the council will vote, but having been a long time on the council, I don't think they're going to vote against having security cameras, for example, and having a management situation. and some of the other things that we put, things like that. It's just things like that.
Sure. Unfortunately, because there are so many different nuances and things you may want to add and other council members may want to add, we have to kind of go with the current rules as they exist now with regard to this particular applicant. And as Robert indicated, that once the licensing process comes into being and if the rules are changed, then their next license would be subject to those new rules that you've adopted. So unfortunately, we have to kind of stick with what currently the current rules.
Don't any of you ever think being a council member or a mayor is easy? There's always some reason why you can't do something, and it's always so convoluted. Okay, we're trusting you, and have you go in, but I do hope that you do follow. We're going to send to you the copy of the rules and that you do follow them anyway. You look as if you're a couple who would, so.
And Councilman, just like I said in the last application, if prior to the administrative review time, there's something goes wrong, you can call this back and you can always revoke the SUP prior to the time.
All right, and have you talked with the neighbors on all of your sides?
Yes, we have. Our neighbors to the right actually waited till 3:30 in the morning with us at the previous meeting.
Planning?
And
Yeah.
they got more than banana bread from us.
Yeah.
Well, and how about on the left too?
Both adjacent neighbors are in the know right from the beginning when we started moving things in, and they were supportive. At first they weren't, but then they saw us and met us and talked with us, so now they
And
are.
how about the ones who live in back of you?
Nobody lives in behind. We're on Valley View. We're right up against Valley View, so.
Nobody lives behind you?
No.
Nope, it's the Valley View Boulevard, and then beyond that is the Spanish
Okay.
Oaks community.
Well, I move to approve with all of whatever I said that can sticking, okay?
And is this within the 660 feet?
No, Madam Mayor, there's no distance separation issues with this one. There's no other short-term rental within 660. And then for the Mayor Pro Tem's request, the Planning Commission had already requested a 6-month administrative review from the issuance of the business license. So both the expungement condition and the required review are already attached to this application.
Okay.
Wonderful.
So I move to approve, as approved by the Planning Commission.
Okay, there's a motion. Please vote, and please post. And you stayed till 3:30?
Yeah.
It was,
Oh, my
it was
gosh. We should have
exciting
been
for the
cooking
first
for
couple
you.
hours, and then it was crazy.
Good luck. Motion
Thank you very much.
motion carries. Thank you very much.
Happy birthday.
Okay, we're down to our last item here, I believe.
I'm handling Sorokas.
Not quite. We're getting close, but you're off the hook now. You're doing Councilman Sorokas?
Yes, it's
Okay.
easy.
156 DIR 73621, Director's Business, non-public hearing, applicant owner Howard Hughes Corporation, LLC, possible action on a required review of a biennial development report as required by Section 11.01 of the Summerlin West Development Agreement, generally located west of the I-215 Beltway, north of Charleston Boulevard, APN multiple. This is in Councilman Soroka's Ward 2. Staff recommends approval. And so, is there any comment you'd like to make, please?
Madam Mayor, just to make the official report, the Department of Planning has reviewed the submitted development report and has determined that the owner is currently in compliance with the requirements of the Summerlin West Development Agreement. Staff recommends approval of the 2-year development report as submitted. Some highlights specific to this report include that within the previous 2 years, the number of dwelling units within the Summerlin West plan area has increased from 5,583 units to 6,502 units. The agreement allows for a maximum of 30,000 units. In accordance with Section 4 of the amended development agreement, the master developer is currently designing a new Metropolitan Police substation that will be on Carriage Hills Drive, north of Far Hills Drive. Completion of construction and transfer of the facility to the City Metro team is anticipated in late 2019. In accordance with Section 2 of the amended development agreement, the master developer has fulfilled its neighborhood pool obligation. That was completed in 2016. And then finally, the master developer continues to exceed the open space requirements within this master plan community. Thank you.
And I see no one's here representing Howard Hughes, correct?
No, ma'am, this is just for you to accept the report of our review of their required report that they had to submit.
Okay, so this is not public hearing, and Councilwoman Tarkanian will speak on behalf of Councilman Soroka.
On behalf of Councilman Soroka, I move to approve item 156.
Thank you very much. This motion, please vote, and please post. And Councilwoman, you're on to vote. Thank you. Okay, that motion carries. We'll move on to agenda item 157. ROC 73818, review of condition public hearing, applicant Fremont Food Emporium, owner is HS Family LP, for possible action or request for review of condition of approved site development plan review, SDR 69675, to remove condition 1, which states, quote, prior to the submittal of the building permit, the applicant should submit to the Department of Planning revised building elevations that incorporate the subject site's historic features into them. The revised building elevations are to be reviewed by the City of the Las Vegas Historic Preservation Committee prior to submittal to the Department of Planning for administrative review, end quote. On .22 acres at 310 Fremont Street, C2, General Commercial Zone, Ward 5, Councilman Creer, and staff recommends denial. This is a public hearing. Do we have the representative here?
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Stephanie Allen, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive, here on behalf of the applicant. With me is the applicant, Mr. Barry Moore and Mr. Mike Villeone. We were actually before you a year ago on this application. It's a proposed, and it was approved by the council. It's a proposed food court in what was once the El Portal Theater.
Right, I remember this.
And we've got a proposed food court on the bottom floor, and on the top floor will be a tavern that was approved. There's a little bit of history as to why we're here today, and before I explain the revision that we're going to request to our overall application, I just wanted to give a little bit of history. With the original approval, there was a condition that required us to go back to the Historic Preservation Commission and work with them on preserving some of the historical elements with the site. I'm happy to report that they were wonderful to work with. They moved quickly. We were approved at council in July, and by November we had an approved plan incorporating those historical elements. And this is the plan that was approved. The elements that were preserved was the signage. This was a very important piece of it. The El Portal sign was going to be relocated from the center of the site to the east portion of the site. Also, we agreed to do an art wall on this western wall, giving the history of the El Portal on that wall, including providing one of the balconies and description of where those existing balconies were located. Also, we agreed to do the terracotta roof line along this top portion right here to preserve that and have that be consistent, as well as provide the same colored stucco along the back wall and along the pillars as currently exists today. We agreed to do a historical placard located right here so that when people entered the establishment, they would have the history of the overall property. And that is pretty much the gist of it. The condition required us, once we had historical preservation's feedback, to go back to your planning staff, have them administratively sign off on these plans, and they did that in November. You can see here by this stamp. So we appreciate staff working with us. We appreciate the Historic Preservation Commission working with us. We went to try to get a building permit, and in April found out that we needed a new encroachment agreement with the Fremont Street Experience to move the sign as it currently existed in the middle to the east side of this property. We were not able to get there with Fremont Street, and time is of the essence because it's been a year since this original approval. So we think we've come up with a solution, and we appreciate the council and the councilman suggesting that solution. What we'd like to do is keep the existing sign exactly where it is. You can see it in the center of the site right now. There's an encroachment that exists right there. We'd like to maintain that encroachment, and that way we don't have to request anything from Fremont Street. So instead of removing condition number 1, we would be revising condition number 1, and I have provided this and ran it by staff as well. We'd be revising it to essentially, we've already met this condition once, essentially do the same thing again with the exception of going back through the historic preservation in Fremont Street. So just submit a revised elevation that shows that sign located in the middle administratively to staff, and then hopefully we can go get a building permit as soon as we do that. So that is what we're suggesting today, and we would very much appreciate your approval of this revised condition. I've, as I mentioned, provided it to Robert, and we'd appreciate your approval.
Okay, Mr. Summerfield.
Madam Mayor, between when this agenda published and the indicated staff recommendation for denial in this morning's council meeting, the applicant's representative has worked very closely with the ward office and with planning staff. Due to the fact that the HPC's recommendation was strongly about preserving that sign and that element as a historic component to that building and the history that the El Portal has for the city, with the applicant incorporating that sign, keeping it there, staff is recommending approval of this modified condition instead of the elimination of the condition, and we'll work with the applicant on their revised drawings. Again, it should be relatively minor at this point, as the applicant indicated, and will be a component of the current review that was already in place.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Is there anyone wishing to speak on this agenda item? You lucked out. No one. I'll close public hearing.
The
I was
last
wondering,
item.
there's a little cluster back there. I was a little nervous that I've been watching that. Okay, Councilman Creer.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Will you do me a favor, Mr. Summerfield, and just read the revised condition into the record for me?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, Councilman. So the condition now would read, so instead of eliminating the condition as it was originally proposed, one second, I apologize. It would now read, the revised condition would read, prior to the submittal of a building permit, the applicant shall submit to the Department of Planning revised building elevations that incorporate the subject site's historic features into them. The revised building elevations are to be submitted to the Department of Planning for administrative review, maintaining the historic El Portal sign in its existing location.
Thank you. I move for approval.
Okay, thank you. There's a motion to approve agenda item 157. Would you please vote? And then please post. Motion carries.
Thank you very
Good.
much, and happy birthday, Councilman.
Thank you. Okay, we are on to agenda item 158. Set date on any appeals filed or required public hearings. I'd instruct the city clerk to set the public hearing dates and appeals from the City Planning Commission meetings and dangerous buildings or nuisance litter abatements.
Thank you. Will do.
Thank you. Okay, so we will now go on to our second citizen participation.
Could I ask, Mayor, could I put a yes on that last one? Would you add me to that, please?
Certainly.
Thank you.
Okay. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council. No subject may be acted upon by the City Council unless that subject is on the agenda scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, please come to the podium, give your name for the record. The amount of discussion on any single subject, as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed, may be limited. This is your opportunity to address the council, but council is not able to respond or engage in dialogue. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak under this portion of the agenda?
Good afternoon, Council, and congratulations to the two newly elected council persons. My name is Michael T. Moore, President and General Counsel of the Performers Union, and we need to get on the agenda to discuss the pedestrian mall ordinance. We're having some serious problems out there, and Mr. Jerbick has not responded to any of our letters or writings about the problems out there. They constitute labor, constitutional, civil, and human rights violations at the hands of the Marshals and Fremont Street Experience. How can we get on the agenda to present this and discuss it? Because for over a year, none of our writings have been responded to in official letters.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Scott, I'm going to ask you to respond.
And I'm sorry, we were
That's all right.
discussing another item.
That's why you've not gotten a response.
But what did he miss?
What
when I
was
said?
I heard about you getting something on an agenda to discuss something.
Absolutely, and I apologize. In the past, I've been confrontational at times because I'm a little passionate about the members of the union I represent. We need to have a dialogue and some kind of discussion to resolve these problems because they're not being resolved at the street level, and we're getting performers who are getting unnecessary criminal records in the courts right now.
Oh, I got you.
Due to the ordinance. And Mr. Jervik and I used to speak back and forth.
Yes.
He's not doing that anymore. I knock on his door, he doesn't return my calls. And I have a duty of representation for my members. I have to find out a solution for this. As I said before, back in 2015 and 2016, the courts is not where I would like to go because some of these things can be resolved by this body. And I'm a reasonable person. I want to resolve it in the best interest of all parties. But right now, we're just being completely run over.
I guess, Mayor, if I could, have you had an opportunity to maybe write to Mr. Jervik, and you can CC me on it as well? And
Yes, if I can get a card or your name before I leave, then we can set that up. And
Sir?
I know that you have a meeting on August 1st, is that correct?
Sir, and also, if you do me a favor, I'd like to hear more about what you're talking about. Kelly Woods in the back is going to give you our contact information.
Okay.
And we'll set up a time to talk about.
And Commissioner,
what
this is the busker ordinance on Fremont Street, the performers on Fremont
Yes.
Street.
And in the past, I've referred to, when we're referred to as street performers or buskers, those are actually derogatory old world terms.
Sorry, didn't know
We
that.
prefer to be called public performers because we operate under the First Amendment of the Constitution. So, thank you for your time.
Like I said, and if you can email me and Mr. Jervik whatever your concerns are, we can discuss it internally with our office, we'll discuss with the council.
Yeah, I'll do that within 1 week because then I could formulate it and,
That'd be great.
It has a lot of layers to this onion and I'll get to the main
And I know
point.
he was instrumental on the first iteration of the rules, so I think he'll want to be involved in this one. Okay, thank you.
Happy birthday, Councilwoman, and thank you for your time.
Yes, you're welcome.
So now we are on to the next, did you? Well, it's beautiful there. This is agenda item 160, and, we're doing a 160. Council member recognition comments made by, oh, I'm so sorry.
No, that's quite all right. Hi.
Because I
Thank you.
saw Jeff before, so.
Christopher Gerst, 150 Las Vegas Boulevard North, Unit 1111, live in the Ogden. I actually wanted to comment two things on the agenda item 77 when you guys were talking about code enforcement efforts. So the first thing I want to point out is, as an observer to this, watching it, there seemed to be some sort of implication that there weren't many calls to the hotline, so that maybe STRs aren't really a problem. I just wanted to point out in our building that we actually were given the cell phone number and the email of the code enforcement officer, so just on Friday, we told them about 13 illegal short-term rentals. So if it would bump up the numbers for us to call the cell phone, tell them each one, hang up and call again, we'd be happy to do that. We're pretty much informing them 3 or 4 days a week about these. So I wanted to, make the point that just because there aren't a lot of calls to the hotline, that doesn't really reflect what actually is going on. The second thing I wanted to point out was that the mayor, you asked how many of the 1,400 illegal short-term rentals in the city are owned by out-of-state investors. I can't answer that question, but I can tell you that the 6 SUPs that keep getting obeyed month after month are all out-of-state investors. There was some, question maybe these people should be coming to the meeting. Well, if they want to come in every month from California and Washington or wherever else they live, I'd be happy to talk to them. I don't know about all the other illegal ones because there's been almost 40 units over the last year, but I can probably get that information for you. But I would tell you that the vast majority of them don't live in the city. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Larry Hawkins, 150 North Las Vegas Boulevard, Unit 1101. I'd like to submit this letter for the record for
Thank you.
staff, council, and legal. I'm going to address briefly what I consider a code violation or municipal code. The applicants, this has to do with items 109 and 114. The applicants failed to comply with Section 5, Title 6, Chapter 75, Section 40 of the Municipal Code of the City of Las Vegas, 1983 edition, which amends to read as follows. 6.75.040, each application for a short-term residential rental license shall contain or include the following information and documentation, talking specifically about Section 5F. If the proposed short-term residential rental unit is located within a gated subdivision or controlled access building that is governed by an owners association, a letter or other documentation from the association acknowledging the proposed use and, if necessary, granting access to occupants of the proposed rental units. In this case, the applicants failed to provide signed letters from the association acknowledging the proposed use of a short-term rental, which should include as a reference the applicant's name and unit number. I believe the intent of Section 5F is for each applicant to obtain from the association a letter of acknowledgement, and the letter should reference the owner's name and unit number. Accordingly, each letter serves as acknowledgement or proof to the city that the applicants contacted the association. A personalized letter from the association addressed to the city puts some of the onerous on the association. The city has the right to dictate how the letter should be addressed and formatted. And I added this in that the ordinance is being revised, and that I would suggest for legal reasons that future association letters be notarized to protect the city from certain or uncertain liabilities or litigations. Thank you for your valuable time.
Thank you. Good suggestions. Thank you very much.
Mayor, would you mind if he submitted that into the record out of his written?
I think
Oh,
he did
already? Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
Thanks. And name again, please.
Good evening. My name is Jeff Belcher. I live at 150 Las Vegas Boulevard, Unit 1713. Obviously, we're disappointed the 6 SUPs have been obeyed again, agenda items 109 through 114. This can has been kicked down the road long enough. They've already been obeyed 5 times. Today is the 6th. They need to be heard. We don't even have our lawyer with us today because the evidence to deny any more short-term rentals in the Ogden is so overwhelming. Our group has met with each of you individually or as a group over the last several months. After hearing our laundry list of issues, the majority of you have personally expressed your support of no more STRs in the Ogden. A couple of the highlighted concerns have included our safety and security, that these SUPs continue their illegal activity in renting while simultaneously requesting these waivers. So of the 13 that we reported illegally functioning this past weekend, 4 of those are the SUPs that are before you now. Stephen Paddock rented 3 illegal Airbnbs for 11 days the week before the tragedy at Mandalay Bay. One of those units that he rented is also one of the SUPs that's before you now. Our decisions to move and live downtown are in direct alignment with the mayor and the city council's vision for the downtown project and more people moving and living there. Now these 6 waiver applicants do not, none of these 6 waiver applicants do live downtown. They are all out-of-state non-voting investors. It's been stated that their lawyer, Mr. Siebert, has said that his clients aren't even paying him. Really? Then who is paying him? I hope the city council can ask him. A common practice right now across the country is that STR platforms like Airbnb are taking on city municipalities by backing and funding pro-short-term rental clients such as these SUPs. Finally, the last point I'd like to make is that we've been painted into a corner and being forced to consider a compromise with these illegal operators and our HOA. Let me be crystal clear. We don't want any short-term rentals in our building. We are reluctantly accepting of the one that is there now. If there are any more compromises that must be made, it is going to take a considerable amount of time of back and forth negotiation. You guys have a perfectly good ordinance that states 660 feet separation. I asked that they be heard next meeting, stand behind that ordinance, and we will be happy to participate in the writing of a better ordinance or ordinances. Finally, please don't obey these SUPs next meeting. Hear them, listen to the overwhelming evidence about why they need to be denied, and deny them. At the very least, have them withdrawn without prejudice so that we don't have to keep taking days off from work to be down here and represent the Ogden as home group. It's time for our due process and safety and security to return to the Ogden. Thank you very much for listening.
August 15th,
August 15th. See you. Thank you.
not August 1st, August 15th. Thank you. Well, they're on the agenda, so we hope. Okay, so now is time for council member recognition. Comments made by individual council members during this portion of the agenda will not be acted upon by the city council unless subjects on the agenda scheduled for action. We're going to the birthday boy first, so he can get out of here and get home to his party.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I really appreciate that. We have a number of items coming up. One is the Natural History Museum, and we just took a tour of the Natural History Museum, and it's great. But the museum will host their Premium Monsters Life Before the Dinosaurs. It's there now daily until September the 24th from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. And this exhibit steps back in time 290 million years where bizarre-looking animals dominated life on land and sea. And find out about the greatest extinction the world has ever seen in Permian Monsters, Life Before the Dinosaurs. This unique traveling exhibition brings the past back to life with fossilized skeletons and full-size life models of the animals that ruled the world millions of years before the age of dinosaurs in a time known as Permian. And on July the 14th, additionally, the Las Vegas Natural History Museum will celebrate their 27th anniversary party on the 14th, which happened when I was in the past. You can contact them, though, to find out how to visit at 702-384-3466. So we're going to go to the West Las Vegas Arts Center. Will present their summer camp final musical, Am I Enough? Finding My Color in a World Full of Gray. The productions are written and performed by youth in search of self-identity and social justice and personal truth through dance, music, and theater. And I can tell you, I visited there the other morning last week, and it was really, really, really outstanding. It was very, very, a lot of fun. So Friday, July the 20th, 1 p.m. at the Clark County Library Theater. Thursday, August the 2nd, at 7 p.m. at the Smith Center for the Performing Arts. And then the big one, Saturday, August 4th, at 3 at the West Las Vegas Library Theater, which is on 951 West Lake Mead Boulevard. All performances are free, open to the public. You can contact the Smith Center for tickets to the August 2nd performance, or you can contact the West Las Vegas Arts Center and Clark County Library Theater for performances by calling 702-229-4803. Las Vegas Metro Traffic Bureau event, citywide block party on July the 27th. Metro will host their citywide block party on Wednesday, July the 27th from 5 to 9 p.m. at Veterans Tribute Career and Technical Academy located at 2531 Vegas Drive. For more information, please contact my office, 702-229-5443. And I'm going to be hosting my very first, not the first Ward 5 Back to School fair, but my first Back to School fair on August 11th. And the annual Ward 5 Back to School fair will take place on Saturday, August the 11th at the Doolittle Community Center. Students from grades K through 5 are invited to receive a backpack and supplies, plus additional vendors will be in attendance to provide information on wraparound services. And to give out school supplies, wristbands will be given out at 7:30 a.m., and the fair begins at 8 a.m. And I look forward to greeting our students as they prepare to return to the classroom. For more information, contact my office again, 702-229-5443. And we can't forget the Nevada Youth Network Back to School event on August the 13th. I'll be joining the Nevada Youth Network for their Back to School welcome on Monday, August the 13th. They're inviting men and women to join them as we welcome students back to Matt Kelly Elementary School, located at 1901 North J Street. For more information, visit nevadayouth.network.org. Don't forget, you can always find me on social media, at Twitter at Cedric Creer, Instagram Councilman Creer, and Facebook Councilman Cedric Creer. Thank you again for all the birthday wishes, and I really appreciate it. Thank you.
And the bad news is you didn't move fast enough. Councilman Anthony left, so I need you for a quorum.
There you go. Okay.
How do you like that? And who's still here? The women.
And
Okay.
the man. The man.
The man. That's why you're lucky. Okay, go for it, Councilwoman.
Thank you so much. I just have to tell you guys that our 4th of July was spectacular. We expected 1,000 folks. Over 3,000 people came to our 4th of July party, so I am really, really stoked about that. So now we are preparing for our splash back to school. Not just back to school, we're doing a splash back to school because it's hot. It's going to be on August 4th from noon to 2 at the Centennial Hills Community Center, YMCA, where we're going to be giving away school supplies to the children that need them, and they get to swim, and we're going to have vendors out there, and it's always a party in Ward 6. And I have to just really extend my gratitude for our staff. And I'm going to just say Christy is on it. I'm sorry, she's with us, all of us. I don't know how she does it, but thank you guys so much for making all of the events that we do out in Ward 6, all of them spectacular. So that's going to happen on August 4th from noon to 2 p.m. And bring your bathing suits, and I'll see you there. Our Mondays with Michelle will continue. We didn't do the last one because it was around the 4th of July, but our Mondays with Michelle will be July 23rd from noon to 6 at the Centennial Hills YMCA. So you can come and have lunch with me. It's open, no appointment necessary. It's your office, so come and enjoy it. That's going to be Monday. And then our animals, our Ward 6 updates on our animals, just so you know, our last animal, Honey Blue, from our last pets, was adopted. She was a mixed breed dog. Honey Blue was adopted. So now we're looking to help Paulo get adopted. It's a mixed breed. It's a male, a neutered male. He's 5 years old. You can go to our adoption campus at our Animal Foundation, and it's a $50 fee. If you, from now until 24 hours, if you go pick up Paulo, I'll pay for the $50, but it's for 24 hours. And same with this beautiful cat named Raza, 3-year-old neutered male. It's an orange, and he's right there, you can see him, beautiful cat if you like cats. And this male is only $25, and so if you go within the next 24 hours, I'll pick up that fee. Just let me know. So again, and the mayor, my mom says she likes your striped shirt. Hi, Mom. And yes, so thank you. I love you guys, and I will see you at the next meeting.
Thank you very much. And Mayor Pro Tem, are you doing Councilman Soroka too?
No.
Okay, because we missed our missing child.
Oh, that's right.
Right.
We don't know
Okay.
that. I'm sorry, I didn't get any of that. But I did get something, which is that we're going to have Theater Thursday, July 19th, which is tomorrow, at 3 p.m. at the Charleston Heights Arts Center, which is at 800 Rush Street, and it'd be nice to go there. It's air-conditioned. We do have some treats for you. You can't eat food in the little theater, but you can get free popsicles when you come out for the children, so that might be some fun. So The Wizard of Oz.
The original or no?
I think it's supposed to be the original, but you know what, Mayor? Maybe we ought to take a trip with Dorothy once in a while.
Yeah.
It might help us. It might clear the mind. And then I wanted to point out to those who drive cars that Project Neon has a weekend freeway closure, US 95 at I-15, which will go from Friday, July 20th at 10 p.m. That's when it begins, 10 p.m., July 20th, and it will go to Monday, July 23rd at 5 a.m. So be sure and not travel that way on those days. And then we have this new feature on homeless resources and the encampments we have, and it's on our Go Vegas mobile app. And I think that people are starting to use it more, and I think it's going to eventually help us a lot with some of the problems we've had with the homeless. And all I can say is, this is a wonderful experience, Mayor, to work with this council, to be here with the man and with the 3 women, and I'm enjoying it very much. And even with our lawyer down there. Yes.
Appreciate it.
And our 2 deputy superintendents. You're always here to the end. Okay.
They're forced.
They're forced, and our little ladies.
Okay. So that concludes.
I'm done.
All right.
I'm done.
So I just want everybody to know I had some stuff, but I'm not going to go through it because it is late. It's not 3 in the morning, however. But thank our IT department, our public information office, our marshals, certainly our staff that you've been praised enough today, but I guess it's never enough for you all. And certainly our clerk and her staff and our council members. So anyway, have a safe time. Stay out of the monsoon waters. Don't even play in them. And we'll see you on Wednesday, August 1st at 9 o'clock, unless we have an RDA pulled on us. And one more time, happy birthday. And again, July 29th Happy birthday to Councilwoman, so we're very proud. So have fun. We are adjourned, and thank you.
All right, Mayor.
We did it.
This is a strange meeting.
It really was.
I don't